Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Unbreakable Part 1612 Chapter 1, Humble Beginnings. Hey, thank you so much for clicking on this story. Just some starters so you know what you're getting yourself into. 1. UA here is a university, mostly to boost everyone's ages so that they're adults. 2. Eventual OP, Izuku. Like Izuku's going to be really strong at the beginning, but at a specific point, he'll become truly overpowered with multiple quirks at his disposal. We're talking 6 additional quirks separate from one for all related quirks, and potentially even more after a certain point, more on that later in the story, though. 3. That being said, prepare yourself for some inconsistencies regarding Izuku's initial usage of one for all, as in it might not be as strong as it should be in the beginning. There's a reason for that, and it gets explained later on. There will come a point in the story where he can use one for all to its full potential. 4. There will be very noticeable differences from canon Izuku's backstory, Momo and Himiko's as well. 5. Some characters will behave differently than they do in the actual MHA manga, anime because they have changed or altered backstories. For example, the teachers at UA know about All Might's condition and some of them even know about All for One. This is my first attempt at writing, so please let me know any thoughts you have in reviews or PMs. Enjoy. Izuku Midoriya had the same recurring nightmare. He was trapped in a cold, dark room. The days would pass by with him being none the wiser. He starved, thirsted for water, with no one in the outside world knowing about his precarious situation. He was only visited by one man. The man typically wore a black suit. His face was a mess of scar tissue with no visible openings for eyes or even a nose. All he saw was a twisted smile as the man fed him, gave him water to drink. He cared for Izuku like he was a pet. No, like a prized toy. He said many things, all of which Izuku forgot when he woke up the next day. All, except for one. You are my greatest creation. That would always be where the dream ended. Unbreakable humble beginnings Quirkless. If you look at the bone on his foot here. The doctor's callous words droned on, but his voice failed to reach Izuku Midoriya's ears. The world suddenly seemed to shift to grayscale. Quirkless. 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 The word repeated itself in his mind. Every time Izuku heard it, it seemed to be said in a different person's voice. First, it was the doctor's methodical tone. Then, Izuku heard Kachan's snarl, the voices of his classmates, but worst of all was his mother's voice. Her apologetic tone tore away at him. Quirkless. But, it's strange. Are you sure that this, Kachan, person attacked you with fire? Your arm seems perfectly fine. Izuku numbly nodded, and the doctor hummed. It was obvious that he didn't believe him. Later that night, his mom called him for dinner. As he numbly sat down, she tried to reassure him. Izuku, honey, Mom, it's fine, he said flatly. She shot him a worried look. Are you sure? I know how much being a hero meant to you. I'd hate to see that dream shattered before it even began. She bit her lip, not quite knowing what to say. Mom, he repeated, it's fine. His voice, faltering, continued. I'm still going to apply to UA couldn't hurt to at least try, right? Droplets of tears hit his closed palms. Izuku hurriedly wiped his traitorous eyes with the back of his hands. I am going to become a hero, Mom. Just you watch. The smile that grew on his face was offset by the tears gushing out of his eyes. Inko Midoriya, unable to stand the sight of her crying son any longer, threw her arms around her baby boy and bit back tears of her own. At the age of 13, in order to pursue his dream of being a hero, Izuku signed up for mixed martial arts. He ignored the taunts of his classmates and soldiered on with the sole goal of getting into UA. And it was there, during training, that Izuku entertained the possibility that he might have a quirk. It seemed that, regardless of how many punches or kicks he received, his body remained in perfect condition. He still felt the pain, but whether or not it registered on his body was debatable. Bruises or cuts only appeared on his body after being knocked out or sleeping. He guessed that, somehow, physical damage was intrinsically connected to his mental capacity or capabilities. The more he thought about it as he trained, the more obvious the disconnect between his body and his mind became. It got to the point where Izuku could pick when his body received damage. If he took a body shot, he could choose to allow the blow to physically damage him or to receive all the damage mentally. It hurt a lot less when he allowed the impact to reach his body, but as long as his mind held up, Izuku's body became impervious. But Izuku found it difficult to actually ascertain whether or not he had a quirk. He couldn't blow anything up or conjure fire. It was entirely possible that his body was just incredibly sturdy. But regardless, this made him a terrifying duelist. There was nothing more disheartening to his opponent than landing a solid blow that appeared to have no effect. Since he was small for his age, Izuku relied more heavily on speed than strength. His punches flew quickly, his kicks lithe and accurate, but they didn't have much power behind them. He wore down the other opponents his age by sheer tenacity rather than knockouts. He steadily rose the ranks at the dojo. As the days went on, his form improved. Izuku collected more and more victories under his belt, but it was never enough to offset the fact that he was quirkless. The matches were all deemed no quirk usage, sure, but in the real world, Izuku knew it was different. That villains didn't care for being fair, that being quirkless was a massive disadvantage. He spent a year like that, fighting and training to grow faster, stronger. Izuku certainly grew more muscular, growing into a lean body devoid of baby fat, but he knew that it wasn't enough. It was one day, after training, that everything changed. It was still all a blur to him. The sludge villain, All Might, yes, All Might. Rescuing him, getting his dream ruthlessly crushed. Being told that, no matter what, a quirkless individual would be better off being something like a cop rather than a hero. Walking home. The sludge villain again, but this time with Katsuki. He may have his differences with the boy, but Izuku wasn't one to stand by as his friend was being attacked. So he leapt into the fray, striking at whatever sludge he could, but his hits were all absorbed. All Might saving him, again. All Might acknowledging him. All Might offering him his power, a chance to be a hero. It was like a dream. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. He wanted to scream until his lungs gave out in jubilation. He was given a chance from the #1 hero, and he wasn't going to waste it. So, like he'd been instructed, after school ended he arrived at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to begin his training. He told his sensei at the dojo that he was going to bulk up before returning. Izuku arrived at the beachfront to find a literal dumpster. Mountains of garbage stared down at him to the point that he could barely see any sand. Flabbergasted, he looked around to find All Might. He found him seated at an alcove of trash. "This used to be a beautiful beach," All Might said, not even bothering to greet Izuku. The man was in his skeletal form, looking out forlornly at the mess the beach had become. But now, due to negligence, it has become this. Izuku followed his gaze to the giant heaps of trash. "No matter," All Might shouted suddenly, clapping his knees with his hands and getting up. "We're gonna fix this beach up. This is the beginning of your training, young man, clean up this beach." Izuku's mind reeled at the sheer enormity of the task laid out before him, but at the same time, a competitive flare was lit inside of him. "Say where, and I'll move 'em there." "Excellent," All Might laughed, patting Izuku on the back. "That's the spirit. Now, all you need to do is..." For the next half hour, All Might explained his training regiment. First stage, bodybuilding. Clean up all the trash on the beach, dump them into a trash collection zone, and gain muscles while doing so. That will form the baseline for his abilities. Then the second stage. More bodybuilding. Hit the gym every day, following strict guidelines for further strengthening. Once he got to a certain point that All Might felt was satisfactory, he would get to inherit his quirk, one for all. Then, leading up to UA's entrance exams, Izuku would undergo any necessary quirk strengthening and address any potential unexpected shortcomings. With the plan formulated, Izuku got down to business. About a month into his beach cleanup, Izuku started noticing a strange pattern. A lone girl stood at the furthest point where garbage met the sea. Her blonde hair, messily curled up into two buns, glinted in the dying sunlight. She walked along the shoreline, absent-mindedly kicking stray cans. She caught him staring and looked at him with wide, unblinking eyes before huffing and returning to her own world. Her presence was unsettling to Izuku. Aside from All Might, who dropped by in his skeletal form every Tuesday and Friday, she was the only person within a 500-meter radius of the dirty beach. They didn't greet each other, but Izuku starting to take her presence for granted. There was something comforting about not being alone in his arduous task. It was silly, sure, but he found a certain companionship with this mystery girl. She was there, playing on the beach, pretty much every day in the afternoon when he worked on cleaning up the beach. She didn't look that much older than him, maybe 16, 17, he couldn't imagine her being older than that. But even then, with her continued presence, he couldn't bring himself to talk to her. Call it nerves or whatever, but he just wasn't ready for that level of interaction. Or so he told himself, at least. It was the second month of cleaning up when contact was made. He'd just been watching the girl play with some sharp metal when a sudden idea cropped up in his mind. He tried testing out if he had a legit quirk or not by cutting himself with some of the leftover garbage and found that, if he clenched his abs, the razor-sharp metal would not cut his arm, but if he relaxed and willed himself to be cut, sure enough, The material pierced skin and a warm trickle of blood flowed out. The damage done was perplexing to him. Could clenching his abs be some sort of hidden trigger to trigger a sort of invulnerability? Or was it just clenching any muscle? Was it a fluke? Izuku had been told that scientifically, it was impossible for him to have a quirk, yet here he was, displaying quirk-like levels of an ability. Hello. Izuku, not expecting the sudden interaction, yelped and dropped the bloody shard of glass he was holding onto. She looked forlornly at the dropped glass before giggling cutely. Hi there. HHH hello. Izuku stuttered, still caught off guard. Didn't see you there, sorry. Oh, she drawled, taking a seat on top of a nearby microwave, even though you couldn't take your eyes off of me earlier. Izuku flushed a deep crimson. He tried denying it, but the girl was having none of it, stifling a chuckle with her arm sleeve. The high school uniform was baggy on her, but it carried a certain undeniable charm to it. So, she continued after her airy laughs, what are you doing here? Izuku took a deep breath. He can do this. He can talk to a girl without making an absolute fool out of himself. I'm cleaning up the beach. All by yourself? Why yeah. An uncomfortable silence lingered in the air between them. Izuku desperately racked his brain for something to say, mentally drawing a blank. She watched him flounder with a cat-like grin, the grin only growing wider as time passed. So, Izuku mumbled, still desperately searching for an icebreaker, The girl just watched him, patiently waiting. What's your name? He finally breathed out, like an enormous weight was lifted off of his chest. Himiko Toga, she responded, grin turning into a full-blown smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. She laughed. Oh please, we met a long time ago. As Izuku racked his brain for memories, she stood up and snaked closer to him. I'm sorry, Toga, but I can't seem to. Himiko, she interrupted, eyes drawn to the small gash on his arm. Call me Himiko, Izuku. In his flustered state, it slipped his mind that he never told her his name. Himiko, Izuku mumbled, flushing a shade of red that was oddly reminiscent of a tomato. Anyways, I can't seem to recall. I don't blame you for forgetting, she said cheerily, still staring at the cut. He finally noticed and flushed a deeper shade of red, if it was even possible at that point. Sorry, I was just testing something. It's alright. Himiko pulled out a handkerchief. Want me to clean it for you? Oh. Izuku glanced at her shyly before looking away. Yeah, sure, that'd be helpful. She gently rubbed his bloody arm, moving back and forth in smooth circles. When she was done and the blood was cleaned up, she did something that honestly scared the living crap out of him. She licked the bloody handkerchief. What are you? Wanna see something cool? Himiko grinned, and, not waiting for his response, she transformed into him. A beat passed. Woa! Izuku shouted, staring at not Izuku but somehow still Izuku. His earlier fright was replaced by an insatiable curiosity. Is that your quirk? Some kind of transformation type? I wonder if everything got copied. To what extent does it copy my body? Do you have a… No, I shouldn't be asking a lady that question. He continued to mumble under his breath as the girl opposite him just smiled wider. Izuku couldn't quite place his finger on it, but this whole interaction felt familiar. He shrugged it off. If he'd talked to a pretty girl like Himiko before, he'd definitely remember it. Shush, she shushed playfully, holding up a finger to his mouth. He blushed at the contact, which only made her laugh more. It's lonely, isn't it? Cleaning the beach by yourself. Here, let me help. Oh, no, I can't let you do that, he said. It's my task to clean up this beach, sorry. She blinked, surprised, but settled into an easy grin. Alright, if you say so, but at least let me keep you company. That would be nice, he acquiesced, flushing. I must warn you though, I'm not exactly the most engaging company. Stupid Izuku. Why had he gone and said that? It's fine, she laughed. It'll be fun, just you and I. And it was fun. For the next couple of weeks, months, Himiko showed up when he was collecting trash throughout the weekday. On the weekends, her absence was noted, but that only made Izuku look forward to her presence on the upcoming Monday. She hung back when All Might checked in on him, but otherwise she was by his side, chatting non-stop about her day. She apparently went to Shiketsu High on the opposite end of town. It was roughly equal in terms of ranking to Aldera High, where he attended high school, and he was shocked to find that she was in the same grade as him, 9th. When he told her his dream of attending UA University, she furrowed her brow but surprised him when she said she was dreaming of applying to the general course there. It also shocked him to hear that she lived alone. As a mama's boy through and through, it was hard to imagine living without family. She seemed fine, but he still invited her over for dinner before blushing and realizing the implications of him doing so. She giggled and teased him about it, but ultimately she declined, stating that she had no idea how to behave in front of adults. He got into a routine. Wake up, go to school, go to Dagoba Beach, meet up with Himiko or touch base with All Might, go home, and sleep. Wake up and repeat. School was fairly boring. He got top grades without having to try too hard, so the real highlight of his day was cleaning the beach in Himiko's or All Might's company. Regardless of the fact that Himiko was a girl, and an attractive one at that, Izuku was glad to have someone he could finally call friend. It was at the end of the school year that he finally finished cleaning up the beach. As he lugged that final piece of garbage into the trash collection zone, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment as he stared at the now clean beach. Although with the pride there came an increasing sense of apprehension as he thought about Himiko. With the beach clean, they wouldn't have an opportunity or an excuse to meet up anymore. In an uncharacteristic display of confidence, Izuku asked for her number. Although there were many ums and ahs, perhaps more so than actual words themselves, he got the deed done and got her cell. With a promise to text her, he eagerly awaited for All Might's arrival. Wow! All Might whistled, appreciating the pristine sandy view before him. You really got it done. Well, of course I did, Izuku huffed, a bit indignant. You told me to do it after all. All Might grinned. That's what I like to hear. Young man, rejoice, your first heroic act. Izuku looked away. He definitely was not tearing up right now, yeah. All Might noticed the state he was in and clapped a comforting hand to his shoulder. Be proud. Now that this beach has been restored, look, people are once again enjoying it. It was true. People have been taking note of the mysterious Dagoba cleanup and the beach slowly repopulated. But do not grow complacent, your training has only just begun. A fire lit in Izuku's eyes. I wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku stood, for the first time, on UA University's campus. He gazed at the buildings, filled with childlike wonder at being on campus at his dream school. People passed him by, exiting class as he searched for All Might. Toshinori-sensei. He remembered that, in order to preserve All Might's secret, he was to call the blonde man by his name. Yagi Toshinori. It honored him to know that his hero trusted him to the extent of telling him his civilian name. Said man was escorting him to their state-of-the-art weight rooms. Some students spared the two a curious glance, but otherwise they were mainly ignored. Izuku took that as a blessing. Since All Might was in his deflated state, he didn't receive much attention either. Once they arrived, Izuku couldn't help but marvel at the cutting-edge technology that graced his eyes. First off, the weight room was massive, easily quadrupling his high school's now seemingly tiny weight room. Stations for different exercises were set up all around the room. He spotted filled-out racks for back squats, front squats, RDLs, bench press, and more. Some of the contraptions he had never seen before, and using them for their intended purpose would be an exercise in frivolity at best. Now, Izuku, All Might started, glancing down at the teen beside him. He looked like an excited kid at a candy store. Let's set up some goals to attain, shall we? Izuku's attention snapped to All Might. Yes, sir. The man said. Let's start with the basics. Hit 250 pounds bench press and 400 pounds back squat. That's what I could do at your age. And you told me before that you were learning martial arts at a nearby dojo, correct? When Izuku nodded in the affirmative, All Might continued. Good. We'll lift on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and you'll learn at the dojo on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sundays can be spent however you want. You're a growing boy, after all, hee. Izuku had a dim feeling that All Might peeped on him and Himiko's time together more than once, but the gratefulness for a rest day outweighed his salt. He said, thanks for that, I guess. All Might laughed boisterously, slapping Izuku on the back. Now I'll be coaching you when you're here, so be sure to arrive on time. But knowing your work ethic, it'll probably be you waiting for me. All Might's words rang true like he was a prophet. On most days, he spotted Izuku waiting for him by UA's entrance, the boy looking like he'd waited for quite some time. Each time he greeted him with the most blinding smile that All Might had ever seen. Well, if his words are to be trusted, All Might thought, he's looked up to me ever since he was a kid. This must be a dream come true for him. Better not let him down then. On the odd days of the week, Izuku returned to training at the dojo. The trainers there were all surprised to see him, stating that Izuku made good on his promise to return after bulking up a bit. While not at the point of having a physique like a bodybuilder, Izuku had noticeably filled out and gained a few pounds of solid muscle. The hours of cleaning up the beach also increased his stamina by a fair amount, and the extra muscles meant that his blows now finally began to pack a punch. On the even days of the week, Izuku had the honor of being personally trained by All Might. He spotted his reps, instructed him proper technique and form, and overall just acted like a direct mentor to him. He was ecstatic to have the rare opportunity of having All Might, of all people, be a personal trainer, and each day he pushed himself to the limit and beyond. It was strange, though. After lifting he'd feel pretty sore, but come the next day and after sparring in the dojo for no short period of time, he didn't feel sore at all. It took him some time to work up the courage to do so, but finally, one day after lifting, Izuku braved the unknown and shot Himiko a text. Izuku. Hello, this is Izuku Midoriya. Am I talking to Himiko Toga? He put his phone in his pocket, got on the bus on the way home, and checked his phone nervously. To his shock and absolute delight, he'd received a text. Himiko. Lol Himiko. Even over text are so serious. Himiko. It's cute. Izuku flushed hard and put his phone in his pocket, taking a few deep breaths. She wasn't even near him. He could do this. He whipped his phone back out. Izuku. Sorry, Izuku. Anyways, I was just wondering if you would be down to hang this Sunday. He didn't even get a chance to put his phone away before Himiko responded. Himiko. I'd love to. Himiko. Where Himiko, when? Himiko. Why? Izuku gave it some thought before responding. Izuku. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, 11 a.m. sounds good? Himiko. Ooh, sounds good. Himiko. Should I bring a bikini? Winking face. Izuku allowed the mental image of Himiko in a bikini toy with his emotions for a bit before shaking his head, clearing his mind of any impurities. Did he want to go in the water? Dagoba Beach had become a tourist attraction again, so there were food stalls and stands near the beach again. Perhaps they could do that? Izuku. It's up to you if we go into the water or not. I'll pack for both. Himiko. I'll take that as a yes. Then the image returned in full force, causing Izuku to put his phone away and glare at nothing in particular. Sunday came, and with it came good weather, perfect for a beach excursion. Izuku stood on the beach front, nervously watching his phone. 10:38. There would still be some time before Himiko showed up, but that didn't lessen Izuku's nerves a bit. He was dressed in a dark green hoodie, white t-shirt, and light green board shorts, ready to both play in the water or walk along the new boardwalk. Izuku, out of nowhere, a person glomped him from behind. He gave a startled screech, which only served to amuse the person even more, before realizing the identity of the person hugging him. Himiko, you scared me, Izuku muttered, face rapidly heating up at the twin soft sensations on his back. Sorry, the girl sang, squeezing him even tighter, and here I thought you forgot about lil' old me. Wah, what? Izuku blanched, face still red. I could never forget about you. HMPH. With that noise, she let him go, spinning him around so he was facing her. You know what a girl likes to hear. He wanted to respond, but his comeback immediately died in his throat. She was wearing it, a bikini, and it looked better on her than even in his wildest imaginations. The black material clung to her curves, accentuating her fairly large bust and shapely bottom. And her legs, her creamy thighs glistened in the morning sun, giving off an ethereal shine. Okay, Izuku. Get it together, he admonished himself. Himiko must have noticed his silence and staring because she giggled and did a twirl, spinning on one foot before coming down. Like what you see, she smiled, showing off her pearly whites. Izuku didn't respond, only turning his head to the side and staring pointedly at anything not Himiko. I'll take that blush as a yes. The day passed like that. Himiko flirting with him just to rile him up and get reactions. It was hell for Izuku, but it was also a sort of twisted heaven for him, like, maybe it was enjoyable, getting teased so relentlessly. He wondered if he had masochistic tendencies. Case in point, Himiko and Izuku were lying on the beach, carelessly lapping away at their ice cream cones, when Himiko suddenly yelped. Izuku hurriedly looked over to see what was wrong, only to be shocked to find that a large portion of Himiko's strawberry ice cream had fallen between her mounds. Yeah. She looked at him, and she got up and all but pushed her breasts in front of him, offering a deceptively innocent, "Get it for me." Izuku melted right there and then. Himiko giggled and stood. "I'll go get some napkins to clean up. You think of me when I'm gone, please." As she walked off, Izuku slowly recovered from his previous mental meltdown. He had to get his mind out of the gutter, but it didn't really help that Himiko seemed to want it to be stuck there. He sat there, finishing his ice cream cone and counting down the minutes until Himiko returned. The problem was, she wasn't returning. 5 minutes passed, and Izuku counted it as a fluke. 10 minutes passed, and Izuku got worried. He was sure that Himiko could take care of herself, but what if? He stood up and started searching. The market and stands were full of life, which made searching for her harder, but ultimately he found that she was not there. The beach volleyball courts weren't any better. Just as he was about to panic, He spotted a mess of blonde hair by the public restrooms and rushed there. He found Himiko surrounded by 3 guys. She looked perfectly at ease, but the 3 men didn't seem like they were going to let her leave anytime soon. Izuku took a deep breath and hurled himself into the frying pan. Himiko, so this is where you were, Izuku said, letting some genuine relief seep into his voice. Come on, let's go. The girl turned towards him, surprised, but quickly settled into an easy grin. Izuku, she proceeded to glomp him, and Izuku fought back a creeping blush. See, I told you guys, my boyfriend's here, so leave me alone. The guys grumbled and stalked off. Himiko's surprisingly cold tone left little room for argument. Thankful that he managed to avoid any further confrontation, Izuku finally allowed the words she said to register in his mind before going full tomato. BB boyfriend, oh, Himiko said, checking to make sure the guys were out of earshot. Just a lie, I told them to get them off my case. Ah, I see. Izuku was one part relieved but also one part disappointed. He crushed the disappointed feeling down relentlessly. But, she grinned, I'd like to be able to call you that soon. Izuku's face couldn't get redder, but he recognized, in his heart, that she was just teasing. I'm not kidding, by the way, Himiko said, voice suddenly flat and serious. I'm seriously aiming to be your girlfriend. I know you're not ready for that level of commitment, but I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Just wanted you to know, that's all. Izuku opened and closed his mouth, gaping like a fish. He didn't know what to say. Or how to react, even. Was he supposed to cry? He felt like crying right now, out of sheer joy or fright, he didn't know. She grabbed and hugged his arm, laughing at his reaction. Just wanted you to know, she repeated, smiling up at him. Their little excursion took on a different meaning after that exchange. Now, Izuku idly wondered if he was on a date, of all things. The thought didn't fill him with as much dread as he'd thought it would. Instead, it made him feel giddy. Excited, even. He was on a date with a pretty girl. Never in his years of life did he think that he'd have a chance to do such a thing. The rest of the day was spent in the pursuit of pure fun. They entered an on-site beach volleyball tournament, but lost in the finals to a girl in a long, black spiky ponytail and her friend. That being the case, they did better than Izuku expected since he'd never played volleyball in his life before. Himiko actually carried the team, showcasing an incredible display of athleticism, her movements pinpoint precise and not wasting any unneeded energy. She moved across the sand far more deftly than Izuku could. After the tournament, they decided to actually go in the sea. They played around in the ocean for a bit, body surfing and building honestly crappy sandcastles. When they got out, Himiko shivered, and Izuku, not missing a beat, offered her his hoodie. She accepted with a cute squeal, oh my gosh thank you, before slipping it on. The hoodie was just too big on her, but that made her all the more adorable in Izuku's eyes. It was dark when they parted. Izuku offered to walk her home, but she declined, stating that she had somewhere to be after. While her hurried denial was a bit strange, he decided not to press, letting her go after a shy hug. As he was walking home, his phone buzzed. He opened it to find messages and a picture from Himiko. It was of her warm and bundled up in his hoodie, offering a sly grin to the camera. Himiko. I love it Himiko. Hey Izuku Himiko. Can I keep it? What followed after were a barrage of pouting emoticons. Izuku chuckled softly before responding. Izuku. Yeah, you can keep it. Consider it a gift. He almost typed for our first date in there but left it out. It was a bit too bold to just assume that. Himiko. That was a wonderful first date smiley face. Izuku overheated. On Izuku's 15th birthday, it finally happened. He maxed 275 pounds bench press, surpassing the original goal, and finally maxed 400 pounds back squat. It took a few months, but here he was, another milestone crossed. He was ready. Ready to receive All Might's power, to become a bearer of one for all. All the years of bullying, of being trotted on for not having a quirk, it had all led up to this moment. For once, Izuku believed that it was worth it, having undergone all that bullying, to receive this quirk. They were standing where his training started, Dagoba Beach. As the sun set and people milled about, a kid's whole world was about to change. Ah, kid. The skeletal form of All Might asked, cutting into his reverie. Do you still want to do this, or? Yes, Izuku said, resolutely. He was not about to let his dream pass him by like that. Whatever it takes for me to become your successor, I'll do it. Good, All Might said, reaching up to his head. He plucked out a strand of hair. Now eat it. Izuku paused. What? I could have sworn that you just told me to. Eat it. Okay, Izuku backpedaled. He stared at the offending strand of hair. I'll eat it, yup. He took it in his hand. The hair was stiff. He wondered if there was a better way to do it. All Might, noticing his trepidation, said, "You have to ingest some of my DNA for the transfer to work. I also have to will it to transfer to you, if that makes sense." All right, Izuku grunted. He held it up to his mouth. Well, here goes nothing. He swallowed the hair in one gulp, not even bothering to chew or taste the hair. He felt it travel down into his stomach, where it thrummed with power. Unable to hold back his excitement, Izuku willed it to digest faster. Or at least tried. Let it digest, All Might instructed. Then, my power shall become yours. It should take roughly a day too. I feel it. As I was saying, it should take. Izuku cocked his arm back, green tendrils of electricity warping around his arm, and unleashed a punch at the air. The punch created wide shockwaves from the displaced air, tearing up the beachfront, umbrellas flying everywhere. The sheer force of the blow caused Izuku to slide backwards, stumbling a bit. It hurt, a lot, but his arm appeared to be fine. All Might's jaw dropped. He looked at Izuku, blinking twice before saying, "Can you do it again?" Izuku cocked back his left arm this time, willing one for all into his left limb. Green electricity coiled around his arm again, and with a shout of, "Smaash! Let it fly forth." The result was the same as the first time, wide shockwaves, sand flying everywhere. A few beach-goers noticed the manic duo and quickly evacuated the area. Again. He punched the air again, generating another massive shockwave. This time, all people in the area promptly left, citing a crazed duo for wreaking havoc on the beach. Again. Izuku punched one more time and was about to follow up with a combo when he noticed a slight pain in his right arm. He looked down and was greeted with a purple appendage hanging loosely at his side. All Might, wondering why he wasn't punching more, followed his gaze and set his sight on the slightly bloody arm. A beat passed. A searing pain began to spread throughout his right side, knocking him down to a knee, barely able to retain consciousness. All Might, spitting blood, quickly cradled him in his arms and took him to a truck with American decals on it, promptly driving him not to a hospital but to UA. When they arrived on campus, All Might haphazardly left his truck on the side of the road and carried Izuku to Recovery Girl's office. They got a lot of strange looks on their way up, but All Might paid them no attention, hurrying to see that his protege was taken care of. "Ah, Toshinori, to what do I owe the pleasure of?" Recovery Girl looked at the boy in All Might's arms. "For the love of God, what happened?" "I'll explain later," All Might dismissed. "Can you just make sure?" Yeah, I got it," Recovery Girl huffed. "Can you just place him? Air." All Might gingerly laid Izuku down on a raised bedrest. The boy looked shaken, but he didn't seem to be in any pain. He was breathing in deep, controlled breaths. Recovery Girl kissed the wounded appendage, saying, "It should be better soon." Meanwhile, she glared at All Might. "You and I are going to have a nice little chat." "Excuse us, boy." Izuku watched as Recovery Girl all but dragged All Might to an adjacent room. Then came the worrisome sounds of muffled shouting. Recovery Girl was probably scolding All Might, then silence. A few minutes later, All Might shuffled into the room, followed by a displeased-looking Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl walked to Izuku and gingerly touched his broken arm. With a tisk sound, she said, "Young man, you're going to have to let the medicine work. Nothing will heal if you freeze your body with your quirk like that." Izuku stared at her, wide-eyed. But, my quirk is one for a. Your other quirk, stupid." A silence passed over the room. Izuku and All Might stared at Recovery Girl, both equally slack-jawed. Am I the only one seeing this? Kid, you have your body frozen. From the moment you stepped into this room, your situation has neither deteriorated nor improved. You're stuck in limbo, so to speak. Looking at both of their non-existent reactions, Recovery Girl smacked her face. "Look," she said, "relax. Allow the medicine to take effect. It will be painful, yes, but it's the only road to recovery." Izuku took her words to heart. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his wound-up muscles. Immediately, the pain-free state he was in vanished and was replaced by an agonizing state of existence. He cried out in pain, causing All Might to jump and leap to his side. "He's fine, Toshinori," Recovery Girl said, watching the events unfold. "His body probably went into protection mode with the injury. Look, now that his quirk's effects are gone, the arm can finally start healing." She watched the two as she pondered over her own findings. The boy didn't seem like he believed he had a quirk separate from Toshinori's. That was confusing in and of itself, unless. "Toshinori, I'm going to have to ask you to step out for a moment. I want to run a few tests." All Might seemed hesitant, but he ultimately relented, leaving the room. Seeing him leave, Recovery Girl got to work. Recovery Girl had All Might sit down in her office. To start, she said bluntly, Izuku has a quirk separate from yours. All Might responded indignantly, but he's always said he was quirkless. And Izuku didn't seem like the type to lie to him or hide things from him. I'll get to that eventually, Recovery Girl sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose, but first, let's address his quirk. It appears to be some sort of invulnerability. The scope of it is unknown, but it appears to fail after 3 usages of One for All. He can control it, too. Before All Might could butt in, Recovery Girl continued, I tested this with a needle. First I told him to resist it with everything he's got, and I tried sticking it in after. It was like poking a rock. But after I told him to fully relax and poked him, the needle went in. My guess is this is what's happened. Izuku, while unleashing One for All, has this quirk running damage control on his body. In other words, he's essentially locking his muscles in their 100% state while activating One for All, but this quirk can only take so much strain before it fails. In this case, the third punch went overboard, and he got hurt when his quirk failed to protect him. All Might nodded dumbly at the info dump. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Recovery Girl sighed again. If he's going to want to use One for All, he's gotta learn how to take it in smaller doses. Maybe have him start off with 5% of it or something. That, coupled with his own quirk for mitigating the damage done to his own body, should allow him to use it consistently and for longer periods of time. Alright, All Might relented, I'll take your advice. So tell me, then, why this boy thought he was quirkless. Well, to be fair, it's not the easiest quirk to detect, Recovery Girl admitted. But that's not it. I had an X-ray done on his feet. Toshinori, the boy only had 2 joints on his pinky toes. You know as well as I do what that means. The man started to pale. And no, it must be a fluke or something. No, she said firmly. A fluke doesn't just happen like that, not when there are billions of samples to collect data from, all pointing to the fact that it's scientifically impossible for someone with only 2 joints to have a quirk. Toshinori, face the truth. Recovery Girl stared at him in the eye. Hard. Izuku Midoriya was given a quirk. Silence. It can't be, All Might said, shrinking into his seat. There must be something else. I refuse to believe. 7 years ago, you fought and defeated him and were gravely injured. And no. At the same time, another operation was taking place. A raid on one of his hideouts. There, they found the corpses of 17 children, but they also found 3 alive. Unspeakable experiments had occurred. Most of the children's corpses were mutilated, as if their body couldn't handle the stress of whatever they were given. One of the children found alive later died from her injuries. The 2 surviving children were returned to their families. All Might was speechless. Recovery Girl continued, Toshinori, I think you found one of the 2 survivors. The sounds of a ticking clock filled the silence. All Might slumped further into his seat. How can I face him, after all of this? I failed him, I failed his. You did not fail him, Recovery Girl cut in sharply. If anything, you taking All for One down saved him from whatever heinous experiments that they had in store for him. Now, this doesn't change anything. Both of their minds were wiped regarding the incident. You just have to watch out for any other quirk-like abilities popping up and guiding him when the time comes. Yes, I'll do just that. Now, what will you say to the boy? She asked. Nothing, All Might said. I'll instruct him on his new quirk and keep an eye out for any other potential quirks, but I won't say anything about All for One, not yet, at least. His memory was probably wiped for a good reason. That seems good for now. She looked at Toshinori's crumpled state. Toshinori, cheer up. This doesn't do anything about the fact that he wants to become a hero. All Might stared back at her before letting loose a small smile. You're right. As long as he aims to become a hero, I will guide him down that path, whatever it takes. Recovery Girl chuckled. That's the Toshinori I know. Izuku's training with One for All began in earnest after that. He learned how to control it so a fraction of its full power affected him. Instead of going 100%, he learned how to control it at 10% first. To his surprise, he found that he could maintain it consistently in that form all throughout his body. As for his other quirk, that had been more difficult. With no real idea on how it worked and how he could improve it individually, he stagnated in that area. He offered stabbing himself with sharp objects to build endurance, but All Might quickly vetoed that idea, stating that it could get too dangerous fast. Instead, he focused on improving it in tandem with One for All. Each time he booted up One for All, he focused on continuously flexing the body part that was undergoing training. It seemed that flexing his muscle triggered the frozen state, where it was impervious to damage. Using this method, he was able to fire off 50% smashes without any negative side effects. He didn't push to see what his limit was though, fearing another hospital visit. However, that meant his endurance had to go up. Being in a constant state of flexion was tiring after all. With his weightlifting program came a cardio program. First, swim 2,000 meters, then bike for 30 minutes, and finally run 3 miles around the track before lifting. It was like he was training for the Iron Man. Curiously enough, he was allowed to maintain 10% of one for all when exercising, once again, probably for endurance's sake. At the dojo, he kept himself quirkless, because he wanted to focus more on technique, not even using his own quirk. All Might agreed with this decision, stating that a tool without a sharp edge is blunt and useless. Izuku couldn't exactly tell where All Might was going with that, but he understood the underlying message clear enough. During the weekdays at school, Izuku spent it mostly bored out of his mind. Homework was done during the school self-study classes when everyone else was goofing off. He was mostly friendless, but he didn't particularly mind. Kachan had been placed in a different class than Izuku, so he didn't have to worry about the conflicting signals the other teens seemed to give off. Kachan used to be Izuku's worst nightmare. But some time ago, when he was 8 or 9, all taunts and jeers from his former friend just stopped. All Izuku got were uneasy stares and the occasional sorrowful look. And as they went to high school, they just naturally drifted apart. Now, their relationship existed in limbo. Every other Sunday or so, he met up with Himiko to let off some steam from his jam-packed week. Each time, Izuku struggled to internally define what they were doing. Was it a friendly hangout? Was it a date? With the things they did, he couldn't really tell. Sometimes it would be entering a local beach volleyball tournament. Other times, it would be a candle-lit dinner at some high-end restaurant. It was getting all jumbled up. His feelings for her were beyond just general friendship, but he was too scared to take the next step and actually admit it. It was cowardly, sure, but this was the first time he's felt like this with someone else and he didn't want to mess it up. Himiko didn't seem to be in any rush, either. He could tell that she knew, just in the general way that she behaved and from her mannerisms, that he felt something for her, but she was waiting for him to breach the subject. For that he was infinitely grateful. A year passed by this way, and before he knew it, he was 16. It was a Friday afternoon when, in a twist of events, Himiko texted him first. Himiko. Hey. Himiko. Would you mind coming to the beach? Himiko. I wanna talk. Izuku didn't waste a second. Yelling a hurried goodbye to his mom and texting her back in affirmation, he hightailed it to Dagoba Beach. Whenever Himiko brought up the beach, it was always this one, so Izuku was sure that it was the correct destination. He spotted her in his old green hoodie, leaning against a lamp post. He was about to greet her when she staggered towards him, falling ungracefully into his arms. Himiko pressed her face into his chest and inhaled deeply, and Izuku would have blushed had it not been for Himiko's state. Face deathly pale and legs trembling, it was obvious that something was wrong. So he decided to ask. Himiko, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? She said something, but it was muffled by Izuku's shirt. Himiko. She kept on speaking, so Izuku released his grip on her and bent down till his ear was at her mouth level. And he heard. Been a good girl so please reward me. I've been a good girl so please reward me. I've been a good girl so please reward me. I've been a good girl so please reward me. I've been a good girl so please reward me. I've been a good girl so pleaser. Himiko, snap out of it. Izuku said sharply, grabbing the girl's shoulders and shaking them. Her unfocused eyes gained clarity again, zeroing in on Izuku's face. No, it wasn't his face, it was his neck. You can talk to me, he gently said. I promise that I'll listen to whatever you have to say. So just. I want to drink your blood. A beat passed. Did I hear that correctly? Himiko looked at him, an almost manic disposition crossing over her face. I want to, need to, drink your blood. It's all I can think about. It's driving me crazy. I've tried so many alternatives, but I know it'll just pale in comparison. Izuku was slightly panicking. Is there no other? Izuku. Himiko stared at him with a dead serious gaze. If I can't taste your blood soon, I'll attack the people around us. Please, I don't want that to happen. He paled at the gravity of her words. Taking a few glances around him at the crowded beachwalk, he came to a decision extremely quickly. Alright. Just, stay calm and follow me. Himiko rubbed her legs together as she followed Izuku, anticipation building with each step. She was finally going to taste him. Taste Izuku, her dear, sweet Izuku. It took every fiber of her being to stop herself from pouncing on him and taking what was rightfully hers. She shook her head to prevent herself from getting caught up in dangerous thoughts. As they found a secluded spot amongst an outcropping of rocks, Izuku found himself at a loss at how to proceed. Should he find something to stab himself with? Himiko decided for him by all but jumping on top of him, sending them both tumbling into the sand. Without waiting for a go-ahead signal, she sunk her canines into the base of Izuku's neck. Or at least, she tried to. When her teeth felt like it bit into a rock, she let out a desperate whine. Izuku, realizing that he'd subconsciously activated his other quirk, apologized, further stretching his neck and looking away in embarrassment. He felt slight pangs of pain when she successfully found purchase and broke skin. Her slick tongue darted back and forth, not letting a single drop of blood go to waste. Pain aside, it felt oddly intimate, with Himiko straddling him and her digging so ravenously into his neck. From another person's perspective, it could look like the two were in a heated makeout session. On the other hand, Himiko felt euphoric. It wasn't that his blood was juicier than others, no, nothing as macabre as that, it's just that, the fact that it was Izuku, her beloved Izuku, his sweet blood, something she'd looked forward to from all those years ago, she had a taste, a year or two ago, and that was enough to tide her over, but now she had all and more than she could ever ask for. He was hers. Himiko let out a moan, and Izuku blushed darkly. She seemed to be enjoying it, really enjoying it. Or at least that's what it seemed to him. The stinging sensation of pain was all but gone now, replaced by the wet feeling of her tongue. That being the only real sensation that he felt now, he could relax his wound-up muscles and focus on not getting a particular reaction from his nether regions due to the position they were in. She stopped after a minute or two, peeling back and admiring her handiwork on his skin. Although the wound strangely seemed to be already closing up, it left a visible imprint and she liked it. Licking her lips, she took the opportunity to embrace Izuku, burying her head into the crook of his neck and giggling happily. Himiko, Izuku trailed off. She hummed, lifting up her head and upper body so she could look at Izuku. Her bottom half stayed firmly straddling him. What is it? If you wouldn't mind, Izuku stammered, could you get off of me pretty please? Himiko laughed and got off, but not before giving her hips a rough roll, pressing into his lap. Izuku let out a meek noise, which only served to amuse Himiko even further. Face red, Izuku accepted her hand in getting up onto his feet. So, what do you wanna do now? Izuku asked, hiding his flushed face behind a hand. Himiko pressed a finger to her cheek, thinking for a bit, before saying, I wanna eat, but I dunno where. Surprise me. He smiled. I've got just the place. 20 minutes later they were sitting at a booth in one of Izuku's favorite ramen shops. Izuku prattled on and on about how good their garlic and pork stir-fried ramen was while Himiko listened to him rave in amusement. For something lighter, he recommended the yakisoba, which Himiko decided to get. With their orders placed, now all they could do was sit and wait, the elephant in the room squashing any of Izuku's attempts at conversation. Himiko was the one to breach the topic. With an uncharacteristic shyness, she said, thanks, by the way, Yeah, no problem, Izuku said, scratching the mark that Himiko left. If you don't mind me asking, he trailed off. Himiko stared at him thoughtfully before finally saying, no, go ahead. The urge to, drink blood, Izuku began, do you normally have it contained or? Typically, I have it under control. But on some days, Himiko let Izuku's imagination fill in the gaps. Is it triggered by something? Yeah, Himiko said simply, I've been able to keep it under control, but recently, I couldn't. I was about to go insane. Even when I drank other people's blood, yours would be the one I was imagining, Himiko sighed. Izuku nodded, but something she said caught his attention. Wait, others. For a moment, Himiko looked panicked, but that look evaporated, leaving Izuku to wonder whether or not he imagined it. Why yeah, people donate to my family for my condition. Oh, that's nice of them, Izuku said, missing the way her hands clenched and unclenched the tablecloth. Himiko laughed sheepishly. Their conversation was temporarily broken when their food arrived, Izuku taking his ramen and laying down Himiko's yakisoba in front of her. He waited for her to start eating before all but wolfing down his ramen, basking in the supremely good taste. She laughed at his state, taking small bites of her meal. Izuku said suddenly, scratching the back of his neck. He had to summon the courage to say his next few words. If it ever gets that bad again, no, if you ever want to just drink blood, you can just call me. I'd be happy to offer. Izuku glanced up from his meal to find Himiko gaping at him. You're not disgusted. Afraid of me. I enjoy drinking blood, Yeah, I know, he said, but be scared or disgusted by you. He looked her in the eye. Never. Izuku returned to his meal, missing the way Himiko's face flushed heavily, turning a much darker shade of red than even Izuku's blushes. Twiddling her fingers, she asked in a small voice, "Are really?" "Yep," Izuku said easily, not even looking up from his meal. The conversation lulled into a comfortable silence after that. As Izuku ordered for seconds, Himiko chuckling at his embarrassment, she finished up her meal, but with the speed at which Izuku scarfed down his meals, they were done in no time. As they walked outside, Himiko nonchalantly said, "You know, this has been the best birthday ever for me." Izuku froze. Birthday? Yeah. She blinked. August 7th. When's yours? July 15th, he answered before sputtering to a stop. Wait, that's not important. It's your birthday. Why are you spending it with me and not your? He paused suddenly, remembering that she lived alone and that family was probably not a good topic for her. She smiled graciously, not even noticing his almost slip, and sighed, saying, "Is it that odd spending your birthday with the guy you love?" Izuku glanced around him, looking for the guy that she loved, before realizing almost painfully that it was him. Blushing, he mumbled, Love. Yep. I love you, Izuku, she said sweetly. Izuku's world came crashing down upon him as he tried to process the words that Himiko just said. A raging blush found its home on his cheeks, causing Himiko to giggle at his reaction softly. You know, Himiko, Izuku said, with a rare dash of courage, Himiko tutted, shushing him with a cold hand clapped over his mouth. Not until you're ready. Izuku nodded dumbly, any courage he had completely sapped. When she released her hand, he offered, "At least let me buy you something. I don't have a gift prepared." She touched his neck where her mark still stood. You already gave me a gift. An actual one. Izuku stuttered, recoiling in embarrassment. Fine. They settled on a pair of black and green matching bracelets. ... He was sparring with All Might when a black tendril of energy shot out of his arm, coiling around All Might's leg and, in his surprised state, tripping him. The two stared at the offending appendage. Extension of himself. Before it disappeared within him. A beat passed. What was that? Izuku asked, dumbfounded. All Might, in a similar state of disbelief, said, "That's Blackwhip." Izuku stared at him in a wordless gesture for further elaboration. A previous holder of One for All's quirk, All Might said, as if that would explain everything. When Izuku still stared at him, he deflated and scratched his head. But I've never seen it pop up before, at least not with me. Izuku stared at his arm, and remembering the surging sensation in his arm when the quirk activated, he tried using it again. As a result of his efforts, 10 coils of dense energy thrashed around him, carving deep gouges into the practice arena's sandy floor. He rapidly lost control and the tendrils extended, destroying everything in its path. He dimly heard All Might yelling at him over the sound of blood rushing to his skull, and he tried to contain Blackwhip. But with no real method of control, he was stuck. He tried to relax his arm to no avail. Now in a panic, Izuku tried to activate his own quirk. That only served to make the tendrils of energy nigh unbreakable, so he quickly deactivated his quirk. His vision was starting to blur, the activation of Blackwhip taking its toll on Izuku's body. He staggered back and forth, feeling the energy drain from his body with each thrash of Blackwhip. He didn't know how or when it happened, but the next thing he knew he woke up and was back in Recovery Girl's office. She seemed to be admonishing a panicking All Might, but when she noticed him stir, she rushed to his side, asking him a storm of medical questions that he struggled to answer. When she finished furiously scribbling down answers onto a clipboard, she said a quick, "I'll be back," and took All Might into her office. He waited patiently, having nothing to do but. Izuku blinked. He was in a space devoid of light. The darkness was spread all around him except for a figure. It motioned for him to approach, and Izuku, not seeing any other option, approached slowly. The man, Izuku now saw, was bald and ripped, with a square jaw and goggles pushed back into his forehead. He wore a black jacket with the middle open, exposing his chest. He held up his hand and tendrils of Blackwhip formed, coiling around their master's hand. My Blackwhip's a top-tier quirk, you hear? The man said proudly, jutting out his chest. Izuku could only nod dumbly in response. The man seemed to ruminate over something before saying, "It seems my time here is limited, so I'll cut this quick. The previous quirks of the people who inherited One for all lie in here, dormant. I'm guessing that I can activate them." Izuku asked. "And you're a previous user of One for All?" "Just mine, for now at least," the man nodded. "Glad to see you're fast on the uptake. I was worried I'd have to spend my time explaining the basics. Listen. Blackwhip's power has been magnified by One for All of our quirks were, in fact. I was only able to use 5 tendrils in my prime. It'll rampage if you use it at full strength, but you can decrease the power output like you do with One for All to make it easier to bear. Controlling it will. Izuku blinked. He was back in Recovery Girl's office, only this time All Might and Recovery Girl were in there with him. He recoiled a bit from the sharp jump, prompting All Might to ask, "Young man, what's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Izuku debated on telling him about his vision, but he ultimately decided to tell All Might, explaining the encounter as best as he could. All Might nodded in vague understanding while Recovery Girl looked horrified. Patient's quirk causes hallucinations, she mumbled, jotting it down in a notebook. All Might's sweat dropped. He began, Izuku's likely telling the truth. I remember having similar visions. Recovery Girl stared at him before writing, Toshinori also suffers from delusions, as well. I do not. All Might said indignantly, looking over her shoulder at what she was writing. Well, whatever this is, it's up to you two to figure it out, Recovery Girl huffed, walking away. Izuku watched her leave the room before turning to All Might, a face-splitting smile worming its way onto his face. Practice time. All Might grinned. Practice time. ... Izuku sat in his desk during study hall, gently tapping his fingers in a nameless tune, when someone busted through the door. Deku. Izuku languidly looked up at the source of commotion. Bakugo stood at the doorway, breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. Pushing himself up, he said breathlessly, Are you applying to UA? The questioned boy wondered how Bakugo got access to that information. Sighing, Izuku said, Yeah, I am. Are you, Bakugo? The slip-up went unnoticed by the other teen. Yes, but that's not important, Bakugo dismissed. The two now had the whole class attention. What's important is that you understand what you're getting yourself into. Izuku grit his teeth. Yes, I do. You're making too big a deal out of this. It is a big, do you even? Bakugo swallowed heavily, walking up to Izuku and whispering heatedly, do you even remember what happened to you? He blinked. There's something I'm supposed to remember? Bakugo peered wide-eyed at Izuku, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The little, Bakugo was asking out of the kindness of his heart, and Izuku was playing pretend. He clarified, the summer when we were 8. Do you remember? Not a single thing, Izuku said. But I don't have many memories of before I was 10. Why? Did something happen? Bakugo was still staring. He muttered something to himself. They took his memory. What was that? Nothing, Bakugo huffed, stepping away. As a parting shot, he added, UA doesn't take quirkless people, so I suggest not getting your hopes up. With that, he stormed out of the room. Izuku watched him leave as his classmates began to whisper about the encounter that just occurred. Just you wait, Kachan, Izuku thought. Just you wait. ... The day was finally here. The day where he would prove everyone wrong. The day that he would prove to the world that he wasn't quirkless. The day he'd been training for day after day for the past 4-5 years was finally upon him. He'd been strengthening his quirks. Now he could use One for All at 30% throughout his body normally, 50% if paired with his other quirk. Black Whip was up to 5 strong tendrils of black energy, and he could use 100% of One for All in short bursts up to 4 times without putting too much strain on his body. He was ready. All Might had suggested that he could get him in through recommendations, but Izuku quickly turned that offer down. He wanted to get in the legitimate way, and if he failed, well then, maybe he was unworthy of being One for All's successor. All Might quickly chastised him when he expressed that sentiment. With your current state, it's not a matter of whether or not you get in, All Might had said, it becomes a matter of how you get in. You just may get the highest score in UA's history. That lit a fire in Izuku. He now had a secondary goal attached to his main goal of getting into UA, get the highest score on the entrance exams. With a wave goodbye at his mom, Izuku Midoriya started a new chapter in his life. 612 Chapter 2, The Entrance Exam. Izuku Midoriya stood on a bed of nails. If he lost concentration, faltered for even 1 second, the nails would pierce his flesh. It had happened before, and even though the pain had been mind-numbing, his flesh bore no memory of the incidents. He'd checked the soles of his feet multiple times for wounds, but after wiping away the blood, his feet were bare where there should have been multiple gaping holes. He'd been subjected to this torture many times. This was the 8th time he was forced to walk onto the pile of upright nails. Even then, he couldn't tell if he was improving. His mind, feverish in its delirium, barely picked up the surrounding sounds. Except for him. The man in the black suit. His voice rang clearly throughout the void of silence. You've improved. Congratulations. Izuku brightened a bit at that. That meant food for him tonight. Excellent. This was a dream that he never remembered. A memory that did not exist in his conscious mind. A vision of a forgotten past. Unbreakable. The entrance exam. UA. University's entrance exams were split into two parts, the written exam and the practical exam. While the practical exam was more famous for obvious reasons, that didn't mean that the written exam was a cakewalk. A fair share of students failed the entrance exam by underestimating the written exam, but Izuku, overprepared and overstudied, did not even begin to describe the boy's state. Finishing each section with ease, each time having the time to double, triple check his answers, Izuku felt confident in his exam score. It would be near the top, if not the top, of scores in his year, without a doubt. Academics had always come easily to him, and UA was more famous for its heroics course, so it didn't put the most difficult questions on the written exam. He wondered what it was like for the general studies course and how Himiko was faring. He absent-mindedly toyed with his bracelet he'd gotten with Himiko on her birthday as he waited for the exam papers to be collected. Once collected, he was ushered with the rest of the students applying to the heroics course into a large auditorium. He spotted Katsuki on the way over, but the teen merely greeted him with a glare and stormed off. Their relationship had been sour ever since the explosive teen found out that Izuku was trying for UA's heroics course, and Izuku wasn't really in the mood to patch things up. He sat in between a blonde-haired boy and a brunette girl. The girl gave him a shy smile before their attention was captured by the man greeting the nervous applicants. "Welcome everyone to my show." The man roared. "Everybody say hey." The auditorium was silent. But Izuku was near hyperventilating. "That's the voice hero present, Mike. It's him. I listen to his weekly show all the time. I wonder if his loud personality is just a byproduct." The people around him were a bit creeped out by his muttering, but present Mike paid him no heed and continued. "Tough crowd, ahahaha. Well, I'll just get on with it then. No use dilly-dallying." He paused as if to check if anyone laughed, and seeing that no one did, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "We'll be seeing if you have the skills to rock the house in the 15-minute practical exam." Present Mike shouted, carrying on. "Gather at your designated site after." "And he's really loud," Izuku continued, "loud enough that I have trouble. There will be tons of false villains at the site, each ranging from a 1, 2, to a 3-pointer. Your job is to take down these villains and rack up a high score while doing so. But be warned, there is no direct sabotaging of other students allowed. That is unheroic and will result in demerits." "Excuse me," a listener in the stands shouted, standing up and drawing all eyes to his figure. He was tall, with ramrod stiff posture and a square jaw. The handout clearly lists 4 villains. Are you telling me that the prestigious UA would make such a mistake? Suddenly, he turned to Izuku. "And you've been muttering to yourself this whole time, are you even taking this seriously? UA's standards have surely fallen if. Hey shitty 4 eyes." A new voice roared, once again drawing all eyes to a seething blonde boy. Katsuki raged, "Find your own nerd to bully and shut up." Izuku, surprised by Katsuki's reaction, could only gape at the scene before him. Before tensions could escalate, present Mike cut in. "Ahem. Very astute observation. The 4th type of villain is, how to put it delicately, a huge distraction. I would avoid it if I were you. It's called a 0-pointer for a reason." "I understand. Forgive me for interrupting," the tall boy said, sitting back down. "No problem. Now, I'll leave you with this academy's catchphrase, so to speak. The ability to go beyond, to go even further." He paused for dramatic effect. "Plus ultra. ... Toshinori, a bored voice said. "Yes, Isawa." The skeletal form of All Might responded. They, along with a handful of other teachers, were gathered in the practical exams control room. Monitors showed every inch of every test site, and teachers sat at the ready with pencils and paper to record villain takedowns. Another team of teachers were ready to record the hidden rescue points. He had originally planned on keeping his skeletal form a secret, but ever since giving Izuku one for all, it became too taxing on his body to stay in his muscular form. After some internal fretting, he decided to trust the other teachers at UA, telling them about his current state and limitations. As of now, he could maintain muscular form for a couple of hours at best. The reply was terse. "Which one is yours?" All Might sighed as he felt the gazes of every teacher in the room save for Nezu on him. The cat was out of the bag for sure now. "Izuku Midoriya, screens 7 and 8. He has green hair, so you can't miss him." The teachers crowded around screens 7 and 8, all aiming to catch a glimpse of the one who inherited one for all. They found him, clad in black sweats and a green top, jogging in place to warm himself up. He was isolated from the other test takers, they were obviously miffed and confused by the boy's actions. "He seems normal," Midnight said, before peering a bit closer at the screen. "Definitely muscular, though not on your level, Toshinori." Just wait and see, All Might dismissed. His hard work and dedication wasn't just for nothing, you know. He's trained for years for this day. I have the utmost faith that he'll not just succeed, he'll surpass even my grade from way back. Oh ho, are you willing to bet money on that? All Might grinned cheekily. Yep. Izuku jogged in place outside of the exam site, warming up his body for the practical exam. Remembering something, Izuku reached into his rucksack and pulled out a pure black breathing mask. The carbon mask had been a gift from Himiko on his 17th birthday, and it had two functions. One to limit breathing, to make a workout harder, and another to make breathing easier, to make it easier to take deep gulps of air. He set it to the second function before slipping it on, sliding snugly against his face until it settled in with a click. Slowly, the doors to the testing site opened. Izuku, not wasting a second, walked into the darkness. What awaited him on the other side was a miniature city, of sorts. People started filing in after him, gathering at a literal starting line. They waited for a cue to begin. Alright, you can start, a tired voice said. Izuku activated 50% and immediately sped off, not needing a second cue. He didn't see it, but the rest of the examinees stood there, dumbfounded. The tired voice from before said, "Do I need to repeat myself? Go." The examinees got going, heading deeper into the city only to find the ruins of robots, smoldering in the afternoon breeze. A streak of green light disappeared behind a corner, leaving devastated 1, 2, and 3 pointers in its wake. Seeing as how there weren't any surviving robots to attack, the examinees split up, each going their separate ways to salvage a point or two from the evident madman. Izuku leapt from robot to robot, using Blackwhip to slingshot him between robots and one for all to dismantle them handily with a punch or a kick. He kept track of how many robots he destroyed and the points he gathered mentally, making note of the bright numbers plastered on the bots indicating their point worth. He was somewhere at 60, 61, he rectified, striking down a 1-pointer, and he was indiscriminate in his robot destruction. 1, 2, 3-pointer, they all met their demise by his hands. It was a sort of mindless task, Izuku lamented, picking up his 75th point. It also favored combat quirks over all other quirks. While he did understand the basics of why it favored what it did, he couldn't help but think that a lot of potential would be wasted. Combat quirks weren't everything, especially when dealing with rescue missions and the like, and it seemed unfair to disregard them in the exam for the heroics course. His mind drifted to Himiko. From what he understood, her quirk allows her to transform into whoever she drinks the blood of. It can be an extremely useful quirk for stealth or sting operations, but in this exam, it would be useless. He idly wondered if that was why she was applying to the general course instead of the heroics course. Izuku was getting off track. Focusing in, he doubled down on the motions he went through. At the dojo he'd fought and sparred against real people. These robots didn't give nearly the same challenge, especially now that he was using all of his quirks. Activate Blackwhip. Slingshot to a 2-pointer. Kick it with 50%. Smash its friend with a fist to the face. Repeat. He whipped Blackwhip around a pole, sliding on the ground in a 90-degree arc before detaching, barreling headfirst into a group of 1-pointers. A blistering combo later, they were all dispatched with ease, and Izuku reactivated Blackwhip, saving time by sliding around another corner. Seeing a group of people fighting robots ahead of him and to the right, he decided to turn left to avoid others. He didn't want to poach other people's points, sure, but what was more important to him was that there weren't any people around him to slow him down. It really was a mindless process. Izuku found his focus slipping, but he reined himself in and steeled himself. He only needed to concentrate for 15 minutes, not just to pass, but also to get the highest score in UA history. That was the goal he set for himself, and he'd be damned if he didn't achieve it. He blitzed through a group of 3-pointers, destroying them with a 1-2 combo, an uppercut, and a brutal haymaker. 92 points, and how many minutes left? Izuku had the feeling that it was just about 8 minutes left, give or take a minute, but he shook it off and got back to focusing on the task at hand. Izuku kicked the next 3 bots, denting the metal hard enough to completely deform it. He smoothly moved on, taking out a group of 2-pointers in a flash of green light. Using Blackwhip to shoot himself around yet another street corner, he nearly crashed into a brunette making robots float. Yeah, she was making robots float by tapping them as she ran by them. The girl looked queasy, but her tactic was working. The robots would float up 3, 4 stories before being unceremoniously dropped, shattering into tiny fragments upon hitting the ground. Oops, sorry for almost running into ya, Izuku said before taking off, not even giving the girl a chance to respond. Izuku continued on his rampage, obliterating robots left and right. It was a one-sided slaughterfest. He could often destroy them before they even registered that he was standing in front of them. It made the exam a complete bore and incredibly easy, but Izuku decided to count his blessings and not complain. He didn't know what the record for the exam was, but he was confident that he was close to it. Little did he know that he was being heavily scrutinized. Toshinori, Midnight said, still staring at the screen, what have you been feeding this kid? Steroids, he deadpanned. That earned him a smack on the shoulder. I'm serious. This kid's a blur of green and black. The cameras are even struggling to pick him up, and that's not counting. All Might drawled, gazing back at the woman, how much money do you owe me? Getting a bit cocky, she huffed, crossing her arms. Midnight didn't want to admit it, but if Izuku kept pace, he would blow the previous record out of the water. Isawa didn't comment save for I call dibs on teaching his class. That earned a fair amount of debate and yelling, forcing Principal Nezu to cough. He said, well, let's see how he faces a real challenge. Wait, Power Loader said, isn't it a bit too early to release the zero-pointer? The principal just stared at him blankly. I'll take that as a no. Izuku just finished mopping up his 108th point when he felt the ground rumbling. He spotted a group of people running, from something, it seemed. They passed the alleyway he was in, shrieking and sprinting as if their life depended on it. What followed after them was a robot leg. No, scratch that. A gigantic robot was chasing after them, the leg merely being an extension of a much larger hole. Out of curiosity, Izuku ran out of the alleyway onto the street. He gaped at the sheer size of the zero-pointer. That thing had to have been at least 50 feet tall, if not more. And that wasn't the only one. More kept on popping out of the ground like moles. He counted 3 of them in total, and they all split and went in separate directions. He knew he should have left it alone, but Izuku wanted to test his strength. And, if he was being honest, this feeling of domination, of utterly outclassing the robots, was frankly exhilarating. Just as a zero-pointer trapped a group of examinees against a corner of the road, Izuku blitzed onto the scene. Not wasting a moment, Izuku whipped up to the head using Black Whip and scissor kicked it. The force of the impact sent him flying, so he readjusted Black Whip to latch himself against the building before observing the robot. It had sustained noticeable damage, but not enough to put it out of commission. Well, if 50% doesn't work, Izuku murmured, cocking back his right arm. He grunted as he felt the full force of One for All seep through his muscles before rocketing off of the building, using a solitary strand of Black Whip to make sure his aim was true. He zeroed in on the giant robot, punching it with the full force of One for All. Since he somewhat crossed it, the robot went flying to the left, even leaving its treads as it smashed into the building next to it. As he fell to the ground, he admired his handiwork. The robot was utterly smashed, a heaping wreck of scrap metal in a collapsing building. Wait. Collapsing building. Izuku's mind briefly went into panic mode as he saw the building crumbling. There were still examinees under it, examinees who just looked up and saw giant shards of glass and concrete falling down at them. Before he even knew what he was doing, he'd extended Black Whip at the 3 furthest examinees, throwing them gracelessly to safety as he ran to the last 2. Using a 50% boost, he reached them and grabbed their hands, not waiting for their consent or even bare acknowledgement. He yanked them to safety, the glass and concrete falling harmlessly upon a spot where they'd been moments before. Sorry about that, Izuku mumbled in apology before taking off once more, leaving a couple gaping examinees behind. Their whole encounter took less than a minute, and Izuku didn't slow down. Sprinting after one of the zero-pointers, he rounded a ruined street corner using Black Whip and saw the levitating girl from earlier stuck on something. He couldn't tell from his location what pinned her to the ground. The massive robot towered over her, priming to strike before Izuku immediately sprung into action. As the gigantic fist came flying down at the levitating girl, Izuku barreled into it with a kick to send it careening off course. As it slammed down harmlessly into the ground a fair distance from the downed girl, Izuku shot a strand of Black Whip to coil around the robot's dome, slingshotting him forward towards its head where he met the robot with a brutal, 100% uppercut. He felt his arm tweak in protest, but Izuku fought through the slight pain and finished the swing, sending the robot flying off of the ground a dozen feet or so. It crashed to the ground with a mighty thud, electrical sparks going haywire. Fearing it might combust or explode, Izuku quickly went to free the levitating girl. There was a bit of vomit to the side of her, but Izuku paid it no special attention as he lifted the heavy slab of concrete on her right leg. You alright? He asked, helping her up. She gingerly put weight on her right leg before settling in on it fully. She stared at him and then at the vomit on the ground, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Why yeah. I don't know what happened, I lost control and. No worries, Izuku dismissed. My apologies, but I've gotta go and, he gestured wordlessly at the ruined robots that lined the streets. She nodded numbly, still staring at him with a peculiar expression. He stared back at her, not quite sure what to say. After a brief moment of silence, he said, well, stay safe. See you later. Without another word, he raced off using 50% of One for All. Following the loudest sounds of screaming coming from somewhere to the right of him, Izuku dismantled robots left and right with a second objective in mind, find the final zero-pointer and defeat it. There was no real benefit to doing such a thing, but a smile appeared on his face. He'd gone for so long being weak, being quirkless. Now was an opportunity to show All Might the fruits of his training, to prove to the hero that he'd made the right choice in picking Izuku to be his successor. The teachers, save for All Might, gaped as Izuku seemingly made a beeline for his area's final zero-pointer, destroying robots on the way. Someone correct me if I'm mistaken, but, midnight began, doesn't it seem like Midoriya is actively pursuing the zero-pointer? No one refuted the statement. All Might sat there, happily humming to himself. Izuku was putting on a show. He was broadcasting to the entire faculty that he had exactly what they looked for in a student. Izuku was strong and intelligent, sure, but his care for the other participants of the exam and his act of saving the others truly set him apart from the rest. Sure, there were other students racking up a few rescue points here and there, but none of them were as seemingly quick or as eager to do them as Izuku was. The kid saved others like it was his first instinct, the natural thing to do. And that made All Might proud, happy, and content that he had chosen the right person to be his successor. He looked up just in time to watch his successor slingshot off of two adjacent buildings using Black Whip, flying high above the final zero-pointer before shooting a third strand of it directly to the robot's head. Using the connection to reel himself in, he delivered a ground-splitting kick to the top of the robot's head, causing the robot to essentially cave in upon itself. Seemingly satisfied at the result of the destroyed robot, Izuku leapt off again in a blur of fragmented green energy and black shadows. Yeah, his previous record stood no chance. The bells ringing signaled to Izuku that the test was over. He was on his 157th point when the robot suddenly stopped moving. Not that it was going to make much of a difference as to what the end result would be, but it still miffed Izuku that technically he hadn't gotten his 157th point. If that was the deciding point in whether or not he beat All Might's record, he might just cry his eyes out. As Izuku walked towards the exit, the original starting area, he couldn't help but notice a large amount of staring and whispering going on. Seeing as to how they pointed at him and no one else, Izuku surmised that he was the hot topic issue of the day. Blushing slightly in embarrassment, he took off his face mask and stored it away into his rucksack that was tucked away inside one of the provided lockers before promptly getting out of there. He made his way towards the main gate of UA while pulling out his phone. Scrolling through his very sparse contact list, he found what he was looking for and shot Himiko a text. Izuku. Hello. Izuku. I was just wondering if you were done with your exam. I'm done with mine. Izuku hesitated for a moment, mentally gathering the courage he needed, and proceeded to type. Izuku. I would like to see you and talk to you about how it went. His confidence failed him. Izuku. That is, only if you want to talk about it. Izuku shut his eyes and resisted the urge to chuck his phone into the sky with an One for All enhanced arm. Cringe. He was so utterly cringe. He really wished that there was an unsend button for text messages. It was a shock that Himiko even bothered hanging around him considering how damn awkward he knew he was. His phone buzzed multiple times, and Izuku cracked an eye open to look at his screen. Himiko. Yay. Himiko. Izu would like to see me. Yay. Izuku flushed madly. His stupid, dumb, dopey, foolish mouth. Himiko. I've been done for a while. Himiko. Waiting for you at the main gate. Himiko. Let's go grab some food too. 3. Izuku replied with an okay, subconsciously grinning to himself. He jogged to the main entrance of UA, spotting a blonde girl with twin buns leaning against one of the many pillars. She was on her phone, ignoring the groups of fellow hopeful students chatting beside her as they waited for the bus or their ride to pick them up. Hey, Himiko, Izuku said shyly, walking up to her. At this point, he knew what would be coming. Himiko looked up from her phone, instantly recognizing his voice. Without a second thought of where they were or who was watching, she glomped him. Izuku. Izuku lightly patted her on the back, a bit embarrassed by the many amused looks they were receiving and of the fact that he was still sweaty from the exam. He dimly caught the words oh. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Or ooh, are they dating? Himiko, evidently hearing the same things, hugged him tighter before letting go of him. Well then, she said, a cat-like grin appearing on her face, where to? Izuku thought for a moment before responding. The usual ramen shop. Himiko smiled brightly. Yep. Seeing as how they weren't in a rush, Izuku and Himiko decided to walk to one of Izuku's favorite ramen shops. It was where they'd spent Himiko's birthday together all those years ago, and they visited it fairly regularly, or at least regularly enough to the point that the kindly old lady that ran the shop remembered their faces and orders. On the way, they chatted about the differences between the General Studies entrance exam and the Heroics course entrance exam. To Izuku's surprise, the General Studies exam seemed to be the same as the Heroics course's written exam save for one thing. Himiko's contained two categories: reading comprehension, essentially reading and writing, and math. Izuku's also contained an additional section regarding the history of heroics and hero regulations. But that one was easy, Izuku sighed. Any hero geek worth their salt would have been able to answer that section perfectly. I mean, it even asked about the largest known villain group to be squashed in the last century. Anyone should know it was the Chameleon Guild, and it was destroyed by All Might and Sir Night-Eye in the 15 Nights of Summer's Tide. The four heads of the Chameleon were Tobayashi, Rise, Sanaka, and Ted, but they didn't even ask about them. Izuku huffed, before going off onto another rant about the disappointingly easy heroic history section. Himiko, to her credit, tried to follow along at the beginning, but eventually gave up, opting instead to watch her Izuku rant passionately about the subject. Her Izuku. Her Izuku. She loved how he ranted passionately about subjects he was interested in. She loved how his eyes lit up, flashing green. She loved how he lost track of everything else, only focusing on her and the topic at hand. She even loved how he reacted when he realized he'd been ranting, flushing red with embarrassment and offering a meek apology. She loved him. 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 Himiko. Izuku said, worriedly glancing at the girl beside him. She seemed to have an almost manic expression on her face, but that face instantly disappeared, leaving him to wonder if it ever truly existed in the first place. Yes, Izuku. Oh, he murmured, flustered at even the sweet tone she answered him in. Steeling himself, he offered, I was just wondering if you've got anything on your mind. You've been quiet for a while. She giggled. Oh, nothing. Just enjoying the view. Her eyes never left Izuku's. Perplexed, Izuku looked behind him, completely missing Himiko's teasing. There was nothing of note around them, but Izuku supposed she was free to enjoy whatever view she wanted to enjoy. He told her that, and to his surprise, she burst out into laughter. Sometimes you can be such a dork, she said fondly. Their afternoon passed by pleasantly, with the two ordering their usuals at the ramen shop. Even though it was too early to be considered dinner, Izuku wolfed down his share and then some when Himiko tantalizingly offered him the remnants of her meal. The two killed some time milling about, even hitting up an arcade where he tried, and failed, to get Himiko the prize plushie. The damn thing was so close, and it was only at Himiko's suggestion that they get back before the last trains that he finally gave up. He'd have his revenge, though. That thing took out a sizable chunk of his monthly allowance. When they reached his apartment, he immediately offered, you know, I'd be more than willing to walk you back to yours first. It had become a ritual of sorts. Whenever they hung out, Himiko would walk with Izuku back to his home, but she would adamantly refuse letting him walk her to her home first. He asked every time, but she was stout in her refusal, not budging one bit. Izuku never pushed on the subject, though, respecting her desire for privacy. Nope, there's no need for that. Her reply was terse and final. Izuku sighed. Thought so. Just know my offer is always open. Himiko smiled, revealing her fangs. Ah, Izuku, worried about me. Honestly, yes. He looked at her surprised expression before continuing, I care about you, so I'll always worry. Even if I know you're capable of protecting yourself. She looked down, hiding her eyes behind a curtain of blonde hair. With an odd, but cute squealing sort of sound, she lightly hit Izuku's shoulder with a closed fist and held it there. Being that honest is unfair. Izuku brought his hand up and grasped her wrist, bringing it down to their waists. Well, it's how I truly think. He looked down at her fondly. She was blushing, well, to be exact, her face always seemed like it was blushing even in the most mundane of situations, but this time it was much more pronounced. Grinning, he said the next thing that he knew would make her happy. Hey, Himiko, want some of my blood? She instantly looked up. Even after all this time, years of him offering blood to her occasionally, the delight on her face hadn't faded one bit when she heard his words. She had the barest of patience, though. Are you sure? Izuku rolled his eyes. Yes, I am. Here. He leaned down a bit and tilted his head, exposing his neck and relaxing it to deactivate his other quirk. Himiko shivered in anticipation and without a second of hesitation, she bit into his neck. The slightly painful pricks were quickly replaced with a dull sensation of her tongue lapping back and forth. She hugged him close, digging ravenously into his neck, and Izuku flushed at the intimacy of their position. When she was done, she licked his neck slowly, sensually before peeling off. Both of them were panting and just a bit hot and flustered, Izuku more so than Himiko. He idly wondered if he was developing a fetish, but quickly shook off the thought when Himiko shot him a bright grin. Unable to stop herself, she gave Izuku a quick peck on the cheek, smiling toothily at him before offering a, well, I guess this is goodbye. Not for long, Izuku reminded, blushing crimson. See you soon. She giggled. Yeah. Izuku stood on UA. University's dorm grounds, idly wondering why All Might had called him there. A sudden thought struck him. What if he failed the entrance exam? He knew it was unlikely, but what if he'd hurt someone accidentally during the exam? Wouldn't that be grounds for automatic disqualification? Oh god, what if he? Izuku. All Might called, walking over in his deflated form. Oh no, All Might thought. He's muttering to himself again. Izuku. No, Toshinori sensei. Izuku turned to him, did I fail the entrance exam? What? No, All Might cut in, you passed with flying colors. I called you here today to help the students that got in on recommendation move into their dorms. They're going to be in your class, 1A. Izuku blinked. He definitely was not about to bawl his eyes out at having realized his lifelong goal of going to UA. Yep. Definitely not. All Might, noticing his reaction, smiled gently and patted the boy on his back. Congratulations, by the way. And thank you for earning me some spare change. Izuku sniffled but then paused. Wait, spare cha. He was interrupted by All Might's typical boisterous laugh. Don't worry about it, young man. Now pull yourself together, we're going to meet two of your future classmates. Izuku watched All Might walk off after that, stealing himself, but he took the time to do a happy dance. He got into UA. He tried to suppress a massive smile but ultimately failed, and it was the sight of Izuku smiling that All Might turned around too. Shaking his head, he decided to let the boy have his moment. Once he was composed, he followed his mentor to his future home. The place they arrived at was a huge, H-shaped building with the sign 1A Alliance written on the front of it. The left wings are for males, and the right wings are for females, All Might explained, morphing into his muscular form after checking that no one was nearby. The boy is young Todoroki, and the girl is young Yaoyorozu. Todoroki. That was curious, very curious. It wasn't, by chance, the same Todoroki as the number 2 hero Endeavor's Todoroki, was it? He asked All Might that question, to which he answered, no, it's the same Todoroki. He's Endeavor's son. Izuku nodded, mentally remembering the names as they walked into the common room, which was surprisingly full of clutter. Wait, it wasn't just clutter, the boxes all had property of Momo Yaoyorozu splattered in bright red font on the front of the boxes. Only one or two had Shoto Todoroki written plainly on it. Alright kids, the helper I told you about is here. All Might all but roared. After a couple of seconds, two people emerged from opposite staircases. The boy who emerged from the left staircase had red and white hair and an angry red scar across his face. He regarded Izuku with a cool look before walking up to him and offering a terse, Todoroki. He held out a hand. Hi, Todoroki, Izuku greeted a bit shyly, shaking his hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Hi Midoriya. The girl said happily, sending the men in the room a polite smile. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. You must be All Might's errand boy. Even with his limited social experience, he could discern that she wasn't trying to insult him. Her bright, pure eyes only indicated her excitement and curiosity without a trace of maliciousness. He fidgeted, saying awkwardly, yep. And he'll be helping you move in. I've gotta go now and patrol the town and stop any wrongdoers. With an almost apologetic look on his face, he quickly left the building. Wait, Izuku thought, did he just shove off his work onto me? Izuku hummed thoughtfully before turning around, looking at the boxes. I'll do Todoroki first since it appears like he has less stuff. After we get him squared away, I'll come help you out, Yaoyorozu. With their assent to his plan, he got down to business. Bending down and activating 10% of One for All, he easily picked up Todoroki's boxes and headed over to the left staircase. When doing so, he unknowingly missed the shocked expressions of the two. It had been surprising when Izuku suddenly glowed, shooting off ethereal sparks of green electricity, but when he bent over and easily picked up not one but two of the heavy boxes they'd been struggling to even lift off the ground, Shoto and Momo were downright flabbergasted. Todoroki, can you show me where your room is? Izuku asked, peeking out from the side of two gigantic boxes. Yeah, the taller boy said after a somewhat lengthy pause, taking the time to get over his slight shock. Follow me. Shoto walked ahead of him, guiding the way. He watched Izuku climb up the left staircase, ready to offer a helping hand if need be, but it seemed that such help would be unnecessary. The other teen smoothly carried the boxes up to the third floor where his bedroom was. Setting it on the ground easily, Izuku asked, need help unpacking it? No. Shoto gave him an evaluating look before finally saying, thank you, though. No problem. The other boy smiled widely. I must say, I really like the aesthetic of this room, a very traditional, Japanese-styled room. Thanks. It was plain and some people might even call it boring, but it was what Shoto liked. He was glad that there was another that seemed to share the same tastes that he did. Well, if you need anything just holler, Izuku offered. I'm gonna go help Yaoyorozu. Looks like she'd take a bit more time than you did. Shoto snorted in amusement at that comment. As Izuku walked down to the first floor of the dorm, his phone buzzed, signaling the arrival of a text. Whipping it out, his eyes widened when he saw it was from All Might. All Might, forgive me, I couldn't tell them you were a student before the exam results came out. Izuku, yeah, I get it. It's fine. Izuku, by the way, were you originally supposed to help them set up their rooms? All Might, hee. The number one hero sent him an emoticon of a cutesy anime girl hitting the side of her head with a fist, shutting one eye in a wink, and sticking her tongue out. He could only laugh quietly at the sheer ridiculousness of that. Midoriya. Momo called out as he rounded the corner, bounding over to his location. She asked, are you done with Todoroki's room? Yeah, Izuku said simply. Yay. Then, it's time to do my room next. She beamed with tangible amounts of excitement. Izuku nodded, saying, yup. Bending over and picking up one of the many large boxes after activating one for all, he idly wondered why the girl seemed to be so excited over something as mundane as moving in, but hey, who was he to judge what people found exciting? Can you show me where you want me to move them? Yes, she smiled, follow me. As she led him to the girl's side of the building, she asked, so, how long have you been All Might's personal errand boy? URK. Izuku nearly stumbled at the sudden question, but he luckily caught himself. A couple of years. He saved me from a villain a while back, and I've been in his debt ever since. Oh. What type of villain was it? He had a sludge-type quirk that could immobilize people when in contact with it. Scary stuff. Ooh, so what type of things do you do for All Might? Ah, just typical things. Like, you know, the usual. Let it be known that coming up with stories and lies was never Izuku's forte. Momo stopped in her tracks, sending a curious glance at Izuku, prodding him to continue his explanation. Izuku spoke as if he were verbally walking on eggshells. Well, as payment for helping him with, things, he helps me work out sometimes. That got Momo's full attention. You get to work out with All Might. Now that he mentioned it, Momo took a closer look at All Might's errand boy. He was obviously well built, but the clothes he wore made it difficult to discern just how toned he was underneath that outfit. Then she madly blushed at what she was picturing in her head. Yeah, Izuku said, happy to see that this girl seemed to like All Might. It's really cool. He shows me the workouts he does. She instantly stopped walking and turned around, grabbing his forearms. You've gotta tell me what type of workouts he does. While Izuku was initially taken back by the suddenness of the contact, he quickly got into his comfort zone as he talked about his favorite hero, All Might. Momo listened, enraptured, hanging off of his every word. Through her excited reactions, he could tell that she was just as big a fan as he was, and he was glad to find some common ground between them. The time passed quickly as he discussed his favorite subject with Momo and helped her unpack. It was nice to have someone to discuss hero-related stuff with. His mother couldn't keep up with all of their names, and Himiko was strangely apathetic towards heroes in general. The way Himiko's face crinkled up at the mention of heroics was a telltale sign for Izuku to avoid bringing up the subject matter in front of her. Momo, he discovered, was also a massive hero geek, and she grew excited over seemingly the smallest and most mundane things. She explained how it was always her dream to attend UA, and now that she was going she was determined to be the best. During this time, Izuku kept quiet about the fact that he, too, was going not just to UA but also to be in the same class as her. An hour later, the two decided to take a breather, sitting down on the sofa in the common room. Sorry for making you help me with all of this. She gestured out at the plethora of boxes still remaining on the first floor. No need to be sorry, Izuku responded. Plus, it's fun talking to you. Momo smiled bashfully. With a cough, she said, it's odd, though. My family paid the movers a decent sum of money, but they just left it here instead of moving it into my room, saying that their job was done technically once they moved the boxes into the dorms. That sucks, Izuku said sympathetically. Just curious though, and not to be rude and pry, or anything, but how much did you guys pay them? If they were paid too little, they could have just done it out of spite. Momo thought, probably 754,000 yen. Somewhere around that number. As I said, a decent sum of money. Izuku blanched at the number. She sighed. I think that might have been too little, yeah. No, Izuku deadpanned, if anything, that's way too much. They may have been too excited to get all that money and were rushing off to spend it. Oh, I get it. With the way her eyes were looking at him, wide and unblinking, and combined with the general confused expression on her face, he could tell that she did not, in fact, get it. He idly wondered if her family was stinking rich or something like that. Before any further conversation could happen, the front door clicked open and a disheveled man walked through. Clad in a black long-sleeve shirt and similarly colored pants, the man looked more like he was sleepwalking with the dark bags under his eyes and how languidly he moved about. Is that Eraserhead? Izuku stage whispered to Momo. He's rarely seen these days. Is he a teacher at UA, too? Yes, I think it is. Momo said, barely suppressed excitement coming clear across her voice. I can hear you too, you know. Come here. With an eek. The two jumped to attention, walking towards Eraserhead. Izuku stopped right in front of the pro-hero, offering, what did you need us for, Eraserhead? Call me Isawa. Or sensei. His gaze fell on Izuku. I was just checking on whether or not my new students got the help they needed to move in successfully. I was expecting All Might to be here, but since you're here, Midoriya, I can guess what happened. Yuku nodded, but then he realized something and said, wait, Aizawa-sensei, you know who I am. Aizawa stared at Izuku apathetically. Of course I do. It's not every day that you see someone break All Might's record in the entrance exam and get the highest score, so I tend to remember who it is when it does happen. Also, I'm going to be your homeroom teacher, so it's only natural for me to know your name. A beat passed. Momo screeched, eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee It was so embarrassing, it was so embarrassing, it was so embarrassing, the highest ranking student from the entrance exam, and she thought he was a mere errand boy. Her words from the day came crashing back to her, making her cheeks flush a delightful shade of red. Had she known he was going to be a student, just like her, she wouldn't have shown him such an immature side of her. Her geeking out over All Might would have been kept under wraps. Could she be blamed for thinking that talking with All Might's errand boy was just a chance, one-time meeting? No, absolutely not. For the sake of her family's name, pride, and honor, she had to rectify her mistake and patch her image up with Izuku. She got in on recommendation. She was supposed to be mature, dignified. She was supposed to be amongst the best UA had to offer, and the best behaved a certain way. Those values were instilled within her by her parents, and she wasn't about to let them down. She couldn't be outed for being a hero-obsessed geek before school had even begun. Yaoyorozu, are you alright? Izuku looked over at the still panicking Momo, who flushed an even darker shade of red. You kinda let out a weird noise. Why yep. Totally fine. Just gotta. She fumbled around for an excuse. Work brain, work. Go to the restroom all of a sudden, so please, excuse me. Without another word, she rushed into another room. Izuku was a bit confused since he was pretty sure that there was not, in fact, a bathroom in that room, but he could have been wrong. His attention suddenly snapped to Isawa as the other man began talking. I just want to come out and say it, he said, checking around to make sure Momo was out of earshot. I'm not going to treat you differently because you're All Might's successor. Aizawa's voice was flat and as hard as steel. If I find you lacking, I will not hesitate to expel you. Izuku gulped, but then he looked Aizawa hard in the eye and said, I don't know what expectations you have of me, Aizawa-sensei, but I swear I'll not just meet them, I'll surpass them. Decent answer, the older man acquiesced. I specifically asked to be assigned as your homeroom teacher so I could judge, for myself, whether or not you're worthy of All Might's power. I, and Toshinori, have high expectations. Do not let us down. Izuku looked down at his closed palms. I still don't know if I deserve this power, but I will prove to you that I am worthy. Isawa huffed. Mere semantics. With a wave, he took his leave, leaving behind a slightly shaken but no less determined Izuku. He was shaken slightly due to the sudden pressure placed on him to perform, but soon, that feeling dissolved into a fierce determination to prove to the world that he was worthy of one for all. He didn't know how much longer it'd take, but he would be able to take control of the quirk in its entirety, at 100%. That was a promise he made himself. If he had to rely on his other unnamed quirk to do so, then so be it. Little did he know, Momo was in the next corridor over, hiding behind a wall with her hands pressed against her mouth. She couldn't help but think she intruded upon something intensely private. It's just, the words All Might's successor caught her interest, and before she knew it, she was hiding and listening to their quiet conversation with a hastily constructed hearing aid. It was such a short conversation, but the implications of it. Just what the hell did that mean? Momo thought desperately to herself. Worthy of All Might's power. What, is All Might's quirk transferred or something? She'd never heard of such a quirk. It should be impossible to transfer power or quirks or whatever to another person. She must have misheard. Yup, she'll go with that. She misheard, and that conversation Izuku had with Isawa was just a completely normal conversation devoid of earth-shattering revelations. In the slight off chance that she did actually hear them correctly, the very slight chance, the 0.00001% chance that she heard them correctly. No. It was impossible. I'll just keep a close eye on him, she decided mentally. Yeah, that was a good idea. She needed more information. You could just go up to him and ask, you know. One part of her brain argued. Okay, that was a poor idea already. She already exposed herself to him, she didn't have the guts to even look him in the face anymore after her folly. To just up and go ask him what being All Might's successor meant was just impossible. So, yeah, observing him it is, then. With a deep breath, Momo composed herself and, "What are you doing?" Momo outright screamed, causing the person who asked that question, poor Shoto, to jump back in surprise. In an instant, Izuku appeared before them, arcs of green electricity still leaping off of his frame. "Are you alright?" he asked sincerely, gazing at her with pure eyes. Momo instantly looked down and away from his eyes, fumbling to hide away the hearing aid and feeling herself blush madly in embarrassment. She wanted to die. She wanted to perish on the spot. She would have to add Todoroki to the growing list of people she showed an unseemly side of herself to. Her face rapidly overheating, she managed a soft, "Yes, I'm alright." Todoroki just caught me off guard. "Sorry," came the terse response. To his credit, Shoto looked genuinely apologetic, or, at least as apologetic one can look with such an impassive face. "Well, I'm glad you're alright," Izuku said, releasing his tension and settling back to normality. "Anyways, Yaoyorozu, we've still got roughly half of your stuff to unpack. Shall we get to it?" "Why yes, of course." She smiled politely at him, but didn't quite meet him in the eye. Over the course of the next hour, Izuku returned to helping Momo move things up and set up her room. Though, something about the way she was acting was slightly off-putting. Ever since their encounter with Isawa, she had been oddly quiet. Gone was the excitable girl spouting All Might facts, and in its stead, Momo Yaoyorozu, the prim, proper beauty, remained. It was a shame, really. He had liked the Yaoyorozu that seemed to be super into heroes. This polite Yaoyorozu kept him incessantly on edge. But, no matter. She was going to be a classmate, so Izuku would like to be friends with her. Same with Todoroki. Izuku was fine with being a loner, as he had been throughout all of high school, but now, he wanted to change. He wanted to have people he could call friends. Himiko had been the primary reason for his newfound thinking. She showed him that human interaction didn't have to just be the bullies and the bullied. She showed him that, beyond family members, people could be friends, could be something more. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Izuku stood in a now boxless common room with Shoto and Momo. Shoto had come downstairs to bid Izuku goodbye and thank you, bowing slightly, a gesture which Izuku promptly returned. "Don't worry about it," Izuku said. After a moment of hesitation, Momo shyly added, "I look forward to being in the same class this year, Midoriya. Thank you so much for your help." To Shoto's credit, he didn't look surprised when Momo dropped that bombshell. He only raised a single eyebrow before looking at Izuku and saying, "Likewise." His reaction was such a far cry from Momo's cute shriek that Izuku couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. "Well, see you guys soon. I'm heading home now." "Goodbye," Shoto and Momo chorused, waving goodbye as Izuku left the building. As soon as he left, Shoto excused himself, leaving Momo all alone in the common room, where she promptly collapsed onto her knees. This, she thought, has been an exhausting day. Mom. Moom. What's the matter, Izuku? Inko Midoriya said, coming into the living room. Izuku sat on the couch clutching a letter-shaped envelope. It's here. Izuku said cryptically. Honey, what's here? She froze when she recognized the seal on the envelope. UA. University, the foremost college for all things heroics. Her blood ran cold. Mom, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you this sooner. Izuku took a deep breath, glad to be free of the burden of keeping a secret from his beloved mother. I didn't apply to Aldera High's affiliated college. I've been training, all the time that I've gone out for the past few years, to take the entrance exam for UA. And not the general course. I applied for the heroics course. Inko could only laugh weakly. And with what quirks, dear? I remember how pained you were when the doctor said that you were. But I'm not, Mom, Izuku said patiently. I'm not quirkless. Inko remained silent. Her fears, the ones she held for all these years, rose to the forefront. What quirks do you have, then? Chrono Force. Regenerator. Electromagneta. Hydro Cannon. King's Will. And so many more to the point that she'd forgotten all of them. That monster that tried to make her baby into a monster of his own. The police said that they locked away his latent powers by suppressing them behind a fog of partial amnesia, but what if that wasn't enough? What if his powers, along with his influence and the memories of the atrocities they forced her son to commit all came back? To Izuku's credit, he didn't seem to notice that she referred to quirks as plural. But her fears were rendered partially null by the story her son told her. He told her of All Might, and One for All, and Blackwhip, and the yet unnamed third quirk of his. All of this talk made her feel relieved that no, her son was not getting his memory of that horrible time back, but her fears temporarily resurfaced when he talked about the unnamed quirk. It sounded like Chrono Force or Regenerator had appeared in his son without him having memory of how he got it. Oh God. Inko was beside herself with worry. If he remembered that time, she wasn't worried about him regaining use of the monstrous quirks he'd been given. No, she was worried that he'd remember what he did with them. The police said he couldn't take the blame for his actions simply because it was obvious that he was being forced and acted largely in self-defense, but Inko knew that her little Izuku could never forgive himself if he knew what actually happened to those children. What he did to them. Anyways, well, Izuku paused, not noticing his mother currently lost in her thoughts due to his nervousness. This is the notification from UA. He ripped open the letter and selected the play button from the device he unsheathed from its remains. I am here as a projection. Instantly a fully muscled out All Might popped up in the air, wearing the UA colors. Having been a teacher at UA for several years by now, it made sense that he was wearing the school colors, but Izuku wanted to see All Might in his proper hero costume. Hi, All Might. Izuku responded. As this is a pre-recorded message, please do not do something as foolish as greeting me back. Ahahahahahahaha. Izuku flushed in embarrassment while his evidently still lost in thought mother only let out a chuckle in response. Young man, I will make this short since you already know the results of the exam. I don't know what fool told you before the exam results came out though. Ahahaha. Izuku held back a facepalm at his mentor's antics. Anywho, you passed the written exam with only one wrong in the entire exam. Very impressive, but you should brush up on your theoretical mathematics. You still got the highest score, tied with one Tenya Iida. He coughed a bit of blood, alarming both Izuku and Inko, before continuing. As for the practical exam, well, I'll just let the results speak for themselves. All Might turned the camera to a scoreboard of sorts, comprising of names and 2 additional categories for points, villain and rescue. It read. 10. Yosetsu Awase, villain points, 50, rescue points, 6. 9. Fumikage Tokiyami, villain points, 47, rescue points, 10. 8. Tetsu, villain points, 49, rescue points, 10. 7. Tenya Iida, villain points, 52, rescue points, 9. 6. Itsuka Kendo, villain points, 25, rescue points, 40. 5. Abara Shiozaki, villain points, 36, rescue points, 32. 4. Ochako Uraraka, villain points, 32, rescue points, 45. 3. Eijiro Kirishima, villain points, 39, rescue points, 39. 2. Katsuki Bakugo, villain points, 88, rescue points, 0. 1. Izuku Midoriya, villain points, 156, rescue points, 102. Izuku gaped at the number of rescue points and at the huge jump of points from second to first place. The villain points were to be expected, but he never expected his rescue points, whatever they were, to be that high. As if sensing his feelings, All Might quickly said, highest in both villain and rescue points for a total of 258 points. The former is to be expected, but the latter shows that you are truly special. We had a whole extra team of judges watching purely for one thing, laying your life on the line and saving other people. What kind of hero course would we be if we didn't acknowledge true heroism? That made sense. All Might continued. You saved people without a second thought. It was like watching a well-oiled machine. You blended helping others perfectly with taking villains down. That is the true quality we are looking for in a hero, and you've got it in spades. On screen, All Might held out a hand. Welcome to your Hero Academia. Even though he'd known about it for a few days now, hearing All Might welcome him made Izuku tear up again. Wrought with emotion, the boy wiped at his eyes with the back of his palm, struggling to keep his countenance calm. On the other hand, Inko could only look at her son with worry. She didn't dare bring up what happened all those years ago. Doing so, she was warned by the doctors and specialists, could trigger unwanted memories. But, she had to make sure. Izuku, she started slowly, are you sure that this is what you want? Izuku looked at his mother. In those evergreen eyes of his, she could only see fierce, unwavering determination behind a thin veil of tears. Yes, Mom. And I'm not just going to become a hero. His eyes narrowed. I'm going to become the best hero there ever was. 612 Chapter 3. Moving in. Izuku Midoriya stood in a glass room. The faceless man in the dark suit stood beside him while a researcher clad in a lab coat pointed something at him. Oh. It was a gun. Considerably rarer these days ever since the advent of Quirks, but they were still around. Izuku knew that since, well, he'd been shot by it, 45, 46 times by now. That sounded right. All wounds had been quickly healed, though, by a combination of regenerator and chrono force, was it? He couldn't exactly remember. Now remember what we discussed, the suited man said. The other people behind the glass wall scurried about in their lab coats doing whatever it was that kept them so busy. Izuku couldn't care less. Visualize opposites. There had been a long, complex speech about how he should be able to utilize this quirk he was given. Something about electromagnetic fields, something about positive and negative charges, something about negating forces, yada yada yada. He'd forgotten the vast majority of it within minutes. All he knew was this man had shot him 46 times, and he was getting hungry. Ready? The faceless man beside him asked. This man was good, Izuku deemed. This one gave him food. In all his days spent here, this faceless man always brought him food if he surpassed expectations. Izuku nodded. The gun fired, but the bullet never hit him. Instead, it was hovering, mid-air, 1 inch away from Izuku's flexed hand. He didn't know how exactly he did it, maybe something about the way he'd flexed his hands. The bullet vibrated and hummed with unspent kinetic energy, and Izuku and the faceless man marveled at it for a moment. The people in the lab around them cheered, though it looked like slow motion from where he was standing. But the bullet, it still had to go somewhere. He could feel the bullet protesting its temporary confinement. And so, he simply reversed the charges. How he did it, he did not know. Green electricity crackled in the air around Izuku, and the bullet, faced with an overwhelming negative charge, shot back into the direction from whence it came. The bombastic sound of a near supersonic boom. The crinkling sound of shattering glass. The sound of an object piercing, no, obliterating flesh. A deafening silence reigned in the room, now joined to the outside laboratory by a massive, gaping hole in the glass wall. The bloody remains of the researcher sprawled out on the ground did not affect Izuku in the slightest. The fact that he was completely missing a portion of his upper body from where Izuku had shot him was actually amusing to Izuku. Yes, it was amusing. The man who had shot him so many times, reduced to paste when shot once in return. Izuku began giggling, unnerving the wide-eyed researchers. Some even had the urge to charge at the boy, to beat him for daring to kill one of their own, but they were silenced by the slow clapping of the man in the suit. Fantastic, simply fantastic. The faceless man applauded. Never once did I think that this quirk could be used offensively. Very creative, Izuku. The man patted him on his head. Izuku looked up at the man. Does this mean food? Yes, of course. A feast, full of your favorites. Ah, good. That's what Izuku liked to hear. Of course, this was a memory long forgotten. Unbreakable. Moving in. Getting his teary-eyed mom to let him leave was a task easier said than done. Of course Izuku was tearing up a bit too, but he had to put on his manly face and show, for his mom's sake, that he'd be alright. With many promises of calling and visiting home frequently, he left their homely apartment and departed for UA University, luggage in tow. The bulk of the moving in had already been done by moving companies, so all Izuku had to bring were his clothes and toiletries. His room had been fairly plain, with his hero memorabilia and desktop computer being the only things of actual value. Plus, if he needed more clothes, he could just visit home and grab some. The campus was a fairly short train ride away, so it wouldn't be some mammoth undertaking if he wanted to visit home. Sitting on the train, Izuku felt excited for what was to come. Not only was he going to college, he was going to UA University. He had gotten slightly used to the idea, but in the end, a small part of him still couldn't believe that his dream was slowly becoming a reality. It was a wonderful feeling, all in all. After a couple minutes, the train stopped and he hopped off, wheeling the suitcase behind him. It was only a short walk before he began to see other students, rolling their suitcases or carrying last-minute add-ons for their dorms, walking towards the campus. Some of them were with their parents, a sight which made Izuku smile to himself. Inko had originally wanted to accompany her son to his move-in day, but Izuku quickly dismissed that idea. He, and she, both knew that she'd just end up bawling her eyes out the entire time, and Izuku didn't have much confidence that he wouldn't cry either. She had been placated with hundreds of promises to FaceTime and visit as soon as he had free time, and that had been that. He stopped on the threshold of UA University's campus, taking a deep breath before stepping through. Sure, Izuku had been here multiple times before, but this time just felt different. He was finally here as a student, he finally belonged here. He walked past the crowd of general course students and made his way to his dorm building. The giant, H-shaped building loomed over him, tall and magnificent, and he spotted a few of his future classmates loitering about the common room as he walked through. He waved at them, smiling, earning a few hellos back, but he didn't stay to chat as he ascended the stairs to his room. He passed by Todoroki on the way up, and the two greeted each other. When he was on the second floor, he hopped off the staircase only to come face to face with Katsuki Bakugo in one of his classic black tank tops. The two stared at each other. Like a deer caught in headlights, the two neither said anything or moved. A beat passed like this, before Izuku uneasily said, "So, Bakugo, looks like we'll be neighbors." Yeah. Katsuki scratched at his neck. The two stood there. And stood there. And stood there. I'll be going then. Izuku walked by Katsuki to reach his room, but he was stopped by a hand. Katsuki swallowed heavily, not making eye contact with Izuku, just wanted to say congrats. On placing first in the entrance exam, I mean. Oh. That had been a surprise. Thanks, Izuku said, not quite sure of what else to say. But, Katsuki suddenly roared, grabbing the front of his shirt. I'm going to surpass you, Deku, so that I can protect. Forget that, it was a cheesy line anyways. Enjoy your stay on the throne while it lasts. Without another word, he let go and stalked away, heading down the steps. Izuku, letting out a sigh of relief, continued to his room. Living next door to Katsuki was going to be interesting. While the days of the bully Katsuki were long gone, he still wasn't the most pleasant person to be around. But it had been genuinely surprising to hear Katsuki congratulate him. He wasn't one to admit inferiority easily. He opened the door to his room, and the somewhat plain interior greeted him. The massive wall of All Might merch gazed down at him, but he wasn't bothered by it in the slightest. Izuku set about transferring his stuff from his luggage to the dresser located in the corner of his room, taking the time to fold his clothes rather than just throwing them in. The process took somewhere close to half an hour, only because he was so insistent on everything being neat and tidy, but he was interrupted near the end of it by a polite knock on his door. Izuku walked over, opening it and asking, "Yes." In front of him stood a tall, rigid-looking man. He looked somewhat familiar, but Izuku couldn't exactly place just where he'd seen him. Maybe at the entrance exam. The man seemed to recognize him, though. "You're the one that was murmuring to himself throughout all of Present Mike's opening speech." Me. Izuku realized where he had seen the man before. This guy had called him out during Present Mike's opener. "Oh, yeah." The man stiffly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I would like to formally apologize for my transgression on the day of the entrance exam. I was judging you even before I knew you, and that is." "Ooh-ah," Izuku cried out, flailing his arms at the taller man. "No need to apologize. It's perfectly okay, I was the one distracting everyone." The man peered up at him through the lens of his glasses. "If you say so. Still, I am sorry." He unbent himself, straightening out, before saying, "My name is Tenya Iida. I look forward to our years together at UA." That got an easy grin out of Izuku. "Likewise. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you." Tenya's eyes widened slightly. Izuku Midoriya, the guy who scored 258 points on the entrance exam, tripling the second place score and breaking the school record for most points ever earned on an UA entrance exam. The knowledge wasn't privy to a lot of people. The most that knew about it, Tenya guessed, were the other 9 top 10 examinees and the teachers, or else the school would have been swamped by the papers and tabloids looking for the one that broke All Might's record. Tenya cleared his throat. Anyways, I was thinking of holding a get-together in the common room for all the members of Class 1A. I've already told the others about it on their way up, but I wasn't able to catch you, so I think you're amongst the last people to be notified about it. Would you like to come down for the meeting? Izuku nodded eagerly. Yes, I would. Thanks for getting me, by the way. No problem. The two left the room and descended the stairs to the common room. There, already, were tons of people. He saw a few familiar faces, including the one gravity girl he'd run into and talked to briefly during the entrance exam. She was beaming and chatting it up with empty space. Closer inspection of the scene revealed a floating t-shirt and skirt. An invisibility quirk. Cool, Izuku thought. He spotted an annoyed-looking Katsuki responding to an energetic, red-haired man's attempts at conversation, and to the left of them, in a large group of girls, he saw Momo. When he saw that he caught her glance, he smiled and waved, but that only earned a faint blush and an instant look away. That reaction was odd. Everyone. Tenya called, shushing the gathered people there. He did a quick head count, stopping at 20 before nodding contentedly. Now that we're all here, I thought that we should all take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. These are the classmates that we'll be working together with this school year, so I'd like to get acquainted. With no verbal objections, he continued, since I suggested the idea, I will go first. Hello, everyone, my name is Tenya Iida. My quirk is called Engine. It gives me these things, he pointed down at his exposed calves, revealing engine-like protrusions, that allow me to move very fast. I drink orange juice to fuel it. A polite smattering of applause sounded throughout the room. With Tenya finished, they all waited for the next person to speak. It seemed no one wanted to step up, which left a slightly awkward and strained atmosphere. Silence. Yuku, unable to take the tension anymore, whispered to Tenya, how about we go around in a circle, starting to your right. Tenya looked at him, nodding. He said loudly, how about we start introducing ourselves in a circle? You can go next. He gestured at a blonde, foreign-looking student. Caught off guard but visibly unperturbed by the attention on him, he bowed slightly before introducing himself. Bonjour. Je m'appelle, my name is Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is called Naval Laser, and it allows me to fire. Introductions went on like this for some time. Due to his position on Tenya's left, Izuku was glad to have time to think about his introduction and what he would say. He couldn't exactly come out with the truth, after all. It may or may not cause a ruckus if he said he had All Might's quirk. Still, he paid attention to what his classmates were saying. They were gonna spend a year together, so Izuku wanted to get to know them. Yuga Aoyama, quirk, Naval Laser. He seemed slightly aloof and flamboyant to some degree, and he could shoot powerful lasers out of his belly. If he fires too much, he ends up with a severe bellyache. Eijiro Kirishima, quirk, hardening. A very simple but useful quirk, similar to Izuku's unknown third quirk but not exactly the same. His appeared to be more physical, and it was more visibly obvious when he was using it. He was the guy he saw talking to Katsuki earlier. Katsuki Bakugo, quirk, explosion. Nothing new to be learned here, just that even he seemed oddly invested into learning about his future classmates. Scouting the competition or just genuine interest, Izuku didn't know. Denki Kaminari, quirk, electrification. He seemed to be able to generate electricity and cover his body with it, or he could shoot it out a certain distance. He had little control of it, though. For some reason, there was a prickling in the back of his mind when hearing about this quirk. Izuku pondered upon why that was so, nearly missing the next explanation. Koji Koda, quirk, Anavoice. Apparently, he could communicate with animals. He didn't say anything beyond that, though, meekly sitting back down after his quick introduction. Rikido Sato, quirk, Sugar Rush. When activated, his quirk allowed him to increase his strength by 5-fold, but he needed a small amount of sugar. Izuku was highly interested in hearing about his quirk, since wasn't one for all a strength increase, too. Except in this case, he was drawing upon a stockpile of accumulated power. That was the difference between the two, Izuku guessed. Mezzo Shoji, quirk, Dupli arms. He could transform the tips of the 6 tentacle-like appendages attached to his body into other body parts, like ears, mouths, or noses. The duped body parts are much more effective than the original, up to 10 times better, in fact. Izuku initially thought he looked menacing, but from the way that he talked, Izuku could tell he was a sweet guy. There was a certain softness in his speech and tone. Ochako Uraraka, Quirk, Zero Gravity. She was the girl he'd seen at the entrance exam levitating robots and smashing them down. Her quirk allows her to cancel the effects of gravity on anything she touches with her fingers, but if she does too much, she admitted, she gets an urge to throw up. She caught his eye as she said that, turning a light shade of red upon recognizing him. That explains the sight he saw at the entrance exam. Suyu Asui, Quirk, Frog. Her appearance suited her quirk, with dark green hair and a wide mouth which drooped down a little in the middle. Izuku thought the features she had looked cute, but upon further reflection, weren't all of his female classmates either cute or beauties. That didn't matter that much to him, though. He had Himiko. His face went into a fiery red blush as he considered, for a second, just what he thought. He reeled his mind in and listened to the other introductions. Toru Hagakuri, Quirk, Invisibility. The invisible girl that he spotted earlier, as odd as that sounds. A fairly straightforward quirk that revolved around light manipulation. Apparently she looked like a combination of Yang Guifei and Francis Xavier. Izuku carefully thought about what that would look like before giving up entirely. Mina Ishido, Quirk, Acid. She could generate acids from her body, controlling the concentration and viscosity of it. It was interesting to hear that she loved to dance, even breaking out a few dance moves on the spot. Her movements were fluid, precise, and Izuku knew right then and there she would be a fearsome hand-to-hand combatant. Kyoka Jiro, Quirk, Earphone Jack. Extending her earlobes, she described her quirk using a physical demonstration, crouching down and jamming it into the floor. This way, she explained, she could hear footsteps up to 100 or so meters around. Next was someone he knew already. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure to meet you all, she said politely. My quirk, creation, allows me to create non-living material from my exposed skin, but I have to know the molecular structure of the object I want to create. Also, when I create things, I draw upon my body's supply of lipids in order to do so. No fair, Mina said playfully, surprise hugging Momo from behind. Is that the secret to this rocking bod of yours? You just get to burn off fat by naturally using your quirk, a natural enemy of us normal girls who have to work out, sniff sniff. Momo, who had let out an eep sound at suddenly being hugged like that, quickly said, well, if I use it too much, I can become anemic. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu. I'm Minoru Mineta, said a short boy with purple balls on his head. He evidently could not contain himself anymore, seeing as to how he rushed to Momo's side. Can I just come out and say it? You are stunningly beautiful, and it would be a shame if you were to become anemic. I could just say that. The boy went on and on after that, blissfully ignorant of how uncomfortable Momo seemed. Izuku, catching her eye for a split second and looking at her embarrassed expression, made a decision and went with it. Mineta, Izuku began, getting his attention, maybe wait until after the introductions are done before resuming your conversation with Yaoyorozu. Mineta didn't even seem fazed. Looking back at Izuku, he grinned slyly. Why, are you jealous? You snooze, you lose, buddy boy. Katsuki let out a sharp peal of laughter at that comment. Izuku turned to look at the blonde, who was setting off mini explosions in his palms. Humor, but, you wanna fucking die, rat. Katsuki said callously. Shut the fuck up and let's continue. The whole room was cowed by Katsuki's brusque manner, but they didn't have the heart to disagree with what he said. Mineta had been grating on just about everyone's nerves. Let's move on, Tenya said diplomatically, causing Katsuki to grunt in response and a visibly frightened Mineta to squeak out an affirmative. Next up was Mashirao Ojiro, Quirk, Tail. He laughed good-naturedly, and he said, I don't have any fun facts about it or anything. I've just got a tail, and that's good enough for me. He didn't seem embarrassed in the slightest, just apologetic that he didn't have anything more to say about his quirk. Hanta Zero, Quirk, Tape. His quirk was like the old American superhero Spider-Man, he could swing around on the tapes and capture things with them, but it came at a cost. Using his quirk causes his skin to dry out. That's why, he said half-jokingly, his biggest purchase every month was bottles of lotion. Fumikage Tokiyami, Quirk, Dark Shadow. Fumikage's quirk was one of those rare sentient quirks. The personality and strength of his quirk directly depends on the amount of light there is, or rather, the lack of it. In complete daytime, his quirk was very well behaved and listened to him, but on the darkest nights, he trailed off, letting everyone imagine for themselves. Shoto Todoroki, Quirk, half cold half hot. True to the name, his quirk allowed him to generate ice from the right side of his body and flames from the left side. He favored using his right side, but Shoto said he wouldn't hesitate using his left side if absolutely necessary. With Shoto's short and succinct introduction done, all eyes fell on Izuku. Swallowing in an attempt to calm his nerves, he decided to go with what he thought up and spoke. Hi everyone. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He noticed looks of realization pass through a couple faces in the room. Unfazed, he pressed on. My quirk grants me extra strength and speed along with, he manifested 3 strands of black whip, letting them wriggle about. That's all. Silence reigned strong over the room. You're Izuku Midoriya. Eijiro Kirishima bellowed, making the people around him jump slightly in surprise. Katsuki just covered his ear with one hand, though. As in, 258 points on the entrance exam Izuku Midoriya. Ah. That hadn't been the reaction Izuku wanted. He dimly remembered seeing Eijiro's name on the top 10 list, meaning that he was privy to such knowledge. Not that he wanted to hide it, of course, but Izuku also didn't need people broadcasting that fact to the whole world. Honestly, he could do without the extra attention that it placed on him. He was simply content to beat All Might's record and didn't know that it was apparently such a big deal. But, oh well. He wasn't ashamed of it, so Izuku decided to own up to it. Yup, that's me. There was a hint of resignation still present in his tone, though. Dude, that's so manly. Eijiro cheered, energetically jumping off of his seat and bouncing over to Izuku. Can I shake your hand? I'm gonna shake your hand. Eijiro grabbed his hand with 2 of his and shook it enthusiastically. Izuku could tell that there weren't any ill feelings coming off of the young man, but as he thought before, he could really do without the extra attention on him. Now the vast majority of his class were staring at him, wide-eyed, save for a select few. He dimly wondered if this was the pressure All Might faced. Everyone always constantly watching, being placed on a pedestal to be held above everyone else. But this wasn't even close to the amount of attention and pressure that All Might undoubtedly faced. If Izuku was really going to succeed All Might, he would be facing this type of attention every day multiplied by like a gazillion. This early attention, he decided, would be good training for such a future. That didn't mean Izuku had to like it, though. But, dude, you're holding out on us. Tell us more about your quirk. This is training for the day when I become a pro hero, Izuku reminded himself, stealing his nerves. This is training. At the end of it all, Izuku was drained physically, mentally, and emotionally. Eijiro blurting out his entrance exam score triggered an avalanche of questions from curious classmates. Since Izuku didn't want to be rude and off-putting to his classmates before their first official day together even began, he tried his best at answering each and every single one of them without giving away too much. Ultimately, he was glad that he wasn't being teased or harassed by his future classmates. Although some questions were invasive in content, he could tell that it didn't come from a place of ill will. His classmates were just genuinely curious people. His attempts at drawing away attention from his quirk were laughable at best and suspicious at worst. When asked to further explain his quirk to them, Izuku had replied, I can just power up and go, you know. Thinking about it now made him want to cry. Also, Katsuki had the most indescribable expression on his face. He looked like he was furious, wanted to ask him questions as well, and relieved, all mixed into one look. He didn't participate in the question asking, though. Mercifully, his torture ended by the grace of a goddess. Momo Yaoyorozu, bless her saintly heart, noticed the time and suggested that they end the questioning for today and turn in early to get ready for their first day of school tomorrow. Izuku had wanted to thank her, but she had disappeared into the girls' section of the dorms before he could single her out. He sighed. His classmates definitely seemed like a raucous, rowdy bunch full of varying personalities. But they were the people he was going to spend a whole school year with, so he hoped that he'd made a good impression on them. As the sky darkened and became night, Izuku showered at the end of the hall bathroom and, thankfully not bumping into anyone on his way to and from his shower, he managed to get back into his room uninterrupted. As he got changed into his sleepwear, a simple pair of loose-hanging boxers and white t-shirt, he checked his phone and was mildly surprised that he got a text from Himiko. It had been sent somewhat recently, so she must have sent it while he was showering. Himiko. Himiko. Tell me which dorm you are in. Himiko. And which room. Himiko. Please. Smiling to himself, Izuku decided to humor her strange request. Izuku. It's the one that says 1A Alliance on the front of it. I'm room 203. Izuku. Why do you ask, though? It took barely a second before the response came. Himiko. Good. Himiko. OMW. Confused by what OMW meant, Izuku decided to look it up. Was it a typo or something? Apparently, the OMW was an acronym for on my way, but that simply didn't make sense. Tack. The sound came from his window. Intrigued, Izuku walked to it and saw Himiko waving at him happily from the ground. What? His brain froze for a moment, crashed, and then rebooted. Then crashed again. His phone rung in his hand. Incoming call from Himiko Toga, it read. With shaky fingers, he accepted the call. Himiko's sweet tone came through his phone. Are you going to invite me in? Or am I going to freeze out here? Himiko. What are you doing out there? Her voice tickled his ears. Coming to see you, of course. Izuku stayed silent for a second, not trusting himself to speak. Swallowing thickly, he finally said, but, isn't there a rule against this? Isn't there? Nope, none at all. Izuku, Himiko all but whined, it's cold out here. Izuku gulped. I'll come get you. A part of him burned in embarrassment, but another part of him was thrilled at the potential prospect of having Himiko in his room, alone. He hung up the phone, and, stealing his nerves, put on a pair of shorts and walked out of his room. Going silently down the stairs, he scoped out the area, realizing that there was noise coming from the kitchen. He poked his head around the corner, only to find Shoto Todoroki eating a bowl of cold soba. The heterochromatic boy noticed him and sheepishly put down the bowl that he'd just been slurping from. Oh, midoriya, Shoto said. Todoroki. Izuku hurriedly amended, stepping fully out. What are you doing down here? Shoto looked down at his bowl of food. Eating soba. Ah, yes, but, Izuku frowned, but ultimately he decided to go on the offensive. Why now? Is also a question I'm asking, yeah. Shoto looked at him thoughtfully. Cold soba's my favorite food. Eating it helps me calm down. Oh, that's what this was about. Izuku was also nervous about the actual first day of school tomorrow, and seeing that even a person as seemingly unflappable as Shoto be nervous was enlightening to Izuku. Or, at least he hoped that that was what Shoto was worried about. I wish I had a comfort food like that, Izuku said honestly, and, yeah, I'm nervous about tomorrow, too, to be honest. I hope we both do great. You as well. He, Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his neck, and if you need anything such as help, or you just need a friend, please don't hesitate to call on me. That got Shoto's full attention, and he looked at Izuku with that appraising look of his. After quite some time of mental consideration of some sort, Shoto said sincerely, thank you. No problem, Izuku smiled. Have a good night, Todoroki. As Shoto wished him the same, he realized he never asked why Izuku was down there in the first place. But as he thought of that, Izuku had already disappeared upstairs. Oh, well, Shoto thought, this soba isn't going to eat itself. Meanwhile, Izuku was dialing Himiko and rushing as quietly as he could back to his room. She picked up on the second ring and excitedly said, where are you, Izu? Got caught up downstairs, Izuku hurriedly explained. Voice still in a hushed whisper, he said, I've got another idea, though. Unlocking the door to his room, entering it, and locking it again, Izuku set about to bring his plan to fruition. He went to the large window in his room and opened it fully. A human should be able to fit through, no problem. Look back at the window, Izuku instructed, waving at Himiko. Down there, he saw Himiko look up and grin at him. Okay, now just hold on a sec. Concentrating for a moment, he fired 4 strands of black whip down towards Himiko. They reached her easily, even from their distance of about 25 feet. Do you trust me? He said into the phone. Yes, Himiko said instantly, flashing him a thumbs up. With a nod, Izuku willed the individual strands of black whip to curl securely around Himiko. Once he was confident that he had a tight grip on her, he recollected the strands of black whip. The pitch-black tendrils raced back to their master, bringing a laughing Himiko up with them. He slowed down when she was just right outside his room, bringing her gently inside and setting her down with care before shutting the window softly and sucking the strands of black whip back into his body. And, just like that, Himiko was in his room. Alone. With no adult supervision. Hi, he said shyly and quietly, setting down his phone. He drank in her appearance. Dressed in a green hoodie, one of his, he noticed, and dark sweats, she still looked no less beautiful than when she was fully dressed up for one of their fancy dinner rendezvous. Dimly, Izuku was aware of his face heating up. Hi there yourself. I was lucky that I got your window on the first try, she laughed breathlessly. Why yeah. Welcome to my room. He gestured around awkwardly. Himiko giggled. It's about as fanboyish as I imagined it would be. She eyed the wall of All Might merch, frowning so quickly that Izuku thought it was a trick of the light. Well, it'll be my home for the year. He watched with bated breath as Himiko languidly walked over to his bed and asked, "Do you mind if I lie on this?" And no, not at all. She kicked off her tennis shoes and yawned, throwing her arms back and pushing out her chest. That act made Izuku's throat go dry, and Himiko, as if she knew of the effect she had on him, grinned up at him and finally laid down, grabbing Izuku's pillow and holding it like it was a dakimakura. Izuku took a brief moment to appreciate the sight before him. Himiko was curled up around his pillow, hugging it with her arms and legs, and her hair splayed out like a halo around her head. Her golden eyes looked lazily up at him, her gaze warm and inviting, as if she was trying to entice him. Unsure of what to do, Izuku sat down at his desk chair, keeping his eyes on the picturesque scene before him. Himiko looked like a comfy kitten playing with a ball of yarn or something. It was kinda hard for Izuku to think of ways to describe just how cute and alluring Himiko looked at the moment. Himiko made a happy noise in the back of her throat. "Your room is nice. It's bigger than mine." "Oh," Izuku said, surprised, "I thought the buildings were the same size." "You'd think so, right?" Himiko laughed to herself. "But, no, my room is noticeably smaller. Probably has something to do with them valuing the potential hero students more than the general courses students." Izuku frowned. "Well, that's wrong of them. UA should value them equally." Himiko hummed, squeezing the pillow closer to herself. "They should, but they don't. They're much too preoccupied with the rearing of future heroes." To that, Izuku had no counter. Heroes. Villains. Good. Bad. Just designations made by society. All I see are people using their quirks for violence. She spoke the last word vehemently. A silence settled in the room, and a dark look crossed Himiko's face. She said quietly, "But ultimately I'm just a big fat hypocrite." "No, you're not," Izuku admonished strongly. "You're like, the least violent person I know. If you were violent, you would have attacked me for my blood all those years ago." Himiko looked like she wanted to counter, but she kept her mouth shut. "But I did essentially attack you," she wanted to say, but she knew Izuku would find some sort of way to refute that. And with that, she bit back a lot more, unsavory and unnecessary things that Izuku did not need to know about. Ever. "Liking to drink blood doesn't make you violent," Izuku explained, "and it's just a craving related to your quirk. One that I'll help you out with for as long as you'll have me." She looked up at him, the previous dark look all but replaced by a look of pure affection. "You don't have any idea how much those words mean to me." Hey. Izuku said, growing embarrassed, "I'm sure that anybody else would say and do the same thing. But no one else has, Izuku," Himiko interrupted him, "no one else has come even close to offering their blood to me willingly. And, besides, it's always been you." Her eyes seemed unfocused, as if she were lost in a memory. Himiko. "It can only ever be you," Himiko emphasized, getting off of his bed. She walked towards him in the manner a predator stalks its prey, a look of raw hunger and unbridled need in her eyes. Frozen in his chair, Izuku didn't dare make a noise as Himiko walked toward him, until Himiko threw her arms around his neck and sat in his lap. It was then that Izuku made an eep sound. "Can I?" She asked for permission in a low tone, and Izuku bit his lip and nodded, shutting his eyes at their close proximity. Relaxing his neck and deactivating his unknown quirk, he waited for Himiko to bite into his neck. It was a regular enough occurrence that he knew what pain to expect, but he could never get used to the sheer closeness and intimacy of the act. But the bite never came. The pain never surfaced. All he felt was a pair of lips gently caressing his own. Izuku's eyes shot open to find Himiko, eyes shut, much closer than he anticipated. She broke off their chaste kiss and slowly opened her eyes, grinning triumphantly. "Sorry, I couldn't resist. You just looked too cute, Izu." Izuku didn't doubt that his face looked like a ripe tomato right about now. He struggled to speak, but he found himself crushed under the sheer enormity of the act that they'd just committed. All he could say was, "That was my first kiss." His eyes focused on anything not Himiko. "Are you sad that I took it?" Himiko asked, a bit of worry laced into her tone and expression. All traces of it were wiped away by what Izuku said next, however. "No. I'm glad that it was you, actually," he finished meekly, embarrassed out of his mind. If he had been looking at Himiko, he would have noticed her face blossom into red, matching his face, and a giddy smile form. He's too cute, Himiko decided. Too cute. And all mine. Mine. Am I? Whoops. Himiko wiped off the manic grin she knew was on her face. Luckily, her Izuku wasn't looking at her just yet. She just couldn't help it. He was too adorable, and having him here in her arms did poor things to her mental state. Thank you for the meal, Izu, she whispered directly into his ear, loving how he shuddered and writhed underneath her. Himiko moved her mouth close to the pulse point on his neck. Now time for the dessert. Geez, trouble sleeping, huh, Midoriya. Izuku gazed at the person eating breakfast next to him. Rikido Sato gazed at him, concerned. The gentle giant had taken it upon himself to cook breakfast for everyone, waking up before the crack of dawn in order to do so. While the breakfast mainly consisted of sweets full of sugar, 1A had appreciated it nonetheless. Why yeah, Izuku sighed, I guess you can say that. So even the manliest of us all gets the heebie-jeebies before the first day of class, the redhead Eijiro said. Figures. I'm a bit nervous, too. Well, Izuku wanted to say, it's not just that. After Himiko finished her, dessert, she gave him a flutter of kisses along his neck before entangling herself from him. She stayed and chatted for a while more, leading Izuku to figure out she was in class 1C. With a demand to visit her at her dorm when he had the chance and to eat lunch with her tomorrow, Himiko left, taking Izuku's express black whip down to the ground from his window. That left Izuku alone, and very, very on edge. He couldn't even escape his thoughts by falling asleep. Replays of the memory of Himiko's lips on his kept him awake all night. The kiss had been chaste, no crazy tongue action involved, but, still. Even thinking about it now set his heart beating abnormally fast and his face aflame. How soft her lips were, how tender her kiss was, it was all just so awesome. He kissed a girl. Well, to be fair, a girl kissed him, but that was mere semantics at this point. And a girl as beautiful, cute, pretty, and hot as Himiko at that. That fact alone set his pride, his ego, his psyche roaring in delight. Not to mention her scent lingered on his pillow after she was gone. Now that was a creepy thought, Izuku mentally berated himself. Yet he couldn't help but think, why him? Why would a girl as attractive as Himiko want anything to do with him? Sure, he treated her the best he physically and mentally could, but he was just, Izuku Midoriya, a boy with aspiring dreams of being the #1 hero. He had nothing concrete to his name, and yet. Whoa, you're really out of it, Midoriya. This time it had been, Kyoka Jiro. Izuku thought that was what her name was, the girl with earphone jacks in her ears, who had interrupted his self-deprecating train of thought. Why yeah, he laughed nervously, sorry. I didn't get much sleep last night. That makes two of us, she grumbled. Before Izuku could respond, a loud voice boomed throughout the entirety of the first floor. The first class starts in 30 minutes. Let's not be late on our first day together. Izuku recognized the voice as Tenya Iida, who must have been yelling at the top of his lungs. Crap. I've still got a pack. Midoriya, Kyoka clasped her hands together in a prayer motion, can you take this into the kitchen for me? She pointed at her plate. No problem, he replied, and with a grateful thanks Kyoka ran off. Wolfing down the remainder of his meal, Izuku stood up to bring his and Kyoka's plate into the kitchen. There, he found Momo dutifully washing the dishes and placing them in the dishwasher. Seeing that she was alone and still had a ton of plates to go through, he decided to join her, settling into place beside her. Momo didn't notice him until she naturally accepted a plate passed to her from Izuku. When she turned to see who the mysterious helper was and saw Izuku, of all people, standing beside her, she let out an unseemly yelp, making Izuku wince at the sudden loud voice. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there, Momo apologized, wanting to go and hide somewhere dark after the little screech she emitted. No worries, Izuku said, I shouldn't have snuck up on you like that, so it's my bad. No, she dismissed, it's my bad. Okay. A strained silence passed over the two of them. The only noise was the clinking of plates and silverware being passed and washed. Izuku truly did not know what to say. He wasn't a savant when it came to talking with girls, not even close, and he couldn't, for the life of him, come up with anything to say. Of course he could go with the classic, so how about the weather? But he'd rather go die in a ditch than say that evidently try-hard attempt at forcing a conversation to start. Momo, on the other hand, had too many questions, his quirk being the main focus of the vast majority of them, but didn't know if she even had the guts to ask them. She knew there was more to his quirk than just power up and go, she had seen a bit of it in action after all. What were those green tendrils of electricity swirling around him about? What's up with the thick ropes of pure darkness that he could conjure up? To what was the physical extent that he could power up? For what reason did he have to? Okay, pause, Momo. Take deep breaths. For a scary second there, the nerdy side to Momo nearly took over and asked Izuku those questions. It was just so curious. She couldn't help herself. First that overheard conversation between Izuku and Isawa, Then the physical demonstration when Izuku rushed to her side with inhuman speed, and then the sight of him all but summoning 3 strands of black energy, it all just made her so damn curious. If Momo didn't know any better, she'd think he had multiple quirks at his disposal. She chuckled to herself. Now that's a funny joke. First, inheriting quirks, now, multiple quirks in one person. Momo was coming up with crazy ideas nowadays. They finished up the dishes in a claustrophobic silence, with Izuku not knowing what to say and Momo having too much to say but holding herself back. When Momo stored away the last plate, Izuku said, "Okay, that's that. Are you packed for class?" "Yes," she answered, "and you?" Izuku nodded. Looking at the clock and noticing that there were only 15 minutes left until class started, he offered, "I think I'll head over to class now. Wanna walk together?" A polite smile appeared on Momo's face. "Well, yes, that'd be nice. Let me go grab my things." "Okay. I'll be waiting at the dorm's primary entrance." As he ran off, Momo took a moment to collect herself. It had been the first time a male had so directly invited her for anything, and she'd be lying if she said her heart had not skipped a beat at the nonchalant, easy way he invited her. It had been an experience she was lacking in. After all, she had gone to an all-girls school for her middle school and high school, so her contact with boys her age had been close to none. That had honestly been another reason she wanted to go to UA. Fame aside, she wanted the co-ed schooling experience. She wanted to be able to talk to guys her own age, not just creepy older men her parents set her up on arranged marriage interviews with. None of them had been successful so far, mostly due to Momo putting her foot down and declining every single one of them. Her parents knew that for a normally docile and obedient Momo to put her foot down and say no was a pretty big deal, and so she never heard of any follow-up meetings being arranged. She just had to mess things up with Izuku. Her own excitement at being able to talk to a boy her age. Though, to be honest, she'd met Shoto Todoroki first, but the brief exchange they had barely counted for an actual interaction, had betrayed her in the end, and she'd gone overboard and off the rails, exposing too much of the side her parents had always deemed unseemly. But he hadn't outed her, yet. Her interactions with the rest of her classmates had gone well, and Momo thought she had done a good job of setting herself up as a dependable, reliable type of person. None of them seemed to know about the geeky side of hers, so she could assume Midoriya had kept his mouth shut. She was grateful for that, but Momo didn't have a way of comfortably broaching the subject with the boy. Oh well, she sighed. Things could be a lot worse. After retrieving her bag that she was using for class from her room, Momo met up with Izuku at the entrance to their dorm. He was waiting there with another boy, Tenya Iida, and Ochako Uraraka. "Hello," Momo greeted pleasantly, earning a chorus of hellos back. "Let us be off, then," Tenya enthusiastically said. "I made sure that everyone has already gone ahead of us, so we were just waiting on you, Yaoyorozu." "Thank you for waiting for me." Momo bowed slightly, remembering the etiquette classes her parents made her attend. Izuku said cheerfully, "No problem." The four lightly jogged to their first class, not wanting to be late on their first day. As they jogged, few words were spoken, and by the time they arrived outside of their classroom, there were 3 minutes remaining until class started. Izuku was surprised to find that it was assigned seating. He found his seat next to Katsuki Bakugo and Minoru Mineta. Oh boy, he thought, this is going to be an interesting year. As he walked towards his seat, his ears picked up the surrounding conversation. "Dude, you're insane." Minoru Mineta shook his hands wildly. "I'm telling you guys. I swear I saw a skeet blonde bid just floating outside of the window last night." A confused-looking Denki Kaminari responded, what, and what?" "An attractive blonde girl," deadpanned Minoru. Then, he spotted Izuku. "Midoriya. Did you see the girl of my dreams last night, too?" What?" Izuku asked, feigning surprise. His heart sunk in his chest as he realized the identity of the person Minoru was likely talking about. "It seems like someone had spotted Himiko last night." "Dude, I think you're tripping balls." "No offense," Eijiro said apologetically. Katsuki let out a snort of laughter at that comment. No. I swear that I saw the perfect woman floating outside of my." "If you're here to chit-chat about perfect women," sneered a sudden authoritative voice, "I suggest you leave and go home." Izuku recognized that voice and promptly sat in his seat, not saying a single word. As people realized who had just spoken, they, too, ran and sat down in their seats, immediately shutting up. Izuku was immensely grateful for the distraction from Minoru's topic. "I am Shota Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher for this year." 9 seconds, Aizawa-sensei said, scowling. "It took you all 9 seconds to realize that I was here, to shut up, and to sit down." In the real world, 9 people could die in 9 seconds. The time you waste could make all the difference. Remember that. At his bone-chilling words, all the class could do was gulp and nod. Now is typically the time where you'd expect me to go through orientation and the like. Isawa rubbed his eyes, and for the first time Izuku noticed that he seemed to be standing in a sleeping bag of some sort. He continued, but here at UA we do things differently. Get changed into these and meet me on the general use PE grounds. From inside his sleeping bag, he pulled out a box and unceremoniously dropped it on the floor before exiting the room. Mina Ishido, who sat in the front row, got out of her seat and opened it, revealing a bunch of blue and white track uniforms. Wow. They've got our sizes correct and our names on it, too, Mina breathed. She quickly distributed the tracksuits to their correct owner, never once asking for a name, and then she stopped and mulled over something. She hummed, growing a devilish smile. Girls change here, we kick the boys out, yeah. Immediately, Minoru protested, whoa. Why can't we all just be mature adults here and change together for the interest of time? Ochako suddenly appeared before him, smiling serenely. With an angelic expression, she tapped Minoru with all of her fingers, causing him to float, before brutally shoving his levitating weightless body through the open door. All they heard was a loud yelp, a few cuss words, and a meaty-sounding thud. Point taken, Denki said. See you ladies on the flip side. He quickly gathered his clothing and left the room, followed by a group of more or less equally shaken boys. Mina waved after them. Bye-bye. ... As Izuku walked along to the general use PE grounds clad in his new blue and white personalized track uniform, he found himself gazing at the classrooms used by the general course students, who all looked like they were deep in session. While the general course had a more flexible schedule, with each student taking their own classes, class selection was almost non-existent for the heroics course students. They all had to take English, modern literature, modern hero art history, mathematics, and a litany of other required courses. The most exciting course and the one that Izuku was looking forward to the most was the Fundamental Hero Studies class, taught by All Might. The heroics class took up a vast portion of their time every day except for the weekends, and it was the defining class for the heroics course at UA. In it, they taught everything from regulations to hand-to-hand combat and everything in between. It was the class that made UA and its heroics program famous throughout the nation. He found himself thinking about Aizawa's warning, if I find you lacking, I will not hesitate to expel you. It was a chilling threat, but not an unwelcome one. Izuku just had to prove himself to Aizawa, and his warning gave him an even bigger incentive to do so. As he arrived with the rest of his classmates, he found a bunch of relatively tame-looking tools, a softball, a long jump pit, a straight track for sprints, and many more everyday equipment. Welcome to the Quirk assessment test, Aizawa said with a mock flourish. As confused whispers went around the group of first-year college students, he continued, UA allows its teachers great freedom in what they do. So, what we're doing is essentially a test to see where your upper limits are. That forms the basis of our training. Izuku understood, well, kind of. It was just a baseline test, right? Midoriya, Aizawa suddenly addressed him, you finished top of the practical exam, right? How far could you throw a softball in high school? Izuku briefly floundered as attention was suddenly turned onto him, but he finally said, 72 meters, I think. It had been a somewhat above average score, especially since he'd already started his workout program with All Might by the time his final test for the softball throw came. That was without your quirk, correct? Yes. Aizawa sighed deeply. Such an archaic and dated way of doing things. In case you greenhorns didn't realize this, we don't live in a quirkless society. Villains have quirks, and they're not afraid to use them. So, in return, we must master our quirks to our fullest capabilities. We have to use what we were given for the greater good, and we can't shy away from our quirk. In our time here, you will learn to embrace your quirk in its entirety, or I will have failed you. He held up a softball to Izuku. Take this and throw it. Use your quirk. As long as you don't leave this circle, anything goes. In a quiet voice that only Izuku could hear, he added, show me that you are worthy. Izuku stared up at Aizawa, accepting both the ball and the challenge. I will. Nodding, Aizawa stepped back to give Izuku space and motioned for the rest of the class to do the same. Izuku stepped into the circle, mentally prepping his mind for what he was about to do. Normally, he'd just throw it at 50%, but after Aizawa's challenge, anything less than 100% would be insulting. And visualize opposites. For a moment, his brain shut down. Ice-cold terror, pure and raw, crept up his spine and spread to every crevice in Izuku's body. Where had he heard that before? And just why did it sound so familiar? Why did it evoke this feeling? He shut his eyes and breathed in deeply. Calm down, he gently told himself. Breathe in for 10 seconds, breathe out for 5 seconds, repeat. He repeated the sequence until his rapidly beating heart finally returned to a more agreeable level. It was still slightly elevated, but at least he had control of his body again. Izuku had no idea where that voice came from or why it absolutely, downright terrified him to his core, but he was certain of one thing: visualize opposites. He could do that. He had no idea how he knew, Izuku just knew intrinsically what to do. He grabbed the softball in his right hand and cocked back. His arm began to glow as green electricity and fragmented black shadows swirled around his palm, and he gathered one for all in its entirety and visualized opposites, his hand flexing instinctively. With a low grunt, he swung his arm forward and released all the pent-up energy gathered, sending green lightning flying wildly in all directions. The softball exploded out of his grasp, soaring high into the sky with an ear-shattering boom. Oh, he heard one of his classmates involuntarily mumble. Isawa stared at the distance reader in his left hand. So, there you have it. If Isawa had been impressed, he surely didn't show it. You will all be using your quirks in these tests. After a solid amount of time, Izuku heard a ding, and Isawa showed them the final result: 2,368 meters. 2.3 kilometers. Even Izuku hadn't expected the type of result, and judging by the flabbergasted looks of his classmates, they hadn't either. Immediately, everyone burst into conversation. That's slightly crazy, Eijiro said, still in awe. But, Mina cut in, this seems exciting. We get to use our quirks all we like. Exciting, Aizawa sneered. How about we make this truly exciting? The student who ranks last in these 8 tests will be judged as having no potential and promptly expelled. That shut everyone up. That can't be fair, Mina said. It had been her words that had prompted such an extreme reaction from their teacher, so she felt the need to make amends for it. It's just our first day, after all. The life of a hero isn't fair, Aizawa countered. Villains, natural disasters, you name it, a hero doesn't ever get to choose what they are going to have to deal with on any given day. You either rise up to meet the occasion or you fall and suffer the consequences. For these next few years that you're at UA, I will grill that lesson into your tiny little brains. Your duty is to rise up to the occasion, and go, just like our school motto says, above and beyond. He paused, smiling savagely. Plus ultra. ... The first test was a simple seated toe touch. Unsurprisingly, the highest scorers for this test were all females, save for the exception of Katsuki, who surprised everyone by demonstrating surprising amounts of flexibility, able to go beyond his feet. He still didn't beat out Mina and Momo, though. Those two girls' torsos practically melded into the ground, showing off their flexibility, resulting in Momo getting first and Mina placing a close second. When it came to Izuku's turn, he tried his best to reach for his toes, but he could only touch the bottom of his ankle. His workouts with All Might primarily focused on strength, never on flexibility, so Izuku surmised from this test that he could probably use a few more stretches in his workout routine. He wondered what All Might would think about flexibility. Izuku just couldn't imagine All Might being flexible. The next test was sit-ups. Now this was more favorable. Izuku never neglected ab day, so he was confident in the speed and precision of his sit-ups. His work over the years paid off. In first place for Izuku, followed unsurprisingly by Katsuki and Todoroki tied at second and Momo at third. The third test was a grip strength test. Izuku decided to go last, just in case something bad happened to the device when he used it. His fears came true when he channeled the full strength of his quirks through his hand, crushing the device completely and crumpling the steel around his hand. Aizawa just marked it as NA and gave him first place. Second place had gone to Momo, who had made a mini hydraulic press for the test out of her body, and third went to Mezzo Shoji, who had scored 540 kg. Next was a 50-meter sprint. Izuku channeled all of his power into his legs, exploding fourth and using 2 strands of black whip to slingshot forward. This proved to be too fast for him to keep up with, and he ended up crash landing at the finish line, tumbling forward without any control for about 10-20 meters. It hurt like crazy and his legs creaked under the pressure, but he was sure he hadn't broken anything. He still got first place with a time of 2.3 seconds, followed by Tenya's 3.04 seconds and Momo's 3.9 seconds. Momo had constructed a bicycle for the test, though. She had excused herself, gone behind a building, and reappeared with a fully formed bicycle. Aizawa allowed it, since like the hydraulic press, it was technically her quirk at work. All Izuku could do was admire how versatile her quirk was. The fifth test was a standing long jump test. This one was notable for how many students jumped entirely out of the pit. The pit itself was only 5 meters, so a couple of students had jumped out of the pit and thus earned them an automatic NA and first place. First had been Katsuki, who had used his explosions to boost him way past the pit. Tsuyu Asui had just managed to jump it thanks to her quirk, Frog, giving her extremely powerful legs and heightened jumping capabilities. Shoto used the ice side of his quirk to construct a bridge and simply walked over it, and Izuku pumped 10% through his legs and leapt, clearing the pit. As things currently stood, he could only safely use 100% twice more in his legs, arms, and hands. Nothing was broken, which was a good sign that his third quirk was holding things together, but he hoped he wouldn't be forced to use 100% in the remaining tests. If it came down to it, he would gladly use 100% past his limit, it's just that he didn't want his classmates to see him get injured because he couldn't control his quirk. Call it a pride thing or whatever, that was just how Izuku thought. Luckily, Izuku's hopes came true with the next test, repeated side steps. This one simply favored who was more athletic rather than what type of quirks people had, but Izuku managed to get a slight edge over the competition by shooting out strands of black whip in between steps, slightly accelerating his movement. That extra little effort paid off with a first-place victory. The second to last test was the softball throw that Izuku had already done. Surprisingly, Izuku placed second even with his score. He was far outclassed by Ochako, who had achieved the frankly staggering score of infinity by making the ball float up unendingly. Third place had gone to Katsuki, who had blasted the ball for 705 meters. Still, it shocked him to find someone who could score infinity on the test. The final test was a long-distance run of 1 kilometer. Momo had everyone beat the moment she left to go around the corner and returned with a fully functioning, modified electric bike. After she showed up with a vehicle to a footrace, everyone else knew that they'd be fighting for second and third place. In long distance, Tenya had Izuku beat. At his restricted 50%, Izuku was simply not faster than Tenya running in a straight line. He might have been quicker and more agile, but he definitely wasn't faster. Tenya placed second at 92 seconds, and Izuku placed third at 99 seconds. He had been chased all the way by a fire-blasting Katsuki and ice-surfing Shoto, who came in fourth and fifth respectively. Momo had blown everyone out of the water with a time of 75 seconds, cruising along at a comfortable 48 kilometers per hour. And just like that, the quirk assessment test ended. Alright, gather around, come see your rankings. Isawa yawned, muffling it with a well-placed hand. As his classmates anxiously gathered around to see the results on Aizawa's tablet, Izuku could have sworn he saw All Might peeking out from behind the corner of a nearby building. As soon as Izuku looked at him, though, All Might retreated behind the corner, leaving Izuku to wonder if he saw an illusion or not. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the tablet that Aizawa was holding. The tablet only had the top 5 results in place, and it read 5. Tenya Iida. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Remember these names, Nats, Aizawa groused. As of right now, they're the top of your class. Aim to surpass them. No one said a word. While Izuku was glad to not have been expelled, he didn't exactly appreciate being labeled as the best in the class on the first day and made an object to surpass. But, if he was being honest with himself, a small portion of him glowed positively with pride. Sensei, Mina bravely ventured, if you're going to expel anyone, let it be me. Oh, no. Aizawa stared at the group through his locks of black hair. A shit-eating grin appeared on his face. I wasn't planning on expelling anyone in the first place. The class let out a collective sigh of relief. A few people had the audacity to glare vengefully at their teacher. Whoa, Aizawa laughed, what's with those faces? Fine, how about this? Those of you who haven't made the top 5 are on thin ice from here on out. One mess up and you'll be kicked out. Just in case you doubt me, I'll have you know that I've expelled a whole class of students that I found lackluster. I'm not afraid to do the same this year. Izuku gulped. UA must have really given their teachers the freedom to do whatever they wanted if Aizawa got away with expelling an entire class. He hoped that the same wouldn't happen again this school year. He could see himself getting along with everyone in his class save for probably Minoru Mineta and Katsuki. Well, Izuku thought it was a successful first class. Although he'd have to address the strange, quirk-like ability he had demonstrated when throwing the softball. Even now, the words visualize opposites haunted his mind. He didn't know where he had heard it from, but he couldn't deny the familiarity of the voice, the very real emotions that it brought along with it. He had felt mind-numbing fear, raw, unforgiving terror, but, now that he had time to truly search within himself, a certain fondness, a certain respect for the voice. It could very well have just been an aspect of One for All, like Blackwhip. The voice could have simply been a previous holder of One for All attempting to communicate with him, like the user of Blackwhip had all those years ago. Yet, he knew that it wasn't a part of One for All. With utmost certainty, he knew that it was not One for All. It couldn't have been part of his unnamed third quirk, either. That one negated bodily damage. This one was different, he could just tell. He didn't know how he knew, but he just knew. This was an entirely new quirk. Well, shit, Izuku thought to himself. All Might needed to know about this development. 612 Chapter 4, Combat Training. Izuku Midoriya ate quietly in a cold room. He'd performed well today, so he had the luxury of being served a three-course meal. Meals such as these used to be rare to come by, so he took full advantage of it, scarfing down his food in large, unrestrained bites. The other occupant of their room stared at him reproachfully. She was battered and bruised all over, with dried blood coating her chin and fingers, and all she had in her plate was a thin slice of bread, undoubtedly put there to encourage her to achieve better results next time. The whole point of having a winner and a loser dine together was to encourage the loser to try extra hard in their next session. Izuku's eyes focused on the bread. It was a pathetic morsel in the face of Izuku's meal, and Izuku found himself pitying the blonde girl. There had been days in the past where he went hungry, after all, and he knew just how harrowing an experience it was. He split off about a third of his remaining meal and walked over to her, unceremoniously dumping it on her near-empty plate. The girl glared at him. I don't need your pity. Izuku shrugged. Suit yourself. I didn't want to eat it, anyways. Liar, she accused. You're famous for how much you eat and how often you do, you know. It's all Kuzuki and Sayaka ever go on about. That's because they're sore losers. Half of my meals I get are because I outperform them. Also, Kuzuki is dead, he pointed out naturally, as if that fact were something as simple as stating that the sky is blue. What? You heard me, Izuku said, crossing his arms. Kuzuki got fed up and attacked me, so I shot him with a fork. Oh. Both of them stood in silence before the girl spoke again. I'm glad you did. He was kind of annoying. True. Silence. Then, are you sure that I can just have this? Her tone was a lot less hostile than it had been before. Rolling his eyes, Izuku replied, yeah. No strings attached. Go on, eat it. Izuku returned to eating his meal, wasting no time in shoveling it down. He didn't even bother to stop and taste the food. His quirks took up a lot of energy to operate, after all, and there was no better way to replenish lost energy than eating. On the other hand, the girl just poked at her newfound meal. She was still uncomfortable with accepting the act of kindness, and she couldn't be sure whether or not he wanted something in return for the food. It happened all the time, trades such as these. Food for an act of some kind, whether it be a request to throw the next match they had or to give them food on a day when they were lacking it, everyone made deals. It was how their world inside confinement worked. But, not this boy. This boy, who the faceless man constantly bragged about, saying that he was his greatest creation, was different. After figuring out how to use his quirks, he apparently had been obliterating his competition, earning meal after meal and developing a reputation for being merciless in the place that they had dubbed the arena. But, she couldn't see that merciless side anywhere. Izuku had been the only person to offer her food without asking for anything in return. If he could be believed, she added mentally, but somehow, she knew that he was being serious when he said no strings attached. It had been the first nice thing anyone has done for her in quite some time. She looked at him. Really looked at him, looked at that stupid face of his shoveling stupid food down into that stupid throat like a stupid moron. His stupid green eyes focused on her staring at him, and so she looked away meekly. Sighing, the girl decided to just eat the food that he'd graciously decided to give her. And while doing so, she just might have. She developed a little crush. Unbreakable. Combat training. I'm sorry, everyone. When they had left the PE grounds, Mina Ishido had quickly rounded up her classmates and promptly apologized. What for? Ochako asked, tilting her head. For what I said to Aizawa-sensei, Mina clarified. I ended up nearly getting someone expelled, and I. Momo cut in. No need to worry. I think he would have found a way to threaten to expel us regardless of what you said, just to make sure we did our best in the quirk assessment test. You just played into his hand, that's all. I doubt he had any real intentions of expelling us, anyways. Mina stared up at Momo like she was a saint, and she cried, thank you, Yao Momo. Instantly, to the envy of some boys, she hugged Momo and buried her head into her chest. Yao Momo. Momo asked in a small voice, turning red at the way Mina rubbed her cheeks against her chest. Wow, Mina whispered so that only the two of them could hear, looking up at Momo, these are some grade A weapons you've got here. Or should I say, grade double D. What are you possibly talking about? Momo demanded, shoving Mina away gently. Her face was quickly resembling a ripe tomato, and with the realization that all of her classmates were watching the scene unfold, she quickly hid her face behind two trembling hands. Izuku thought he heard her count slowly to 15, and once she did, she lowered her hands, face impassive. It was impressive how quickly she changed from embarrassed to stone cold, actually. Anyways, let's all get a move on. We wouldn't want to be late for class now. The class murmured in agreement and dispersed, walking towards their classroom. Momo waited for a moment, making sure everyone left, before popping a quick seat down on the ground behind a nearby wall. She took a deep, shaky breath. That had been too close. Any more from Mina and she would've. Yaoyorozu. Wincing, Izuku covered his ears from Momo's unearthly screech. Relax, it's just me. Thankfully, Momo stopped screaming, but in its place a completely mortified and embarrassed expression made its home on her face. She didn't trust herself to speak, and seeing the girl remaining silent, Izuku went ahead and said, when I looked back, I saw that you were missing and decided to come find you. I didn't mean to intrude, he trailed off awkwardly. When she still remained silent with mortification at having been seen by Izuku, again, in an embarrassing state, Izuku pressed on, is something wrong, Yaoyorozu? You can always talk to me, you know. Momo finally made a sound by sighing deeply. She looked up at him, get nervous in front of crowds, so I needed a quick recharge. Ah. Izuku knew that feeling all too well. Me, too. I wanted to thank you, by the way. What for? She asked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. For saving me yesterday night. If you hadn't interrupted the conversation and suggested that we all go to bed, it might have gone on forever. So, thanks. You got me out of a tough spot there. He held out a hand for her. Momo blinked. Maybe she and Izuku had more in common than she'd thought. After hearing that he got the record for most points on the entrance exam and after he placed first in the Quirk assessment test, she had assumed that that was the type of unreachable existence he was, but now, she wasn't so sure. The smile on his face seemed too real, too human, and the hand she grasped was too warm for him to be unreachable. As she accepted the hand helping her up, she desperately tried not to think about how this was one of the rare occasions she held another boy's hand. Momo had held hands before. With cousins, sure, but she had held hands with a boy before, so this was nothing special. After mentally calming down, Momo said, no need to thank me. With a rather obfuscating expression, she willed herself to let go of Izuku's hand. Izuku smiled kindly, looking back in the direction that their classmates went in. Wanna head back? Yes, that would be nice, Momo answered, and the two began to walk in the direction of their classroom. They passed the time in a somewhat strained silence, and Izuku, seeking to make the walk more bearable, finally gathered the bravery to ask her a question. So, what class are you looking forward to the most? Foundational Hero Studies, for sure, Momo answered instantly, eyes glittering in excitement. After all, it's taught by All Might. How cool is that, URK? Realizing her slip up, she faked a cough. Almost geeked out on him, Momo, she admonished herself mentally. Yeah, definitely. Izuku looked blinding to behold, he was smiling so widely. I wonder what costume he's going to wear. Silver Age All Might would be sick. Yes, that would be nice, she returned, mentally thinking, do not nerd out about Golden Age All Might. Do not nerd out about Golden Age All Might. Do not nerd out about Golden Age All Might. Bronze Age All Might wouldn't be as cool, Izuku stated, brushing his chin with two fingers. And Golden Age All Might is just too gaudy for me. I definitely would prefer the Silver Age costume. Momo stopped and stared at Izuku like he had just stabbed her in the gut. What's wrong with the Golden Age costume? Have you seen it? Izuku said. It's just gold. Various shades of it, sure, but it's just one color. It would have been so much cooler if it had been I don't know, gold and black, for example. Black could go a long way in costume design, in my opinion. Momo couldn't contain herself anymore. But the gold is a message. It's a signal to the villains that he is there. It's bright, snazzy, and captures the attention of everyone who looks at it. You could take one look at him in the costume and be like, All Might is here to save the day. It's also the very first costume he appeared in, and so it's also the most memorable. It brings back a wave of nostalgia and peacefulness that his Silver Age or Bronze Age costumes can't ever hope to accomplish. And plus, gold is the symbol of the golden future he wanted to deliver us to, so how can we ignore something like that? And it's not just one color. There's yellow, gold, goldenrod, pale goldenrod, dark orange, sienna, golden brown, pale gold and a lot more, I'm sure. Saying that it's all just one color is, quite frankly, a disservice to the costume designer, and Momo stopped walking and stopped talking suddenly, and Izuku stopped with her. He watched, fascinated, as she slowly began to grow redder and redder as she realized she'd just ranted for a good minute. Looking away from him, Momo said, "Please ignore everything that I've just said. I've embarrassed myself enough in front of you." "What? No," Izuku quickly said, "you've never done anything like that, Yaoyorozu." "Not once." Momo stared at him incredulously. With no response, Izuku motioned for her to extrapolate further upon her train of thought. Never mind, I was being silly. It's nothing, let's just ignore it," she finally said. Izuku watched her turn away to leave, but in a rare show of confidence, he reached up to grab her shoulder and twirled her around. "It's not nothing. You obviously feel like you've embarrassed yourself in front of me, but I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. You've done nothing of the sort." Momo stared deep into his intense gaze before faltering, looking down. Deciding to be open for once, she said, "But I thought you were an errand boy, and I revealed all that embarrassing stuff about me." Izuku sighed. The whole errand boy business was a mistake on All Might's part. "I understand why he did it, but if you want, I can get him to apologize for that." Before Momo could even get the chance to deny him, he continued. "Also, what embarrassing stuff are you talking about? I don't remember you saying anything bad." "But Momo trailed off, feeling like a fish out of water at being confronted so directly. Izuku didn't look like he was letting her off the hook that easily, so she said, gushed about All Might. Even her reason sounded lame in her ears. Izuku let out a quick snort of laughter. "Yeah, like every person does. Oh no, you outed yourself as an All Might fan, the horror of it all. Just like every other citizen in Japan." Momo puffed out her cheeks. "When you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous." "Maybe because it is," Izuku offered, chuckling lightly. She attempted to start, but ultimately she ended up growling at him before falling silent. Izuku laughed at her reaction, letting go of her shoulder. "Come on," he said, holding out his hand, "I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. I'd like to be good friends with you, Yaoyorozu. How about we start over?" Momo took a look at his hand before tentatively shaking it. It was so warm. Izuku tried to end the handshake, but he found Momo still holding onto it. She was looking down at her feet, and she asked, "You don't think it's unseemly to like heroes?" "Unseemly?" Izuku repeated, flabbergasted. "Definitely not. I'd say it's normal. Either that, or I'm the biggest degenerate on the planet." "Right." She didn't sound convinced. Izuku could tell that she had some sort of mental block capping how much she could openly express her feelings for heroes. While he didn't know why that was there, he could at least start the process of removing it, if Momo were willing to do so, at least. "Look," Izuku said, "I'll keep the fact that you like heroes under wraps, okay? But in return, I'd like it if you at least felt free to talk to me about that sort of stuff." She considered it. It honestly seemed too good to be true. "You really won't tell anyone?" Izuku grinned. "Of course. A true hero never lies or commits dishonest acts." Momo couldn't help but laugh at that line. "Really? You really picked a line from Learning with All Might. What a throwback. I think I was still in elementary school when that book first came out." "Hey, you're the one who recognized where that came from," Izuku pointed out. Momo stuck her tongue out at him, but then she quickly retracted it, burning in shame at the childish act she just did. Izuku just laughed good-naturedly at her action. "Come on, we're going to be late for the next class." He shook his hand free from her iron grasp on it and motioned for her to follow him. As she did just that, Momo found herself thinking. Could she trust his words at face value? She didn't really know the boy, but something about him seemed trustworthy. He didn't seem to be the type of guy who could or would lie with a straight face like that. Well, maybe she can just trust him a little bit, see if he's worthy of her full trust before gushing about heroes to his face. It made her giddy, the idea of having someone she could just let her guard down around, someone she could just be herself around, but it was far too early to do such a thing, in her opinion. But, she thought, it surely can't hurt to try, right? Toshinori, you can come out of your hiding spot. Aizawa, Toshinori said, coming out from behind the corner and wearing a sheepish smile. How long did you realize I was there? The underground hero merely rolled his eyes. I saw you poking out from behind a few bins during the Quirk assessment test, so I just guessed you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Either that, or you wanted to watch and see how your protege did. Toshinori rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly laughing. I'm guessing it was the latter. Well, Toshinori said, I just wanted to know what you think of him. Isawa looked at the number one hero. Too early to tell. What I can see, though, is that he's either holding back or limited in the usage of his quirk. For example, if he ran the kilometer at the same speed he ran the 50 meters, he would have gotten first place in that race. Now, obviously no person could be expected to sprint the full kilometer at the same rate they'd run the 50, but there was just too big of a difference in speed. He took a breath before continuing. He ran the 50 in 2.3 seconds, meaning he was maintaining an average speed of 21 or 22 meters per second. That means, if my math was correct, he could run the kilometer, at full speed, in about 46 seconds. But he didn't, he got over twice the expected amount with a time of 99 seconds. That's just far too big of a discrepancy to justify with a sprint versus jogging argument. What that leads me to believe is that he doesn't quite have full control over his quirk yet or can't handle the potential power output of it. Wow, Toshinori breathed, you've put a surprising amount of thought into it. Not surprising. It's simply my job as their teacher, Isawa said. Now are you going to tell me why this is the case, or are you going to tell me you don't know what's going on? Toshinori blinked at the direct way Isawa asked him. Well, he thought, Shota's never been the type to beat around the bush. Izuku can't control one for all in its entirety yet. I think that what he believes to be 100% isn't the quirk's full potential. The most he's ever gotten to on its own is 30% of his breaking point. On its own. Isawa parroted, ears sharp. His words gave Toshinori pause. I guess you ought to know about this, too, especially since you're his homeroom teacher. Toshinori swallowed heavily, preparing mentally for what he was about to say next. Izuku has multiple quirks. He remained silent before saying, that shouldn't be possible. But it's the truth, Toshinori insisted. You've seen one of his other quirks in action. The tendril of darkness that he uses is called Black Whip, and it was one of the former users of One for All's quirk. Isawa processed this information. I assume this is all highly classified stuff. Toshinori nodded. Yep. Best not to discuss this out here then, Isawa wisely said. Let's head back to my office. The walk back to Aizawa's office was tense. Toshinori, in his deflated state, wondered about how much he should let the other hero know. Izuku's information was private and frankly his own business, but even Izuku himself did not know everything about him. Toshinori had withheld that information about his history and his other non-one-for-all related quirks from him. They erased the boy's memory for good reason, who knows what forms of torture all for one subjected him to. Toshinori did not want to see Izuku suffer underneath the weight of something he was forced to do. But, Toshinori thought, I can trust Shota. Toshinori needed someone to be there and guide Izuku through a new quirk that popped up out of nowhere if he, himself, was not readily available. As Aizawa shut and locked the door to his office shut behind him, Toshinori spoke. So, as I was saying, Izuku has multiple quirks. He has a bunch of them related to One for All, they were the previous owner's quirks. One of them is called Black Whip, you know, the black whips that he can make. Aizawa nodded slowly. I don't know how many of One for All related quirks he can manifest. I, personally, never manifested even one, so we'll have to watch out for those. But, there's a second category of quirks that we have to be on high alert for. Toshinori took a deep breath. He had Aizawa's full attention. He was given a set of compatible quirks. What does that mean? Aizawa questioned. Exactly what it sounds like. The two of them remained silent for a while. There is one individual who can take and give quirks. He's responsible for the creation of One for All, a villain we only know as All for One. Toshinori all but snarled out that name. Years ago, he abducted young Izuku along with a bunch of other children to perform experiments on. Toshinori grit his teeth. He had always hated this story, mostly because it reflected on his failure to save innocent children. We don't know for sure what his goals were, but it seemed like he wanted to create the perfect, obedient supersoldier. And so, he gave various quirks to the children and trained them in their usage. Izuku was a product of his experimentation and training, the best of the batch. Aizawa said nothing, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Toshinori continued, we know this because of the materials we found at the training site. They pitted the children against each other, against other humans, Aizawa. The winners were rewarded and the losers were punished, and Izuku became the most consistent winner of the bunch with his combination of quirks. He became what they wanted, the perfect warrior. How old was he when he was taken? Aizawa asked. 8, Toshinori answered grimly. He was made to fight, Aizawa. All for one stuck 6 quirks inside of him, I think. The combined strain should have killed him, but it somehow didn't. He not only lived, he thrived. Do we know which 6 quirks were placed within him? Toshinori nodded. Yes, but I don't have them readily available right off the top of my head. We scoured the experiment site and found extensive notes on all of the children and their quirks, so I could find that and get you a copy. Thanks, I'd appreciate that. The scraggly-looking man stared back at Toshinori. But shouldn't he be taught to harness the power of the quirks he was given? Sure, the way he obtained them was a tragedy, but the quirks themselves aren't inherently evil. It can be used as an asset against villains. If they created a super soldier, wouldn't it be nice if we can turn their work against them? It's too risky, Toshinori immediately denied. We don't know to what extent All for One's teachings have etched themselves into his brain, and we might awaken some part of him that's still under All for One's control if we stimulate him with memories of his quirks. Aizawa deadpanned, so, you've essentially made a potential sleeper agent your successor. Toshinori floundered in place for a while. But, it's nothing like that. First off, I didn't know about all of that when I picked him to be my successor. I only found out a few years later, but even then, I still would have made him my successor. I know he has the heart and the spirit for it. The other teacher stood silently, letting the thoughts ruminate in his head a little bit. The risks were there. If Izuku regained his memory, who knew what would emerge out of the other side of that transformation? Yet, at the same time, having so much power sealed away was a waste in and of itself. Aizawa firmly believed that the quirks themselves weren't evil. Is there any way to access his other quirks without reawakening his memories? Well, Toshinori said truthfully, it seems to happen on instinct for him. For example, the third quirk that he awakened that essentially allows him to freeze parts of his body just developed instinctually for him. It's not likely that any memories awoke with it since he tells me everything quirk related about himself, so I think we're going to have to allow Izuku to figure things out, if he does that is. That's the quirk that allows him to handle one for all, by the way, but he can only really use it like 3-4 times before it gives out on him. I think that using that quirk in conjunction with one for all lowers one for all's potential, but that's just a guess. Aizawa nodded. But what do we do when he asks about where the quirk came from? He seems like a smart boy, he should be able to figure out that it's not normal to have multiple quirks. I have a simple solution to that. We tell him that it's a quirk gained from one for all, Toshinori answered. That doesn't seem like you, Aizawa observed. Lying to a boy. Toshinori stared down. There are times where a lie can go a long way. I just don't want to run the risk of triggering any memories. Who knows if the wipe was complete? The risk is still there of All for One having implanted something during their time together. So, essentially, you want to just wait and see, and when the time comes, if it does, that he reawakens a quirk, you want to tell him that it's an one for all related quirk, Aizawa summarized. Yes, Toshinori affirmed. Please, Aizawa. Fine. I'll go along with this farce, Aizawa said bluntly. But I don't appreciate you giving me a potential sleeper agent. He won't be one. The possibility of it is slim, I just want to take no unnecessary risks, Toshinori admitted. Thank you for hearing me out, Aizawa. The other man held up a hand. No need. I'm just interested in figuring out how to properly teach him. You've given me a lot of food for thought. Still, thank you. I told you that there was no need for that already. ... The rest of the morning passed by quickly after the quirk assessment test. Izuku and his class sat through English, modern literature, and mathematics before finally being released for lunch. Seeing as to how most kids went to the cafeteria on campus, Izuku opted to avoid the lunch rush by bringing his own meal from the dorm. It was nothing special, just 3 sandwiches with a protein shake. Izuku was capable of making more complicated meals, but when he was just taking care of himself, he was more inclined to make something simple. The sandwiches and protein shake gave him enough fuel to last throughout the day until dinner, where he'd really eat up. As he walked out of the classroom, he was approached by an energetic Eijiro Kirishima. Hey, Midoriya. Wanna come eat with us? He gestured to a small group of kids including Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Iida, Denki Kaminari, and Shoto Todoroki. Izuku flushed a bit and responded, I'd love to, but I promised someone I'd eat with them. No worries, Denki said. Then, leaning in closer to Izuku, he conspiratorially whispered, so. Boy or girl? For a brief moment, Izuku wondered if he should tell him the truth. Girl, Izuku finally relented. Denki whistled. Completely understandable. From our class. If it's Yaoyorozu, I'm legally obligated to high-five you and then kill you. Izuku could swear he was about to burn on the spot from sheer embarrassment. And no, from outside our class. Class 1C. Jesus Christ, you work fast. Doing God's work out here, Denki laughed. Then, turning to the other boys, he said, sorry lads, Midoriya's got a hot date. We shall wish him luck and then send him on his way. Good luck, Eijiro said. Tenya followed his lead, wishing Izuku luck, while Katsuki just laughed, amused at the whole situation. Meanwhile, it looked like the whole situation just flew over Shoto's head with how impassive his face seemed. Thanks. Now Izuku was burning a bright red. I'd love to eat with you guys, though. Tomorrow. Sure. Surprisingly, it had been Katsuki who spoke. Hurry on to your little date, Deku. We can eat tomorrow. He spoke in a teasing tone, no doubt finding great humor in this situation. With a hurried goodbye, Izuku left that embarrassing situation and hightailed it to the entrance of UA University. With a relieved sigh, he pulled out his phone to text Himiko. Izuku. Hey, Izuku. I just finished my classes and have 1.5 hours for lunch. Would you like to meet up somewhere and eat? Izuku. We can find some place close by or eat on campus. Right as he sent the last text, a soft pair of hands obscured his vision. Surprised at being snuck up so effectively on, he was about to grasp the hands and tear them off when he heard a gentle, guess who? Relaxing, Izuku smiled. Himiko. You got me, came the reply, whispered sensually into his right ear. As Izuku shivered, Himiko giggled, hanging onto her position on Izuku's head. She pressed her body into him so that Izuku could feel every curve and swell of her figure, and eventually, she dropped her hands to wrap around his chest, giving him a full hug from behind. How's the first day going for you? It's going well, he answered, distracted. Himiko, you can stop hugging me. No. Denid, she drawled, squeezing him even tighter. Do you not want me to hug you like this? Say that you dislike it, and I'll stop. Izuku blushed. It's not that I dislike it. Oh. Then what's wrong? We're in public, you know, he finished in a small voice. Fine, Himiko said simply, letting go of him. Izuku, finally free to move, turned around to greet Himiko properly, but he was instantly met with a raised finger to his lips. But, before you say anything, we need to work on that. Get you to be more comfortable with PDA, I mean. PDA. Izuku parroted, confused. What's a PDA? She laughed, snorting cutely. PDA stands for Public Display of Affection. Oh, Izuku swallowed thickly. Personally, I'd prefer private displays of affection. Himiko grinned. What we do in private will be something else entirely. Oh. Himiko lowered her finger, smiling wide in that cat-like grin. Just kidding. Remember, at your pace, Izu. I'm ready for anything you wanna do. Izuku's face blossomed like a crimson flower. The two walked off campus, milling about for a while before ultimately deciding on a fast food joint, McDonald's, since Himiko didn't bring her own food. They ordered a grilled cheese sandwich for Himiko, which Izuku paid for, and received her food, sitting down in a secluded corner. Izuku waited for Himiko to start before scarfing down his own prepared meal, pausing at times to chug his protein shake. Himiko just watched him with a bemused expression, taking small bites of her own sandwich. So, Izu, she hummed, causing Izuku to look up at her from his meal. How's your first day going so far? It's been really interesting. Izuku immediately responded. Instead of orientation, we had to test our quirks in a quirk assessment test. Our teacher said that the person with the lowest score would be expelled, but fortunately, he was just joking. Well, I don't know if he was joking or not, since he didn't do that but just threatened the rest of us with expulsion. He's a pretty scary guy. I have no idea whether or not he's being serious. Himiko picked up on something Izuku said. It was scored. How'd you do? Flushing a bit, he said, first place. But that's, Himiko giggled cutely, reaching up to stroke Izuku's bangs with her non-dirty hand. That's a good Izuku. I'm happy for you and proud of you. Izuku turned a much deeper shade of red than he was previously. Being praised so directly, like he was a little kid, didn't feel as bad or embarrassing as he thought it would have been. Especially coming from Himiko, it felt rewarding. The blonde grinned, still stroking his head. Scratch that, it was embarrassing as hell. Face ablaze, he gently grabbed Himiko's hand and lowered it to the table, saying, this is a bit embarrassing. Sorry. He quite enjoyed the feeling of her small, soft hand in his, so, in a rare showing of bravery, he held on to it, shifting to eating his remaining sandwich with his free hand. Himiko watched all of this happen with a happy, wide smile on her face, the seemingly permanent blush on her face giving Izuku no indication of how she thought about his actions. If she was opposed to it, she certainly did not show it, instead curling her fingers around his. They ate like this for a while, until Izuku was faced with the cruel reality that it was actually rather difficult to eat like this. Blushing even harder, he remorsefully let go of her hand, or at least tried to. Himiko just held onto it with a growing grin, shifting so that her fingers intertwined with his. And just where do you think you're going? She hummed. Nowhere. Good. That's what I like to hear. She was done with her grilled cheese and was now just focusing on him. Izuku, embarrassed and, if he were being honest, a bit happy to be under her heavy scrutiny, shifted in his seat, acutely aware of the rather suffocating silence that had suddenly developed. Fortunately for him, Himiko broke the silence with, "So, Izu, what's your afternoon looking like?" "Just foundational hero studies," Izuku replied. "Oh, that takes up the whole afternoon. I'm super pumped for that. How about you?" "Anatomy 21A and Premed 1, she prattled disinterestedly. "And we have some kind of event later today. I don't know, but participation is mandatory." Izuku was genuinely curious about Himiko's courses. The general course students had a lot more freedom in choosing what courses they could take as opposed to the hero course's rigid structure. "Premed. Are you looking to go into medicine?" "Well," Himiko drawled, "it's more like I'm interested in the human body. How to best cut up the human body, how to best drain the blood and where to make the incisions, well, best not to tell him that." "Still, that's a neat idea," Izuku smiled kindly, adding, "Himiko-sensei has a nice ring to it, no?" Himiko huffed. "You know how I dislike you adding honorifics to my name." Though, she guessed she wouldn't mind being called Himiko-senpai by Izuku. Izuku nodded. One of her first words to him were "call me Himiko," after all. Thinking back on his earliest memories of her that he had, Izuku couldn't help but smile. She was his first true friend. That thought caused warmth to flood throughout his system. "It's been so long since we first met, hasn't it?" That caused Himiko to blink. "Yeah, but what made you say that all of a sudden?" "Dunno. Felt nostalgic for some reason," he deflected. "How long has it been since we met?" "Feels like forever ago." 10 years ago, Himiko answered instantly. Izuku laughed. "Come on, it hasn't been that long. We met about 4 years ago, if I remember correctly." Meeting Himiko was closely related to Izuku becoming One for All's successor, since it had been Izuku's training by cleaning up the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park that led him to meeting Himiko in the first place. Neither of those two things were things he'd forget easily. Himiko had an unreadable expression on her face. It almost looked like her expectations or hopes had gotten crushed ruthlessly. But it disappeared as quickly as it came, leaving Izuku to wonder if it had ever actually been there in the first place. Her expression shifted, and she smiled coyly at him. "If you remembered, why'd you ask me in the first place?" Izuku gaped like a fish out of water, floundering about for an answer. Just because, you know." Himiko giggled. "Do I? No. Yes. I don't know." Izuku wanted to shoot himself for how inexcusably awkward he was being. He'd already metaphorically shot himself in the foot, might as well finish the job. While Izuku was having his inner crisis and steadily turning as red as a tomato, Himiko gazed at him fondly. "So cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. So damn fucking cute, it should be illegal. He qualifies as a national wonder, at this point. How can someone be this adorable? Oh, I just want to squish his cheeks and pat him on the head and tell him that he's a good boy, and I remember his reaction when I told him I was proud of him. It was so fucking adorable, it makes me just want to eat him up, to devour him, to see him squirming underneath me, that would be euphoric. Oh, it'd be so much better if he was bleeding." Himiko pinched her leg, drawing herself back down to reality. She had a bad habit of letting her true thoughts roam outside, every once in a while, but it didn't happen often enough for her to consider it problematic. In fact, it only happened when Izuku was involved, and she took everything that happened with him to be a blessing. She experienced so many new things thanks to him, and it all started with as simple an act as sharing bits of one's meal. "Relax, Izuku," she squeezed his hand. "You don't need to be so on edge around me all the time." Izuku looked down at his lap. I know. But, for some reason, it's just you." Then, realizing what he'd just said, he flared bright red again. Himiko grinned. "Should I count that as a confession?" Izuku spluttered a mess of garbled, meaningless sounds, causing Himiko to laugh even harder. This is perfect, she thought. Just being able to eat a simple meal with her Izuku, being able to tease him and watch her Izuku's adorable expressions, it was bliss. For once, she could forget about all the other things that incessantly demanded her attention and focus on what was truly important. The other things could wait. She was with Izuku right now. 2:45 p.m. It was finally time for foundational hero studies, taught by none other than All Might. Izuku sat in his seat, eagerly waiting for the class to start. Lunch with Himiko had wrapped up nicely, though he didn't escape her constant teasing and innuendo making. To be honest, Izuku wasn't sure if he even wanted to escape her teasing. Call him a masochist, but he secretly enjoyed having Himiko's full attention on him like that. A heroic voice suddenly shattered his internal reverie. I am. Everyone instantly looked at the entrance to their classroom, filled with anticipation. Coming through the door like a normal person. Even something as simple as that seemed spectacular to the future heroes. As All Might came in, he heard the jaws dropping. The man was dressed up in all his glory, buffed up and clad in his Silver Age costume. While he was slightly concerned for All Might since he knew that being in muscle form wasn't the greatest for his health, Izuku couldn't help but feel simple awe. He'd seen All Might tons of times in the past, but rarely was he dressed up like this. He didn't give anyone a second to spare. I am All Might, and I will be your teacher starting today. This is Foundational Hero Studies, the class where your foundations as heroes will be built up through countless trials and tribulations. For your first trial. He paused for dramatic effect. Combat training. Izuku could have sworn he heard a subdued fuck yes from Katsuki somewhere around him. As the class bristled with anticipation, All Might continued. They say that there is no rest for the wicked, so we, as heroes, can't afford to get complacent. Here, you will see that I have some boxes with numbers that correspond to your seat numbers. Here, he pressed a button on the remote controller that he was holding, and on the wall behind him, slots opened up, each containing packages marked with a number. Ladies and gentlemen, a hero's costume is vitally important to their identity and effectiveness in battle, he said, and so, thanks to the Quirk registry and the special forms you completed, we have managed to create your costumes. Get changed into these as soon as possible and meet me in ground beta. Without another word, All Might strode out of the room. A quick silence lasted in the room, some still in awe of seeing the number one hero up close. The silence was broken by Minoru, who suggested, so, in the interest of time, let's change together, yay. Nope. Ladies, see y'all soon. This time it was Eijiro who spoke, picking up Minoru by the back of his neck with one hand. Kaminari, can you grab our stuff? I'll just be dragging this rat to the bathroom at the end of the hall. Denki looked a bit sad that no one was listening to Minoru's suggestion, but he relented and picked up the three's clothes from the slots at the front of the room. See ya, he directed at the girls before following Eijiro and Minoru out of the room. Following their example, Izuku bid goodbye to the girls and grabbed his uniform, exiting the classroom and entering the first empty bathroom stall he found. There, he quickly undressed himself, pulling out his hero costume. The primarily dark green outfit, with lines of black arcing down the sides of it, was created accordingly to his specifications. The near skin-tight nature of the costume was to prevent as much drag as possible, enabling him to run unhindered, but it was flexible enough to allow Izuku to perform high kicks and other acrobatic maneuvers. There was padding to protect his elbows and knees, along with the barest of extra cushioning around his ribs to reduce impacts there. His wrist reinforcements were there to help him reduce the strain of his punches, and his fingerless gloves had bits of metal laced over his knuckles to make his punches hurt. Finally, his combat boots had iron soles and a steel heel to put some extra oomph in his kicks. Along with the dashes of white that could be seen in his costume, it all came together to create a simplistic yet sleek-looking costume that nicely accentuated his upper body muscles. Looking at himself in the mirror, Izuku decided to add the finishing touch, the black breathing mask that Himiko had given to him. It wasn't officially part of his costume, but it had become something of a good luck charm to him. Finally ready, he decided to head toward ground beta. Along the way, he ran into Tenya, and the two decided to go to the grounds together. Tenya was clad in what appeared to be a suit of metallic armor for his costume, and Izuku thought he truly looked like a modern, mechanized knight. As the two chatted mindlessly, they wandered into the truly massive ground beta. They were the first ones there, so Izuku decided to jog around just to get warmed up. Tenya offered to stay behind to help the other classmates with directions, and Izuku took off alone, jogging at a brisk 30%. By the time he made 5 laps around ground beta, the rest of the class had arrived and were standing around All Might. Izuku slipped into the crowd, and All Might, counting that everyone was there, decided to start. Welcome to combat training. All Might roared, instantly getting everyone to shut up and pay attention. Today, we will be focusing on indoor anti-personnel combat. You might not think of it this way, but the majority of villain captures actually happen indoors. For this test, you will be separated into teams of 2 and be designated as a hero team or a villain team. That got a few excited murmurs and comments from the gathered students. The villains will get to start inside and play defense while the heroes start outside. This is, of course, All Might faltered, and Izuku's sweat dropped as he pulled out a heavily annotated and bookmarked notebook, reading it really quickly before putting it away, to simulate a real-life raid, yes. The villains must protect this. All Might pulled out a black remote controller, while the hero must capture it. This is the remote to an ultra-top secret nuclear weapon, and the detonation of it will result in millions of lives lost. All the heroes need to do is hold down this button for 3 seconds and they disarm the bomb, winning. He held down the button on the remote controller, and after 3 seconds, it started ringing. Once you hear this ringing, it means that the heroes have won, so immediately cease all actions then. The controller was still ringing. For the villains, all they have to do is protect this controller until the time runs out or capture the heroes by applying this tape onto their chest. Here, All Might pulled out bright yellow tape. Heroes, remember that if a villain gets close enough to touch your chest, you are probably dead. This is to simulate the great care that heroes must have when dealing with villains. A dead hero is of no use to anyone. The controller was still ringing. Fed up with the incessant ringing, All Might crushed the controller in his hand. He continued without acknowledging it. As you may have noticed, the hero's win condition is a bit stricter than the villains. This is, of course, to simulate a real-life scenario. Sometimes, even when the villains are captured, the bomb is still armed and primed to explode. Therefore, in the interest of saving lives, your first priority is to find the remote. Capturing the villains is a secondary objective. The students nodded in agreement. Alright, let's get this show on the road. All Might said cheerfully. Let's decide the teams. He took out a mug with a bunch of sticks in it. Izuku, wondering just what All Might was doing, was floored when the man pulled out 2 sticks and saw that there were names written on the ends of the sticks. Villain Team A, Katsuki Bakugo and Minoru Mineta. Katsuki let out a brief grunt. He seemed displeased to be playing the role of villain. The process went on for some time after that, All Might alternating between villain teams and hero teams. Finally, he got to Izuku. Villain Team I, Momo Yaoyorozu and All Might gulped. For a moment, Izuku could have sworn he saw droplets of sweat run down the sides of All Might's thick neck. Izuku midoriya. Izuku's eyes found Momo's in the crowd and he smiled at her. Being a villain slightly bummed him out, but having Momo on his team opened up so many possibilities and different plays just due to her quirk alone. He was glad to have been paired up with her, plus, this could be a chance for them to get over whatever weird misconception Momo had. Hero Team J, Tenya Iida and Shoto Todoroki. Villain Team A will be paired up with Hero Team B, Villain Team C with Hero Team D, Villain Team E with Hero Team F, Villain Team G with Hero Team H, and Villain Team I with Hero Team J. All Might paused and took a breath. Phew, that was a mouthful. The pro-hero coughed. Anyways, now that you know your teams, let's get started. Anything is fair game, just try not to kill each other, he. Villain Team A and Hero Team B, head to your designated areas and you will get 10 minutes to prepare before the training exercise begins. The rest of you, come with me. We will watch from the camera room. As he turned to leave, All Might suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, as per UA tradition, these initial training matches are watched by classes 1C through 1K. The support courses and management courses need to see heroes in action, while the general courses, well, I don't know why they need to see this, All Might said honestly. Under his breath, he muttered, I heard lots of money are made in bets when this happens, so maybe it's for entertainment. That made Izuku pause. Himiko was going to be watching him. That must have been the mandatory event she had talked about during lunch. Her words from earlier washed over him. I'm happy for you and proud of you. He burned slightly red with embarrassment, but Izuku couldn't deny the small bubble of happiness that sprouted in his chest. If Himiko was going to be watching him, then he had to win. Himiko slowly filed into the auditorium with the rest of her classmates, wondering just what was going on. As she looked around, she saw people from presumably the other classes gathered here as well. The auditorium had been transformed into a makeshift movie theater, with rows of chairs laid out in front of a massive screen. Disinterested, she picked a chair furthest to the right and sat down in it. One of her female classmates from her pre-med course sat in the chair next to her, offering a meek hello, before turning back and talking to the boy she came with in the opposite chair. Himiko didn't bother saying anything back. Making friends or even acquaintances apart from Izuku wasn't even on her mind. When everyone got settled, Present Mike got up in front of the screen and started introducing what they were doing. Himiko naturally toned him out, staring at her nails. She should cut them soon. Izuku didn't seem to be the type of guy who cared that much about physical appearances, but Himiko just hated when they got long. It was a personal thing, and plus, she only needed one sharp fingernail to draw some of her blood in the case of an emergency. Though, she wasn't sure. Did Izuku care about nails? Maybe she should ask him about that next time they met. If possible, she wanted to ask him about his taste in, well, everything, so she could tailor herself to match up with his preferences. But knowing Izuku, and Himiko knew Izuku, he'd probably say that she was perfect the way she was. Whether it was due to the fact that he'd default to that answer because he wouldn't know what to say or he'd say it because he truly thought so didn't matter to Himiko. The thought alone made her smile to herself. And so, we will be watching Class 1A's combat training first. Himiko's attention snapped back to Present Mike. Two things caught Himiko's attention: Class 1A and combat training. Both because they related to Izuku. I've never really seen Izu's new quirks in action before, Himiko thought to herself. She began paying attention, but quickly zoned out when the people on the screen weren't Izuku. Instead of her Izuku, there was a pissed-off looking blonde boy with spiky hair and a purple-haired short kid facing off against two girls. One of the girls was a brunette with a round face and an energetic-looking pink girl. Again, boring. She knew she was technically going against orders by not paying attention, but she just couldn't bring herself to care. Izuku was the only one she cared about. Dude, is that guy really going to just stand there? He's a madman. Either that, or he's ultra confident in his abilities. Himiko's trained ears couldn't help but pick up the snippets of conversation that were going on around her. She really wanted to just zone out and wait for her Izuku's turn, but the incessant whispering was getting impossible to tone out. She looked up. Might as well check it out. On the screen, the blonde boy stood in front of the two girls, twirling around what appeared to be a remote device of some sort in his hands. What was strange was that this appeared to be the first room, so that meant the blonde boy literally just stood at the entrance and waited for the girls to come to him. The purple-haired boy was seen cowering a fair distance behind the blonde boy. Wait, that's Katsuki Bakugo. Didn't he score second place on the heroics course entrance exam? No shit, Sherlock. Or does this school just have a plethora of fire-wielding blondes? Yeesh. No need to be a dick. Unimportant, uninterested. Himiko stared down at her lap. If the boy was confident enough to stand in the entrance and challenge the two girls to direct combat, he was either stupid or stupidly strong. Based on the limited sounds that the mic was picking up, it was the latter. A barrage of explosion noises assaulted her eardrums, and if they sounded loud from here, Himiko couldn't imagine how loud they were on site. A few short moments later, the explosive noises ended, and the auditorium burst into noise. Jesus, it was like he was trying to kill them. Not gonna lie to you, the purple-haired one high-key didn't do jack shit. He didn't need to do anything, though. Bakugo wiped the floor with those poor girls. Quick reflexes on the brunette. She got the other girl out of the blast radius hella fast. Yeah, she definitely saved her there. The teams were slightly unbalanced. No, it's just that Bakugo kid is too damn strong. Yeah, yay. And so ended the first combat training session due to the heroes fleeing the operation grounds. Well, based on everyone's opinions, the two girls should be praised for recognizing an unwinnable situation and withdrawing immediately. Live to fight another day, as they say. Bakugo's quirk was just too dangerous to deal with in an enclosed space like that. If the girls fought him seriously, they probably would have gotten critically burned. Himiko drowned out the rest of the matches, absent-mindedly staring into space. Her thoughts, as they usually do, drifted to Izuku. His smile. His eyes. His voice. His hand. The way that he blushed when she looked at him. The way that he smiled at her when he thought she wasn't looking. The way that he wolfed down his meals like every bite could be his last. The way that he spoke, nervous and unsure at times, yet confident and strong at others. The way that his eyes would glitter when he laughed. The way that he laughed. The way that he blushed, as if his whole face would suddenly light on fire. The way that he held her hand in his, flushing while he did so. The way that he felt underneath her as she straddled him last night. The way that he closed his eyes, leaving him vulnerable and defenseless. The way that he tasted. The way that his blood flowed through her lips. She blinked. Almost lost myself there. But, he was adorable. Her Izuku, her sweet, sweet Izuku, she loved him so much. Sometimes she really did just feel the urge to devour him whole, but who could blame her? He was just that cute. Himiko drifted in and out of consciousness until, finally, it was Izuku's turn. Hilariously enough, he was a villain, tasked with defending the remote controller. He was paired with a, frankly, skimpily clad girl with big breasts. Himiko immediately disapproved, but she decided to reserve judgment. She instead focused on Izuku, how the skin-tight costume accentuated his muscles deliciously. And, to her absolute delight, he was wearing the mask she'd gotten for him. Seeing those things together did poor things to her mental state. She watched the screen, now captivated by the session. As the heroes entered the building, one stiff-looking boy and another with interesting hair colors, they were immediately greeted by a room filled with a suspicious number of potted plants. They ignored the room since it was empty save for the large number of plants and continued forward. In the second room they entered, the stiff boy tripped a wire of some sort. The two boys were sprayed by a fire hose, but when they recovered and the boy with interesting hair froze the water midair, they discovered that it was nothing more than a simple tripwire trap without an operator on site. They continued moving forward and entered the third room. The third room was brightly lit. It was odd seeing it so bright, but Himiko didn't pay that fact much attention. After all, the show was about to begin. Izuku and the girl were standing in the center of that room. The four seemed to have a conversation of some sort. Then, Izuku clapped twice, the room went dark, and it was all over. What the fuck just happened? Similar words were cropping up all around Himiko. She knew, instinctively, that Izuku had won. It was a shame she didn't get to see how he accomplished his victory, but it was likely that the two heroes had just been dancing in the palm of his hand the entire time. As the emergency lights turned on, Himiko saw that her suspicions were correct. The two heroes had bright yellow tape on their chest and were sprawled out on the ground, leaving Izuku and the girl standing and victorious. When she saw the two boys strewn out on the ground before them, the girl jumped up and down excitedly, clapping her hands together. She turned towards Izuku, and Himiko saw red. The girl, no, the bitch. She was hugging Izuku. A filthy fucking mutt was rubbing her dirty paws over what was rightfully Himiko's. She was pressing her slutty body against his, trying to entice him like a common back alley whore. The bitch peeled off of Izuku, face blazing red. She was evidently embarrassed. That was surprising to Himiko, since she didn't know that sluts could get embarrassed. Himiko took a good, long look at the whore that hugged her Izuku. Black hair, dark eyes, pretty tall. Objectively attractive. She drank in all of her details and memorized them, committing them to the deepest facets of her mind. If Himiko ever got the chance, the bitch was fucking. Surprised words erupting around her interrupted her from her murderous thoughts. It seems that the people around her finally processed what just happened and just began talking about it. Holy shit, what just happened? I don't know, but the villains must have done something while the lights were shut off. Once again, no shit, Sherlock. Suzaku. I ask you this again, why do you feel the need to be such a dick? Wait, isn't that Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. One of my friends overheard some people from Class 1A talking about it during lunch. They said he broke the record for the entrance exam. No way, serious. Himiko took a deep breath. She was trying not to lose it. Going berserk in an auditorium full of people with her quirks was a recipe for disaster, for the others, that is. It's just, Himiko hated sharing. No, scratch that. She was fine sharing things with Izuku, for sure. But sharing Izuku was another thing entirely. She didn't want other women over her Izuku. Himiko couldn't blame them. Izuku was attractive, sweet, cute, adorable, muscular, kind, nice, and more, but still. A wave of possessiveness washed over Himiko. Actually, no, that was an understatement. It was more like an utter tsunami of rage-induced possessiveness raged through Himiko. That bitch was so dead. She'd make sure of it. She took another deep breath. Calm. There was an order to these types of things. First, gather information. Second, isolate. Third, kill. Alright, she had a game plan. Worst case scenario, she could ask him for a favor. Himiko sighed. The auditorium was still abuzz with chatter, speculating just how Izuku and the girl achieved victory. It was distracting, so Himiko tried drowning out all the other noises. It was to be expected that Izuku made her feel new things, it's just. She just didn't expect jealousy to be one of them. Pathetic jealousy. Unfounded, probably. Himiko was pretty damn sure that Izuku only had eyes for her. That wasn't even her being arrogant, it was just a fact. But she felt jealousy nonetheless. She just did not like watching that filthy whore rub herself all over her Izuku. She just did not like. Himiko inhaled deeply. In through the nose and out through the mouth, she told herself. Good God, she needed to see Izuku tonight. ... As Izuku was walking out of ground beta, he saw All Might motioning to him to stay behind. Since he didn't have any classes left in the day, Izuku happily obliged, waiting for the rest of his chattering classmates to leave and slipping out. This was a perfect opportunity. He had a few things he wanted to ask All Might, too. Mostly about that strange, quirk-like ability that he demonstrated earlier that day when throwing the softball. The words visualize opposites still chilled him to his core. Young man, All Might greeted cheerfully, good job on the combat training. Izuku flushed from the praise. I didn't do much. Yaoyorozu did most of the setup, actually. Oh, what are you talking about? The plants in the first room, the water trap in the second room, and the extra lights in the third room. And the fake remote controllers, Izuku explained. It was only thanks to her quirk that we were able to set it up in time. All Might grinned. And what was the point of all that? Well, the water trap was to dampen Todoroki so that he couldn't use his flames. It was just a guess, but I know that Bakugo's fire quirk activates based off of his sweat, and he can't use it if he gets seriously wet. So, I was hoping that something similar would happen with Todoroki. Izuku was hitting his stride now. That was vital to our plan in the third room. Get their eyes adjusted to the bright lights, and then shut them off when I attacked. I guessed that they wouldn't be able to react fast enough if I charged at them under the guise of darkness, and it was easy enough for me to guess where their chests would be. Plus, the water prevented Todoroki from using his flames to see. Either that, or he didn't react fast enough to use his fire. Okay, a good plan. What was up with the plants in the first room, then? All Might asked. Izuku smiled. The real controller was hidden at the bottom of the third one. We made a bunch just to throw them off. His mentor gave him an incredulous look. I figured that Iida is the type of guy to play by the book, so he wouldn't expect it to be in a place like that. He'd expect that we also played by the rules and that we'd have the controllers on our body. The one I had was a fake, though. All Might sweated a bit out of nervousness. If what he was saying was true, then Izuku had his classmates read like a book on the first day of school. The observational powers of his protege were a tiny bit too fearsome for his own liking. If he hadn't been rescued, and had become a villain like All for One meant for him to be. He didn't want to think about that possibility. By the way, Izuku began, shaking All Might out of his thoughts, I may have discovered another quirk I have. Oh, could it be float? Have you begun floating out of nowhere? What? No. Izuku dimly wondered what float was, though that could wait for later. The only thing I know about it is that I have to visualize opposites. I used it to sort of shoot the softball from my hand during the quirk assessment test. Ah, All Might said, of course. That one. Well, that wasn't very helpful. Do you have any idea what it might be? Izuku asked directly. All Might opened and closed his mouth. Well, I actually don't remember much of the previous one for all quirks, I'll have to look it up in the archives. I'll tell you at a later date. All Might was laughing a suspicious amount of times, but Izuku paid it no attention. But the thing is, it doesn't feel like an one for all quirk. It's hard to explain. I just feel like it has nothing to do with one for all. I assure you it does, All Might quickly said. You might just have that feeling because it hasn't fully awoken yet. That sort of made sense to Izuku. While his body's instincts were screaming at him otherwise, he decided to trust in All Might. I see. Well, thank you, All Might. I'm gonna head back now if that's all. Yep, that'll be all. Run along now, young man, All Might said, letting loose a breath he didn't know he was holding as Izuku nodded and left the grounds. All Might was gonna start balding if he had a couple more dangerous conversations like that. 612 Chapter 5, Breaking Down. Izuku Midoriya stood in the arena, staring down his opponent, a considerably larger boy roughly the age of 10. They didn't speak for a while nor did they move. Izuku just coldly glared at the other kid. He was the last thing standing between Izuku and being well-fed tonight. Sure, he had been well-fed for what seemed like weeks now, but if faced with a choice between not eating and eating, Izuku would choose the latter every time. He didn't care if the other person was starving, he was not going back to those days of being underfed if he could help it. He'd do everything in his power to make sure he ate. If he got too much food, he could just share it with the other loser that he dined with. Better to have too much than not enough, in his opinion. The faceless man's voice echoed throughout the still room. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm giving Ren a chance to surrender. The man laughed boisterously at Izuku's comment. We're getting a bit cocky now, aren't we? Not at all, Izuku said simply. With his quirks, he could never even reach me. His giant's might is useless if he can't grab a hold of me in the first place. Same thing with split, or bone reconstruction. Oh, Izuku frowned. You should have designed him better, sensei. He's strong in close range, but he has no way to close the gap. Blood Rush takes too long to boot up, and it's too inflexible and easy to dodge. I'll show you that I can close the gap. The other boy noisily declared, charging full speed at Izuku. Sighing, Izuku nevertheless began to smile. It's not that he liked a good fight. No, it wasn't anything as simple as that, but as Ren was getting too close for Izuku's taste, Izuku melted into the floor or, more accurately, the shadow on the floor and reappeared behind Ren in his own shadow. Since he knew Ren was under the effects of Blood Rush, Izuku knew that the older boy couldn't make any sharp movements or turn around quickly. Izuku took this opportunity to point an open palm at Ren, and the match was decided with that single action. After a brief tug in his gut, a high volume of pressurized water ripped open Izuku's palm and blasted outwards, engulfing the other boy and sending him barreling to the ground. Izuku imagined opposites and swapped the charges of the water, adding a non-lethal electric current to it with a flex of the hand. Non-lethal evidently did not mean non-painful, as evidenced by the agonized screams of the older boy. Do you submit? Izuku asked, clenching his jaw and adding a good dose of King's Will. The pressure in the room dramatically increased as he did so, but it didn't have the effect that Izuku was looking for. So, he leapt at the boy, about to continue battering away at him until he admitted surrender, but the faceless man held him back with the words. Stop, Izuku. Look. Ren had simply passed out. Izuku promptly stopped hosing him down and toned down the charges. There was a wide, bloody opening on his palm where the water had burst from, but he began healing it with a combination of chrono force and regenerator. While the pain was magnified as he did it this way, he knew it would be over soon. He'd gotten used to it. Sure enough, the cut was gone, and the wound looked like it never existed in the first place. Did I do good? Izuku asked, turning and ignoring the still twitching body on the floor. Yes, you did, Izuku. The voice that came out was warm, gentle even. But I am curious about something. Have you ever turned that analytical gaze on yourself? What could I have done to make you better? Izuku tapped his chin thoughtfully. If I'm being honest, I don't spend much time thinking about how I could have been made better. I've spent more time thinking about improving what I've got. I see. But, if I had to say something, I guess I'm just missing a physical enhancement quirk. Izuku nodded to himself. I've got range, I've got healing, I've got an escape method, and I've even got an AoE debuff. If there was something missing, it would definitely be something related to my close combat fighting potential, something that serves as a last-ditch resort. That makes sense, the man agreed. The two of them watched as some people in lab coats took the still twitching, unconscious Ren out of the room and presumably to the medical bay. A quirk for close quarters combat would round out your arsenal of quirks quite nicely, wouldn't it? Yeah, Izuku grunted. But I'm learning to manipulate shadows, sensei. If I get good enough at that, I never even have to be in close quarters with anyone. Excellent, excellent. The man clapped gleefully. I'm glad to see you figuring out new, inventive ways to use your quirks. If only the rest of you could be as studious as you are. Oh well, looks like I'll have to look forward to the next batch of subjects, then. He sighed. Izuku reached up to pat the man on the back. It's all right, sensei. I promise that I'll make up for them and more. The faceless man laughed loudly. Never thought I'd be comforted by the words of a child. I'm glad to have found you, Izuku. Izuku practically melted under the praise. It felt good to be praised like that, to be noticed. He spent far too many weeks in his earliest days being unnoticed and starving since he couldn't use his quirks. He was determined not to go back to those days. Does that mean? Yes, the faceless man rolled his eyes good-naturedly, you'll get your food. Hooray. Unbreakable. Breaking down. Izuku had just finished showering up and was about to go to bed when he heard a tack sound. At the same time, his phone buzzed. He picked up his device, rather tired, but immediately perked up when he saw that it was a text from Himiko. He hurriedly opened it to read the text message she had just sent. Himiko, I am outside. Another buzz. Himiko, let me in. Himiko, let me in. Then, she sent a gif of a man grabbing a fence with his hand with flashing text, let me in, underneath it. Izuku wasn't sure where it was from, but he was certain that he'd seen the meme somewhere before. Izuku went to the window and saw Himiko standing far below on the ground. Judging by the way she was standing with her arms crossed and the way she was tapping her foot, she seemed upset or impatient for something. He opened the window and saw that he had a call waiting for him on his phone. Picking up, he let out a muffled, hello. Izu. The voice on the other side was flat. I wanna see you. Let me in. Okay. Himiko's tone left little room for debate. Izuku wasn't sure why, but he began blushing. Maybe it had something to do with the idea of Himiko in his room, alone, again. No, it definitely had something to do with that fact. He extended a few strands of black whip down to her, gently picking Himiko up and retracting the strands. He saw her put her phone away, and when she reached the window, Himiko hurriedly climbed through the window and glomped him, causing Izuku to let out a surprised eek. He stood there awkwardly, hands slowly coming together to pat Himiko on her back. She just squeezed Izuku tighter, burying her face into his chest and taking a deep sniff of him. Izuku panicked, wondering if he smelled bad, but if he did, she gave no indication of it. She just stood there, squeezing the life out of him and inhaling his scent. After a few moments, she relinquished her grip on him, but Izuku had no time to recover. With a gentle push from Himiko, Izuku fell backwards onto his bed, and Himiko immediately sat in his lap, straddling him. Her face was so close to his. Too close. The concept of personal space evidently did not matter to Himiko, not that Izuku particularly minded. Izuku averted his gaze, unable to look Himiko in the eyes, but Himiko would not have any of that. She grabbed Izuku's chin and turned his face so that he was looking directly at her. His face, as usual, was quickly resembling a ripe tomato. No running away, she hummed, gazing at him with her yellow, cat-like irises. Tell me about the rest of your day and how it went. Giving up the fight against his furious blush, Izuku replied, well, we had foundational hero studies. It was a combat training exercise. Did you watch it? The last bit was spoken softly, Izuku shyly looking Himiko in the eyes. God, I want to devour him. Shaking her head to clear her mind from less savory thoughts, Himiko decided to respond to Izuku. Not really. At his crestfallen expression, she quickly added, except for yours, though. It was the only one I really paid attention to. Watching Izuku's face brighten up was one of the better moments of Himiko's day. Really? Izuku smiled bashfully. What did you think? I want to cut that bitch that dared to hug you at the end. Well, I couldn't even see how you defeated your opponents, it happened so fast. Ah, Izuku scratched the back of his head, sorry about that. I couldn't give Todoroki a chance to react. You see, he has a super strong ice and fire quirk that. Izuku began ranting about this Todoroki person's quirk before quickly shifting to talking about some kid named Ida's quirk. She barely paid attention to the words that were coming out of his mouth, instead focusing on him. His eyes lit up, and he stared at her directly, no longer minding the short distance between them as he was talking about, quite evidently, his favorite topic of quirks. But then again, it wouldn't have been possible without Yaoyorozu. Himiko immediately paid rapt attention to what he was saying. He sang her praises, especially regarding her versatile quirk, creation, that could create any non-organic material from her body. She quickly catalogued the information she was receiving, and Izuku, oblivious to what was going on, kept on supplying her with more and more details. As he finished up, Himiko remarked flatly, well, you seem to like her a lot. Poor Izuku didn't have the experience with girls to understand what he'd just gotten himself into. Yeah, I do. I think she's especially. Even Izuku couldn't miss the way Himiko's hands clamped down on his arms the second he said that. But not like that. Not in that way, he quickly amended. Himiko just stared at him impassively. Mustering up what little courage he had, Izuku added, I like her, but, not in the same way I like you, Himiko. That calmed her down considerably. Now with a somewhat pleased expression on her face, Himiko teased, oh. And in what way do you like me? Izuku let out a garbled little noise and pouted. Now I feel like you're just bullying me. Himiko giggled, all traces of her earlier unhappiness gone. Izuku looked too cute with that pout on his face. Maybe. Maybe not. So, how did it feel? To win, she further clarified. Well, I don't know how to describe this, but, Izuku trailed off. At Himiko's expectant gaze, he gathered his thoughts and continued, I enjoyed it. Winning, you know. Or not exactly winning, but. Himiko's lips inexplicably curled up into a smile. She knew just what to say. Dominating them. Izuku remained silent for a second. Then, quietly, yeah, I think so. No, that's exactly right. But I don't know, does that make me weird? Freaky? No, not at all. Himiko's smile just grew larger at hearing his admission. In fact, that's just like the Izuku I know. Really? Izuku blushed, but he wasn't sure what he was blushing at. I always considered myself more of a masochist. A what? Nothing. He looked down, away from Himiko's alluring eyes. That's just like the Izuku I know. Those words haunted him a little bit. He didn't know when he'd awoken to it, but it just sort of happened. For example, when he was fighting the giant robots at the entrance exam, he remembered that, while he found the exercise itself to be a bit of a slog to get through, The feeling of utterly outclassing the robots, of dominating them in battle, was exhilarating. He'd never had that feeling before, or at least he didn't think he had that feeling before. The only person he'd fought before was All Might, and in no way was Izuku even close to fighting All Might on equal footing, much less dominating him, so the giant robots were the first time he could just let loose. Izuku wondered if it had to do with the feeling of constantly being belittled for being quirkless, if he had something pent up from all the times that he was looked down on, of being deemed worthless, or if it was something deeper than that. Wisps of a memory lurked on the fringes of his consciousness. But, try as he might, he couldn't access it. A masochist, Himiko murmured to herself. Please forget you heard anything. No. Himiko smiled. I don't think I will. Though, I don't think that you're a masochist. Based on their interactions for the past few years, Himiko guessed that Izuku secretly enjoyed being teased. It wasn't on the level of being a masochist, per se, but it was an instinct of his. Himiko could probably guess where it came from. After all, the harrowing experience the two of them shared, it wasn't strange for him to have come out with a few gears loose, even if they did seemingly erase his memory. Having to fight for yourself constantly, having to become so selfish and fight without a regard for other people's safety, it was perfectly natural for someone to develop a secret desire to surrender yourself to someone, to let them baby you, to let them take care of everything for you. A penchant for dominating others, yet a secret desire to be dominated by someone close to you. The dichotomy of Izuku Midoriya. Well, that was a theory she could test right now. With a hand on his chest, she leaned forward, pushing Izuku so that he was lying on his back with Himiko sitting tall on his lap. She gathered his wrists and pinned it high above his head with her own hand and leaned down over him. He weakly tried to protest verbally, but Himiko shushed him with a finger from her free hand pressed against his lips. No talking, she commanded. I don't want to hear a sound escape your lips. Eyes on me. Izuku stared up at her, eyes wide. Well, Himiko had his full attention now. His eyes weren't darting off to the sides anymore, he was just looking at her like she was the greatest thing he'd ever laid eyes on. His look alone was starting to make her blush. So, she started with a kiss on the tip of his nose. Izuku blushed like he always did, turning a fearsome shade of red. She followed up with a kiss to both cheeks, then one to the forehead before tenderly rubbing her nose against his. For some reason, it was this that made Izuku finally shut his eyes and stop looking at her. She took a moment to stop and admire the scenery before her. Izuku Midoriya, blushing a delicious shade of red, was holding his breath with his eyes shut, eagerly waiting for whatever she was going to do to him. He trusted her enough to do all this, a fact that reinforced her earlier theory. Maybe Izuku just wanted someone he could relax around and surrender himself to counterbalance the fact that he was forced to, well, not anymore, at least, but back then, be so dominant over others. It wasn't strange for him to have developed a twisted liking for both of them. That was her theory, anyways. Well, she could work with that. She liked being the teaser, anyways, not the one being teased, though she wouldn't terribly mind being teased by Izuku. Himiko just had to come up with a few plans for what they did from now on. She decided to peck him on the lips. She didn't think it was possible to blush any deeper, but he somehow did. With his eyes screwed shut and body squirming slightly underneath her, she was suddenly greeted by an instinct she had that had gone previously unheard due to her thinking about her little theory too much. I want to devour him. 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 For once, instead of holding herself back, she went along with her instincts. Himiko smashed her lips against his oh-so-vulnerable lips, teeth clacking awkwardly together. She didn't mind, though, and Himiko continued ravenously devouring him. After a few not-so-short moments, Himiko pulled off of him. Her lips were already starting to feel bruised, and a thin line of saliva connected the two pairs of lips together. That's just the teaser, she breathed out, a bit out of breath. Izuku bit his lip, nodding, eyes still screwed shut. He looked so cute and nervous with his eyes shut and face red. For some reason, a possessive instinct flared up in Himiko seeing him in this state. Well, it would be more accurate to say that her normally extremely possessive nature just went from a 10 out of 10 to a 20 out of 10 in this scenario. Izuku was hers. He was hers. And yet that bitch still could not get herself the fuck out of Himiko's mind. Hold still, she commanded, not that Izuku was going to move in the first place, but still, it was just for flavoring. Himiko dipped her head so that her lips could find purchase on Izuku's neck. When she found it, she sucked greedily on it, using her tongue to push down on the skin. Her sharp canines pierced skin, and Izuku's warm blood started flowing into Himiko's mouth. Oh, fuck. No matter how many times she had Izuku's blood, she would and could never tire of it. She pulled off of him to admire her handiwork. A dark, purple splotch was now born into existence on Izuku's neck, and she reveled with the feeling of triumph for being the one to put it there and for Izuku having relaxed enough around her to not freeze the spot while she was sucking on it. Well, she gathered that based on what she understood of his quirks, anyways. Thank you for the meal, she whispered sensually in his ear, letting go of his hands and sitting up on his lap. There was definitely something hard digging into her, but she would deal with that matter after some more research, yeah. She couldn't just fly with her instincts on that. Izuku was probably a virgin just like she was, and she wanted to make sure that their first time together was as enjoyable as possible. Hey. Just the thought alone was enough to get her giddy. To be connected as one with her darling Izuku, oh, just how sweet that would be if she was drinking his blood at the same time. But, yeah, she definitely needed to do some more research. Yaon. Waking up at 6 in the morning, Izuku washed up in the bathroom and noticed, to his surprise, that Himiko's mark had disappeared during the night. Where a dark purple bruise had been, a clean and unblemished patch of skin existed. He flushed hard as the memories of last night washed over him. Himiko's lips on his. Izuku splashed cold water on his face to cool down. Did he really just make out with a girl? It was just so unthinkable, for him of all people. He wondered why Himiko even chose someone like him. He just kissed her like a day or two ago, and they were already moving to making out. That was pretty fast, in his opinion, but he didn't really mind. No, he didn't mind at all, actually. He found it exciting. Not to mention just how comforting it was to be held down like that. He didn't think he'd enjoy that situation normally, but with Himiko it was different. He could trust her. He felt safe with her. Back to this issue. Extending his neck, his fingers brushed over the clean spot he could vividly remember Himiko sucking on last night. He figured that he probably healed quickly or something. Even back when he was practicing martial arts at the dojo, he noticed that he healed abnormally fast. Either way, he chose not to put that much thought into the subject matter, opting to go on a morning run before breakfast. Throwing on his sweats and a random t-shirt he found, Izuku went outside of his dorm after brushing his teeth. He slipped on his workout mask that Himiko had gotten him for his birthday and put in some earbuds connected to his phone, which laid strapped securely around his arm. After some debate, he chose to jog normally since using one for all out in public this early in the morning would probably wake some folks up with the surges of light that it normally emitted. Putting on some tunes, he began jogging at a somewhat fast pace. Even though he wasn't using one for all, Izuku's base physical prowess was still high, so he was still moving with good speed. The purpose of the jog was to wake him up, stay in shape, and work on stamina. The stamina part was especially important. He didn't want to be fighting while exhausted. As he made laps around UA University, he noticed that there seemed to be a crowd of people gathering at the front gate. On closer inspection, they looked like news reporters, with their cameras and notepads blatantly revealing their identity. There was also an out-of-place hooded figure standing in the midst of them, notable mostly because the person wasn't holding anything unlike the crowd of reporters he was in. By the time Izuku noticed him, his quick pace was already taking him away from the crowd, so the figure left his attention. It was getting worrying, though. Each time he passed by UA's entrance, there seemed to be more reporters at the ready trying to get in. They were being held back by the physical barrier that UA had set up presumably for cases like this and two large, burly security guards, but the situation was looking grim for the school. As he finished up his laps, took off his mask, and started walking to cool down, a commotion suddenly sprang up from the entrance. Somehow, the physical barrier had been erased, as if it had never been there, and a swarm of reporters were booking it to every single student in sight. Unfortunately, that meant Izuku was getting targeted as well. Before he could react to what was going on, he'd already been swarmed by a group of reporters. He was pinned down by a group of them, stuck between a wall and a mess of human bodies. You there. What's your school year and class? Are you a part of the heroics course? Can you answer a few of my questions? Izuku fumbled, feeling pressured and very out of his element. What's your name? Do you mind if we disclose your identity in our paper? Pose for the camera. How does it feel to learn at such a prestigious institution? I'm sorry, I've gotta go, Izuku muttered meekly, but his request was ignored. As the interviewers kept on asking questions, it felt as though he was sinking into quicksand with no way out. They'd ensnared him, and they weren't letting go anytime soon. If they weren't going to let him leave, Izuku was seriously considering activating One for All and leaping out of there. Just as he was about to do just that, his saving grace came. Cut that out. Can't you see that you're bothering him? If you have questions, ask them in an orderly fashion. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, his classmate. An angel. She was literally an angel descending from the heavens. Perhaps it was due to the authoritative tone she took on, or perhaps it was due to the fact that she was a very cute girl. The tabloid people immediately quieted down. Momo walked to his side by the wall and stared down the reporters. But, Momo said, we have class soon, so I'll only answer the first 3 questions. She held up a hand with 3 fingers extended. Izuku could immediately tell that that was a lie, but he did not point that out. After all, she was lying for his sake. They had a long time until class started. What's your phone number? Denied, Momo said instantly. You only have 2 questions left. As the reporters all verbally attacked the man who tried to hit on Momo, Izuku noticed something. Momo's left hand that she wasn't holding up in the air was balled into a fist by her side and shaking slightly. An exchange between the two of them popped up in his memory. I just, get nervous in front of crowds. Izuku finally realized. She was confronting a fear of hers for his sake. Feeling somewhat awed by her bravery, he decided to offer what little comfort he could. Shifting so that his body trapped Momo's hand between the wall, he slowly raised his hand to grip her trembling one. Due to his positioning, none of the reporters could see what had occurred. Nervously, he looked at Momo's face, wondering if he had crossed a line of some sort. She looked defiantly ahead, but a faint blush could be seen coloring her face. Izuku guessed it came from working out prior to this chance meeting, and not from some ridiculous reason like him holding her hand. It wasn't like he was holding her hand, though, Izuku quickly amended to himself. He was providing support to her in the small way that he could. The arguing reporters came to a consensus and finally asked a question. We heard rumors that a student has broken All Might's record on the entrance exam. Do you know if this is true? Izuku broke out into a cold sweat. Well, he was already sweaty from his workout, but everything within him froze over. Thanks to Eijiro's outburst on the first day, everyone in the class knew he had scored 258 points on the entrance exam, blowing All Might's old exam score out of the water. I wonder, Momo hummed, making a show of thinking deeply about it. I heard a rumor that someone in Class 1B had scored first on the entrance exam. I would start with them if you want to figure out anything. Are you not in Class 1B? No, we're in Class 1A, so we wouldn't know anything about it. Momo took on a commanding tone. Now, that's 3 questions. We have class, so we'd appreciate it if you all dispersed. It was clear from Momo's voice that she wasn't making a request. After some fuss, the reporters all ran off, trying to find someone from Class 1B. As they finally disappeared from sight, Momo and Izuku both let out a long sigh of relief. Then, looking at each other, Momo giggled. Thank God that's over. You can say that again, Izuku mumbled. Thank God that's over. What? You gave me permission to say it again. Laughing, Izuku shook his head at Momo's little joke. Then, he said, seriously, though. Thank you for getting me out of that situation. I know it must have been hard on you, too. True. But a friend was in need of saving. And you know what they say. Her free hand clenched into a fist, where she put it against her heart. When a friend is in need. Izuku finished for her. You should never fail to save them. Now look at who's picking lines from Learning with All Might. She looked away. Well, I figured you already knew it. That I did, Izuku nodded. But seriously, thanks. You saved me. Momo still stoutly looked away from him. For some reason the tips of her ears were red. While Izuku wondered what was going on with her, the inner machinations of Momo's mind were a mess. He's still holding my hand. What do I do? As if sensing her thoughts, Izuku looked down at their hands. Oh. Sorry about this, Izuku said instantly, letting go of her hand that he was still clutching. I just wanted to help in what little way I could. I freeze up in the weirdest spots, so you really helped me out there. No, I don't particularly mind it or anything, Momo said quietly. Thank you, though. I'm glad that I could help. They stood and stewed in an awkward, soul-crushing silence before Izuku spoke up. Should we head back? As Momo nodded, the two began walking back in the direction of the dorm. The walk was uncomfortably silent, and so Momo endeavored to do something about it. I like your shirt, Momo complimented, causing Izuku to actually pay attention to what shirt he was wearing. It was one of his many All Might shirts. This one in particular had him in his Golden Age costume. Then, naturally, he focused on what she was wearing. A dark gray tank top with a very high cut, dark running short shorts, and a pure black baseball cap. It seemed like she had been out jogging as well. I could guess why you like it. Well, he is wearing a superior costume. Izuku let out a short laugh. I will argue to the death that Silver Age All Might is the best All Might. Oh ho. I hope you're prepared to stand and die by those words. And thus began a needlessly long but fairly enjoyable argument over which costume was best. In class the same day, Aizawa-sensei spoke curtly. You're going to select a class president. Fought. A vast majority of the class shouted. You have 40 minutes. I'll be back by the end of it. I hope you have an answer by then. With those words, Aizawa began to walk out of the classroom. Oh, select a vice president and secretary while you're at it. As the class erupted into an uproar, Aizawa took his leave swiftly. That seems like an ordinary school thing to do, though, Izuku murmured. No one heard him except for Kyoka Jiro. Even though she was sitting multiple seats away, she still turned towards him and laughed. I know, right, she said over the clamor. Izuku could tell she was talking to him since they easily made eye contact. It seems like everyone likes making a big deal out of nothing. Tenya overheard and immediately raised his objections. This is a big deal. We should endeavor to take this seriously. He stood up from his desk and spoke loudly. Everyone. We should hold a discussion to get everyone's thoughts in order, then settle this with a vote. Any disagreements? Can't we just vote and get this farce over with? Katsuki grumbled. No. Tenya denied vehemently. Proper discourse is the foundation of a good democracy. We should allow the people who wish to join the race speak up for themselves. Anyone? After a brief period of silence, Mina simply said, shouldn't the strongest people be class officers? Ha! Who the fuck said I wanted to be class president? Katsuki snarled. Though, that doesn't sound too bad. Not you. I'm talking about Midoriya. Huh. Izuku was instantly bewildered at becoming the topic of conversation. He'd been planning on sitting this discussion out and voting for whoever the class decided on, but this sudden turn in the conversation threw him off guard. I'll make you eat shit for saying that, Katsuki glowered at her. Mina just stuck her tongue out at him and blew a raspberry. Well, it is true that Midoriya is the strongest in the class currently, Tenya said. He scored first on the entrance exam and first on the Quirk assessment test. And he seems normal. While saying this, he shot a side glance at Katsuki and Shoto. Do you have any objections, Izuku? Yuku ran over the potential upsides and downsides in his mind. In the first place, he doubted his limited social skills would be able to carry him successfully through the role. He wasn't assertive enough and just did not fit the role of a leader. But, just as he was about to deny Tenya, another thought popped up in his head. Couldn't he consider this as training? If he were to ascend to the top of the hero rankings, he would have to interact with people on the regular. Furthermore, if he got used to interacting with all different kinds of people now by utilizing the opportunities that being a class president offered him, that could only be beneficial for the future. Sure, he wasn't that good at social interactions now, but he could get better by being class president. I have no problems with it, Izuku said, but then he faltered. If you'll have me, that is. Alright, that settles it. I'll pass out a sheet of paper to each of you, and you can vote for or against Midoriya becoming class president. The voting will be anonymous, I assure you, and in the end I will collect all the slips and count them up. Tenya paused for a breath. That sounds good to everyone. The class let out voices of approval, and Tenya immediately got to work. After he distributed the slips of paper to everyone, people began writing down their yes or no votes. When everyone was done, he collected them and counted through the results. Izuku left his blank, uncomfortable with voting for himself. Only 2 votes for no, Tenya reported. A resounding success, Midoriya. Congratulations. Izuku laughed nervously. Thanks, everyone. While he was glad for the opportunity for growth, he wondered if the class would have been better off having someone like Tenya be class president. Tenya immediately moved on to the next subject, a vice president. Well, since we have a male as our class president, I think it's only fair to have a female be the vice president, and we can have anyone be the secretary. Any arguments against that? There were no objections to that. If I may. A voice spoke up. Everyone turned to the owner of the voice, or, they at least tried to. Toru Hagakuri, their resident invisible girl, had spoken up, and all that could be seen was the skirt and shirt of the college's uniform. I nominate Yaoyorozu. I feel like she has that dependable aura about her, and if we're talking about strongest, she scored second on the Quirk assessment test. Wouldn't she be perfect? Humorously enough, Momo had the exact same reaction as Izuku. Yeah, if it's a girl, it's gotta be Yaomomo, Mina grinned. No problems here. Yep, I agree. One by one, the girls in the class gave their approval for Momo's nomination. Tenya, wanting to do things properly, asked Momo outright, Yaoyorozu, are you fine with being nominated? Momo seemed to fiddle with her hands, and for a brief moment, her searching eyes caught his. Izuku tried to offer as reassuring of a smile as possible, wanting to convey his feelings of, we'll both be out of our natural element, but at least we'll be out together. She took a deep breath before saying in a seemingly calm tone, yes, I would be honored to receive the position. Okay. We'll vote using the same rules as last time, Tenya said. After he passed out the papers and recollected them, he reported almost robotically, wow. A unanimous vote. Congratulations, Yaoyorozu. Momo let loose an embarrassed smile. Thank you all for the vote of confidence. No worries, Yaomomo. Mina said cheerfully. You're the most suited to the task. Tenya cleared his throat. Alright, now that that's taken care of, let's discuss who should be secretary. Does anyone? I have a suggestion. Surprisingly, it had been Izuku who spoke up. I'm not particularly talkative or anything, it's a skill I'm still working at. For that reason, I'd like the secretary to be an outspoken person. Izuku swallowed before continuing, trying to keep his voice as level as possible. I think Iida fights the bill perfectly, so I'd like to nominate him. Tenya remained silent for a moment. It seemed, strangely enough, that he was going to cry out of gratitude or something. Maybe being a class representative meant a lot to him. I agree. Iida seems like a reliable bet, Momo threw in her opinion, likely reaching the same conclusion that Izuku had. If they had a secretary that was as assertive as Tenya, that means there was less of a demand for Izuku and Momo to fulfill that role in which they both inherently were not good at. Well, if the Prez and Vice Prez both agree to it, I see no issues, Eijiro said. Yeah, no issues here. Being a class representative kinda seems like a pain, so I'm glad you three are all up to it, Denki laughed. Noticing the boy in question's silence, Ochako asked, you're up to it, right, Iida? Izuku thought he heard Tenya sniffle. I'm sorry. I was just trying to hold back my tears at having been nominated for such a prestigious position. I swear that I will not let you down. But first, we have to vote. Fuck the voting. That shit takes forever. Katsuki roared. Raise your hand right now if you're okay with Shitty 4 Eyes being class secretary. A large portion of the class raised their hands, Izuku and Momo included. After making a rough count, Katsuki announced, 16 out of 20. 4 Eyes is our class secretary. Now, someone call Isawa back in or something so we can continue on with our day. Tenya stood there, an unbelieving look flashing in his eyes. You all are really okay with me. Oh, shut it, Katsuki said roughly. We've already decided. Tenya sniffled again. Everyone, I'm so touched by your generosity. I swear that I will perform to the best of my abilities. Oh, shut up. Momo stretched, getting ready to head down to the common area. At the end of the week, it was announced that on the following Monday, the class was going to go to the Unexpected Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. Its purpose was to train hero students in disaster prevention and rescue, containing many different zones designed to simulate real-life accidents. Located a fair distance away from the main campus, it would require a bus to shuttle the students to and from the premises. Before she could gather her bearings, it was already the Sunday before their class trip. Izuku, having received his first task as class president, braved the unknown and asked for all of his classmates' numbers to create a group chat. He was met with surprising success, all of his classmates giving their numbers to him. Momo giggled, remembering the adorable, flustered way that he asked for her number. Of course, her being the vice president and all, she got everyone's contacts from Izuku already. Her phone buzzed. Taking a glance at it, she saw that Izuku had officially created the group chat. Izuku, hey, everyone. This will be the group chat for the class. I'll post the details for the Unexpected Simulation Joint in this chat later. Mina, who's who? Katsuki, That's my question. Katsuki. Who the fuck is everyone? Katsuki. Deku WH so serious by the way. Tenya. I think everyone should say their names. Ajiro. Pussy Slayer 6999. Having just hopped into the elevator, Momo stared, dumbfounded, for a moment at her phone. Ajiro. Guys, that was Mineta, he took me phone, I swear. Ajiro. Can someone help me find the rat bastard, I don't know where he went. Rolling her eyes at the antics of some of her classmates, Momo took this opportunity to type in her response. Momo. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Ochako. Ochako Uraraka. Putting her phone away as she arrived at the bottom floor, it seemed like most of her classmates were spending their free time before dinner relaxing in the common rooms. A couple of her male classmates were playing pool, and a few even brought down their laptops and seemed to be playing a computer game together. He's dead on my screen. He's dead on my screen. Denki screeched, suddenly slamming his fists up and down repeatedly like a jackhammer. We didn't get him. Fu. Shut up, shut up. Katsuki raged back at him. We're already fucking losing, so please shut the fuck up. We need Midoriya Bach, Denki whined. He was carrying USSSSSSSSSSSS. He had to go help with cooking. It can't be helped, reasoned Fumikage. It's already bad enough that Kirishima went AFK to find Mineta, so let's not argue. The avian boy was much calmer than the other two, so Momo decided to call out to him. Tokiyami, what game are you guys playing? Fumikage was momentarily snapped out of his concentration by her words. League of Heroes. His quick answer answered all of Momo's questions. As a hero fan, she knew of the massively popular game where you picked a hero to fight a 5v5 game. Personally, she was a rabbit hero, Mirko main, but she would rather walk off a cliff than admit that right here right now. Though, it seemed like a random squad of people playing. Izuku, Fumikage, Katsuki, Denki, and Ajiro. The last three she could imagine together, but definitely not Fumikage. Oh, well. Video games bridge the gap between all different kinds of people. Also, it sounded like Izuku played the game as well, another conversation topic for them in private. Momo smiled to herself inadvertently, thinking of the discussions she could have with him. While she didn't peg Izuku as the type of person to be heavily invested into video games, it was just like him to play League of Heroes. Yao Momo. She was ambushed by Mina, who glomped her from the side. Momo almost let out a shriek, but fortunately, she held it in. The boys are making us dinner in preparation for the USJ tomorrow. We girls are watching a movie the room over. Wanna join? For some reason, Momo knew Mina was not about to take no for an answer. Sensing some ulterior motive but being too lax to guard against it, Momo said, sure. I came down for food, so if the boys are going to prepare it, I guess I have time for a movie. Mina beamed. Excellent. Come, come. She was led to the next room, where Mina promptly allowed her in and shut the door, locking it. A movie was playing on the TV, but no one seemed to be paying attention to it. I've secured Yaomomo. We're all present. Fortify the area, Mina instructed. Alarms began going off in Momo's head. Roger, Toru said cheerfully, walking up to the blinds and shutting them, casting the room in darkness save for the light from the TV. Her outfit was surprisingly revealing, a small, low-cut tank top and extremely short shorts, but it could hardly be considered revealing if one couldn't even see the person in the outfit. With the blinds to the room down and the door locked, it truly seemed like Momo waltzed right into a secret meeting of some sort. Guys, what's going on? Momo asked, uncertain. I'm glad you asked, Mina said. Crossing her arms, she stated generously, welcome to the first bi-monthly Boys of Class 1A ranking tier list determination party. Momo's jaw fell open. What? Are you familiar with the concept of tier lists? Yes, but. Good, that makes this easy. Mina pulled out a big sheet of paper, a stick of glue, and what appeared to be individual cutouts of the boys' ID pictures. How she got that material, Momo didn't want to know. We're making a tier list, but with the guys in our class. Any objections? Momo started, doesn't it seem wrong to objectify the other? No objections, sweet. Mina laughed heartily, completely ignoring Momo's statement. She wrote, from top to bottom, S, A, B, C, and trash on the big sheet of paper. Without a second of hesitation, she glued Minoru Mineta's ID picture into the trash tier. Any problems with me doing this? A chorus of no's answered her. Momo couldn't help but be swept up in their pace and answered no as well. The looks she sometimes spotted Minoru giving her, she didn't like thinking about it. Ooh, this'll be interesting. Mina held up an image of Katsuki Bakugo. Thoughts? Quick question. Are we basing this off of looks or personality? Kyoka asked. Toru spoke up. Both, I guess. We're holistic in this institution. Fine. Well, I think looks, A, personality, trash. So low B, high C. Kyoka said. Though, admitting that his looks are leaves a disgusting feeling in my mouth. A few of the girls nodded in agreement while Momo reserved judgment. Katsuki was fine and all, looks-wise, but his personality was pretty problematic. His appearance wasn't even close to Izuku's. Wait a fucking minute. Where had that rogue thought come from? K. So, low B, or high C. A few mutterings of low B sealed Katsuki's fate. On to the next one. Mina announced. The dealings went on like this for some time, Momo paying half attention and not really offering any of her opinions on the boys that were called. She simply didn't have any opinions on the boys judged so far, and the act of objectively deciding a tier for a boy didn't exactly sit well with her. She simply wasn't brave enough to come out and denounce it when all of her female classmates seemed to be enjoying it. Idly, she wondered if she'd be brave enough to do it if Izuku was with her. Momo shook her head. She was having weird thoughts. Perhaps the mood of ranking people had gotten to her. Denki Kaminari, B tier. Eijiro Kirishima, A tier. Tenya Iida, A tier. Shoto Todoroki, S tier. Not one of these mattered to her until. Ooh, this'll be fun. Izuku Midoriya. Mina announced, instantly catching Momo's attention, for some reason. He's strong and good looking, that's for sure, but, isn't he kind of shy? I'm not too into that, Toru said. But he's so kind. Strangely enough, it wasn't Momo who said that. Someone had beat her to it. Ochako, who had been quiet up until now, suddenly started speaking. He may be shy, yes, but he's probably the kindest person in our class. After all, during the entrance exam, he saved me without a second thought, like it was nothing. Suyu spoke simply. Also, he's totally hot. Ribbit. What? Ochako said, flustered by Suyu's straightforward statement. Based on her rapidly reddening face, it was likely that Ochako thought the same as Suyu. Objectively the most attractive boy in our class, Suyu clarified. Todoroki's the prettiest, that's for sure, but Midoriya's got power and a good personality to match. I don't mind the shyness, I actually find it cute. That has value. It was twisted logic, for sure, but it was logic that Momo agreed with. Wait, what? Mina had her doubts. But, he's kinda short, isn't he? Before she could stop the words from flowing out, Momo interjected for the first time during their ranking session. I don't mind. She instantly regretted saying what came to her mind. Not just Mina, just about all the girls were looking at her with a flabbergasted expression. Only Suyu shot her a thumbs up with her usual expressionless face. Momo tried to salvage her situation. Of course, by that I mean I don't mind it if a guy is shorter than me. Ho ho, Mina said, developing a devilish grin, are you sure you just don't mind that Midoriya is shorter than you? Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Momo responded resolutely, that has nothing to do with anything. I'm just talking about my personal preferences. TCH. No fun, yao Momo, Mina sighed. And here I thought I was about to find something juicy. So, what are we thinking, ladies? B. A. S. Momo temporarily bristled with anger at the outlandish suggestion that Izuku should go into B tier. If she didn't watch herself here, she might slip into another rant like the one she had in front of Izuku about Golden Age All Might. Suyu declared unreservedly. Looking like she was so embarrassed that she could very well faint at any moment, Ochako murmured, I guess, Toru said. Kyoka gave him an A without thinking too much about it. Mina snorted. Wow, I think you guys are way overvaluing Midoriya. I personally think he's low B, maybe even lower than Bakugo. Unable to hold herself back, Momo cried out, ha. Are you kidding me? Lower than Bakugo. In my opinion, Midoriya should be top tier, higher than Todoroki. He's just so. Momo blinked. She stared at the shit-eating grin on Mina's face and realized that she got baited. The only words we get out of Yaomomo are when Midoriya's involved, Mina observed, chuckling to herself. Well, don't hold back. He's just so, what? Momo was aware of her face slowly starting to heat up. She had really gotten herself into this situation. But, that was alright. She had been trained for tough situations like these. Calm down, and kill the emotions. It's nothing. Is it really nothing? I was just speaking from an objective standpoint. Nothing more, nothing less. Mina looked like she wanted to probe a little deeper, but, fortunately for Momo, she relented. Well, I guess, if you say so. I was kidding, by the way. I think Midoriya's an easy S. As the girls happily chattered away, Momo's brief slip-up brushed away, she let out a sigh of relief. It would really help Momo to not get into hairy situations in the first place. She should work on that. Life would be so much easier if she could hold herself back from these problematic outbursts. Showing weakness was not the Yaoyorozu way. Being mature and dignified, that was the Yaoyorozu way, the way that had been instilled within her from her childhood. But she couldn't help it sometimes. Maybe it was just against her natural personality. But even so, Momo would endeavor to get rid of that weakness. She would kill that side of her, so that only the cool, collected Momo remained. Momo barely managed to hold onto that image that she worked so hard to develop in front of the other members of her class. But Izuku. He knew about the side to her that she never showed anyone. And what's more is that he seemed to be delivering on his promise of not telling anyone. For that, she was infinitely grateful. And, it was only this gratefulness that she had for him that she ranked him S tier, okay. Definitely not anything else, definitely not his cute freckled face or the feeling of his warm hand enveloping hers, they had absolutely nothing to do with it. Izuku had been taking up a lot of Momo's focus, and she didn't quite know why. Oh, wait, of course. The mystery of his quirk and what it had to do with All Mights. His conversation with Isawa that she had eavesdropped on, accidentally overheard on the day that she was moving in was the sole, yes, the sole reason that she was interested, even slightly, in Izuku. His quirk was just too interesting, yes, that was it. It had nothing to do with how warm her hand felt in his. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Rage. That was all he could see because of that fucking game. Katsuki barely registered the doors to the kitchen sliding open. As they did, Izuku exited the kitchen and walked into the common room to inform everyone that dinner was almost ready. The scene that greeted him was a slightly bruised Minoru chirping happily with his other male classmates. The guy could definitely take a beating, but he didn't seem to let that affect him, as deserved as it might have been. Also, Eijiro seemed to have graduated from wanting to tear off that rat bastard's face, which could probably be said to have been an improvement. Hey, Minoru said, now that the girls are gone, how about we make a tier list based off of how hot the girls in our class are? No thanks. Do I look like a fucking child? Katsuki snapped, still in a sour mood from his session of gaming. Izuku added his own 2 cents. Don't think that that's a great idea. It feels wrong to objectify our classmates like that. You're all a bunch of pussies, Minoru huffed. Keep running your mouth and I'm gonna triple the beating you received from Kirishima, I swear to fucking God. Katsuki swept a hand through his spiky hair and leveled a glare at the people that he pretty much just wasted an hour of his life with. You bastards are lucky that it's grub time. Thank God, Eijiro sighed. Any more games, and I think Baku bro was about to pop a blood vessel. This has been entertaining, Fumikage said grandly, shutting down his computer. Would you gentlemen like to partake in that again sometime in the future? Katsuki thought about that for a second before responding. Sure, but definitely not anymore tonight. I think I'm going to murder someone after Kaminari fed the opposing All Might 8 kills. That's because it was 2 versus 1. Kirishima left, remember. Denki attempted to defend himself. Just sit back and stop feeding. It's that simple. Before the conversation could devolve into a pointless argument, Tenya popped up, coming from the game of pool. Now, let's stop arguing. The food is almost ready, and we should all make sure to eat up before our trip to the USJ tomorrow. A battle should never be fought on an empty stomach, after all. Okay, Mom, Katsuki said crossly, shutting down his laptop and returning it to his bag. Who's gonna get the ladies? They look like they're having a goddamn cult meeting of some sort. I will. Minoru instantly spoke up, and before anyone could deny him, he sprinted off towards the secretively locked door. There, he knocked twice before informing the girls that their lovely presences were requested at the dining table. After some muffled words that Katsuki and the rest of the boys couldn't really hear, Minoru turned to face them, a lone tear streaking down his face. Awa, dude looks like he got his soul crushed, Denki observed. Katsuki said simply, serves him right. Whatever the girls said to him were definitely not kind words. He got up from the table and walked to the formal dining hall, not bothering to check if anyone was following him. Katsuki didn't particularly care if he was followed or not, he just liked being one of the first to do something. As he walked into the hall, he was greeted by several different types of soba spread out on a massive table with chairs surrounding it. There were also a multitude of different sweets, courtesy of Rikido Sato, who was currently in the process of putting the finishing touches on a cake. Katsuki took one of the seats at the head of the table, absent-mindedly pulling out his phone to check it while he waited for food to be served to him. As the other students slowly filed in, Katsuki found himself thinking of an issue that was never too far from his mind these days. Izuku Midoriya. Or, more specifically, Izuku Midoriya and the quirk that he shouldn't have. Izuku Midoriya had been quirkless from birth. That was verified, tested, and true. The other students didn't know Izuku like Katsuki did. They used to be the best of friends, until Katsuki developed his quirk and Izuku didn't. Then he bullied Izuku to fuel his own ego. It was a shitty thing to do, but that's what happened. Katsuki wasn't one to run from the mistakes he committed in the past. But then, Katsuki still remembered the day Izuku had been taken, a summer day when they were 8. He was ganging up on him with 2 other similar bastards, when the man walked up to them. "May I ask what you are doing to that boy? What does it look like?" Katsuki had responded. To him, he was the king of the world, he had a powerful quirk, and that was all that mattered. "He's a quirkless nobody, so I'm just showing him his place." Those were words that he truly believed back then, that quirks were everything that mattered. He, blessed with a strong quirk, had the right to look down on those born quirkless, like Izuku. Looking back on it, it was a fucked up mentality, but he wasn't about to deny his past where he believed wholeheartedly in those words. "Ah, I see. I have no problems with that. The world ought to be ruled by the strong, after all." Even now, Katsuki could remember the look of sheer despair on Izuku's face. He had once reveled upon seeing it, but now, it just brought him regret. Regret that he'd been such a fucking idiot back then. "But, something you said interested me." "What?" "You said he was quirkless." "Yeah, so what? Then?" "Fear. I'll be taking him with me, then." Katsuki had never felt so much raw terror up until that point in his life. He didn't think that he would ever experience the same level of fear in that one moment. The man, who Katsuki should have recognized as a villain, floored Katsuki and the 2 other bastards without lifting a finger. Just the man's aura made Katsuki inadvertently piss his pants. Glancing up at the man, Katsuki had just realized that he did not have a fucking face. That should have been red flag number 1. King's will is an interesting quirk, the man said blandly. Then, he looked at Izuku. "Though it doesn't seem to be working on you." The man knelt down so that he was closer to Izuku's prone body. Countless bruises and gashes could be seen. "I see. It's not working on you because, well, you have already experienced true fear, haven't you? So, of course the false alternative wouldn't work on you. You who have already been reduced to nothing." A twisted expression broke out on what should have been the man's face. "Will be beautiful to rebuild." Then, he grabbed Izuku and promptly, the 2 of them vanished. It had been a shitstorm afterwards. Katsuki and the 2 other bastards couldn't even move from the spot, they had to wait until someone found them accidentally and brought them to the hospital. The other 2 immediately blabbered about a villain abducting Izuku, but they couldn't find a hint of the villain's presence. The only thing that proved their story was the fact that Izuku hadn't shown up at home that day or the next day. At first, Katsuki and the other 2 shitters were suspected of foul play. But after passing their story through a person with a lie detector quirk, their stories were verified. The authorities were properly informed, and the 3 were let go. 3 months passed. And then, out of nowhere, Izuku showed up to their class again, without an indication of anything having even been wrong in the first place. Since he wasn't even remotely popular and there had been a rumor that he had been ill, people took it at face value and left it at that. But, it was strange. The Izuku that returned was not the same. Katsuki couldn't muster up the courage to ask what had happened, and their distance grew naturally. Gone were the days of Katsuki bullying him, the thought of even approaching Izuku made that same fear that he felt from that day resurface. Not because he was scared of Izuku, but because he was scared of what had happened. It was an Izuku who Katsuki pretty recently guessed had his memories wiped clean of the past 3 months when he was gone. Just what had happened? What could have happened to make him this way? To fuck him up so badly that he needed his memories of the entire incident wiped. And the worst part of it all. Katsuki knew it was his fault. If he hadn't picked on Izuku, if he hadn't dragged him out there to bully him with those 2 other fuckheads, then none of this would have happened. Izuku wouldn't have had 3 months of life stolen from him. But, if Katsuki was being brutally honest, it wasn't even that bothered him the most. It was because he was made someone else's bitch. Because that moment proved to him that he wasn't hot shit, that true monsters existed out there in the world. Because he felt utterly powerless in that moment. It was a wake-up call for Katsuki, a truly sobering moment. And so, from that moment on, Katsuki swore to himself, he'd become strong, no, he'd become the strongest. Strong enough to look down on all those that dared to oppose him. Strong enough to never let someone be taken from in front of his fucking face again. Strong enough to protect those closest to him, at minimum. It was a shitty reason, he knew. He wasn't doing it for justice or some bullshit like that. He was doing it just so he didn't have to feel powerless again. And, for as long as he can remember since developing his goal of becoming the strongest, the way he judged himself came back to the start of it all. Izuku. It was a weird, bullshit psychological excuse, but it was what it was. If he could reliably protect Izuku, provide him with safety, then maybe Katsuki was worth something. It worked well as a metaphorical goal. As Katsuki worked out, perfected his quirk, and even entered into close quarters combat lessons, that was all he thought about, to be strong enough to have protected Izuku on that day. He naturally parted ways with Izuku as they entered different classes in high school and drifted apart. Of course, Katsuki ceased bullying Izuku, but he wasn't comfortable enough with himself to begin talking to him like nothing had ever happened. Izuku didn't approach him either. The incident that brought them back together, news of Izuku's plans of taking the UA entrance exam, was the first time Katsuki had actually talked to Izuku in years, save for that one moment with the damned sludge villain. He couldn't believe it, that Quirkless Izuku was still going to try to get into UA, just like he said they would when they were daydreaming back when they were best friends. Katsuki had initially been extremely irritated by that fact. Powerless people should just let themselves be protected, after all. But then, Izuku had betrayed his expectations by outperforming even Katsuki on the entrance exam. That forced Katsuki to rethink everything he thought he knew about life when he saw Izuku's name above his on the rankings. And, to be honest, he was still in the middle of thinking about things, the first of which was the topic of his relationship with Izuku. He'd taken steps to slowly rebuild their relationship. It was something he'd never done before, so he was shitty at it, but he was making an effort by inviting Izuku to do things with him, such as playing that damned League of Heroes or encouraging Eijiro to invite him out for lunch. Izuku seemed pretty receptive towards his attempts at reconciliation, but Katsuki knew that they had a whole lot of stuff to sort through before they could be considered friends again. But, it didn't seem that bad of an idea to work towards. He knew his past actions were undeserving of forgiveness, but a fool can dream, no. It was finally Monday, and Class 1A was currently strolling into the USJ. After hopping off the shuttle walking into the building, Izuku had the vague sensation that something was off, but he had no concrete evidence for it. He couldn't very well voice his discomfort at something that did not exist, after all. Entering the massive complex, it looked more like an amusement park than a training facility. Multiple different zones stood out to him: a shipwreck zone, a forest fire zone, even an urban earthquake zone. Those were the only ones that Izuku could see, but he was sure that there were more zones. That nagging feeling from before didn't disappear, either. It felt almost like he was being watched. Following Isawa, the class had gathered at the staging grounds. Their tagalong professor, the space hero, 13, was an expert at rescue operations, and with the USJ specifically being a facility to train young heroes in rescue operations, it made sense for 13 to be here. While listening to 13 give a speech about how saving people from natural or man-made disasters was also one of the main jobs of heroes outside of fighting villains, Izuku looked around at his surroundings. He could have sworn that he saw shuffling behind the thick foliage of the forest zone. And it seems that he wasn't alone. Oi, aren't we supposed to be the only ones here? Katsuki interrupted 13's speech, raising his voice. Then who are those shady people over there? Everyone looked in the direction that Katsuki was pointing. Faint shuffling could be seen behind the brush, and the outline of several hulking figures appeared. Among them, a man-thing. A black, fog-like creature wearing a bartender's suit appeared before them. Long, yellow slits of light appeared on the spot where his eyes should have been if he had a face. Even the thing's hands were that dark purple, fog-like substance. Sharp. I don't particularly dislike that, the thing said. It was a distinctly deep, male voice. Everyone get back. 13 warned, shielding Class 1A. Who are you and what do you want? We just want to play with one of you, the dark villain replied easily. This is an ambush, Isawa realized. But, why? Forget that. Kids, this is not a safe environment. Stick together and be on the defensive until we get reinforcements. He pulled out his cell phone and immediately frowned. It appears that they've set up a jammer of some kind. This was thoroughly planned out in advance. We'll need to manually contact the school. Goddammit, I thought we shored up our defenses. How did something like this happen? That's a secret, the villain chuckled as more and more villains gathered around him. A massive human-like villain appeared from beyond the brush. This one stood heads above the rest, with a completely black body and an exposed brain. And its eyes, they seemed to be directly trained upon Izuku. And, Izuku somehow he felt connected to the monster, like it was familiar to him. Hey, a large villain with jagged spikes for hands said excitedly, we get a bonus if we bring back the ponytailed bitch, yay. Yep, long black hair, probably tied up in a ponytail, one of the villains recited. That's her. Looks like our little lady has a grudge for some reason. Izuku and the rest of the class stepped in front of Momo on instinct. Izuku wasn't sure why, but it seemed like Momo was being targeted. You will all die before you get to lay a hand on my students, Isawa stated coldly, getting into a battle-ready stance. Oh, Shota-kun, still the same protective nature as ever, huh? The fog-like villain remarked casually. This simple statement caused Isawa to freeze up instantly. Who the fuck are you? Ah. Question time is over. Now, the warped figure seemed to swirl with energy, disperse. Before Isawa even had a chance to activate his own quirk, black portals opened up underneath Izuku and the students, whisking them away to some other destination. As soon as Izuku was dropped out of the portal, he recognized two things. 1. He was on top of something that appeared to be a ship, and 2. He was not alone. Izuku got into a fighting stance, calming his frayed mental state. His eyes stared at the front end of the ship. There, a figure stood. The first thing that Izuku noticed was the hands. More than 10 disembodied hands were attached to the figure, who Izuku now identified as a young man, in varying places on his body. Most notably, there was a large, deathly gray hand covering his face, hiding everything save for two eyes which slimmed as if to indicate that the man was smiling. Good, I see Kurogiri followed through on his promise, the man commented blandly, speaking as if he was having a normal everyday conversation. Izuku didn't let his guard down. Well, where are my manners, he said, perfectly calm and composed. My name is Tamura Shigaraki. You can call me Shigaraki if you'd like. I won't tolerate you calling me Shigi, though, that's where I draw the line. Before you speak, I will say that there is no need to introduce yourself, Izuku Midoriya. I already know quite a lot about you, senpai. Izuku froze. Just what is he talking about? He wondered to himself, slightly panicking. And why is this grown man calling me his senpai? What the hell is up with that? Oh, well, I see you're still playing along to this farce of wanting to be a hero, Tamura said, shaking his head. Just when are you going to wake up, I wonder? What are you talking about? Izuku demanded. I can't spoil things for you, I have to let you figure things out on your own, or at least that's what he says, but whatever. Tamura took a step towards Izuku, who tensed at that action. I think I'm free to leave you hints, though. All of a sudden, Tamura dashed towards Izuku. Izuku, having prepared for the situation in which he would be attacked, immediately went 50%, rolling forward with a right hook aimed at Tamura's head. The blow should have been clean. Its speed should have caught Tamura off guard, smashing into his cheek. But the thing was. Tamura caught Izuku's fist with his left hand. He caught it like it was effortless, like he wasn't even trying. No visible exertion could be seen anywhere on his body. He just went and caught a punch that crushed steel robots like it was mere child's play. His movements were so sharp and fast that Izuku couldn't even see it. And it'll start to hurt, now. Tamura lowered his pinky so that he was fully touching Izuku's fist. And Izuku was injected into a world of agony. The pain was excruciating, worse than anything he'd ever experienced. It felt like his entire arm was being crushed, like it was being ground to tiny bits, like he was disassociating at the molecular level. Wait a fucking moment, he was. Izuku watched with horror as he literally saw his arm disintegrate, and he couldn't help but let out a primal roar of pain. And stop. Sorry about this, by the way. The pain stopped. Rather, the pain of having his arm disintegrated stopped, but the base pain of having a hand forcibly removed did not. His bloody stump of a right arm bled profusely, and he grew sick at the sight of it. Izuku wanted to throw up. The phantom tingling of his right hand was still there, but his hand, it was just gone. It was just gone. What had been his right hand was now just dust and ash, falling to the ground. God, it was just gone. But he couldn't let himself get distracted and bit through the pain. This villain was quite possibly the most terrifying one he'd ever faced. Yet the villain, Tamura, did not move. His two eyes, poking out from behind the fingers of the hand stuck to his face, narrowed. The words that came out of his mouth were simple. Now, bring your hand back. What? Izuku moved to kick Tamura, but he backed off with inhuman speed. And then he said. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Izuku froze. Tamura walked up to him, but Izuku could not move. He couldn't explain why. His body just shut down. The words, visualize reconstructing, not healing, ricocheted off the corners of his mind, growing into an inexplicable feeling of raw terror. He'd felt this pure terror once before in his life, and it was. Visualize opposites. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. And more after that. Visualize firing from your hands but with. Visualize sinking into the. Visualize, than everyone else. Visualize. A splitting headache roared across Izuku, causing him to physically flinch. It felt like his head was coming apart at the seams, that something was ready to burst and come out kicking and screaming. A memory. A cold, dark room. A warm, comforting hand. And the words, "You are my greatest creation." Too much was happening. Far, far too much. Izuku could not keep up. He was breaking down. 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 He was breaking down, and he didn't even know why. You've stopped moving, Tamura observed with that calm voice of his. And you've stopped thinking. Maybe I've overstimulated you. Ah, shit, I better not have broken his favorite toy. He walked up to Izuku, who was hyperventilating. Short, rapid breaths came in and out of the boy, and his eyes were wide and dazed. I didn't want to do this, but. Tamura cocked back and smashed a fist with great force into Izuku's cheek. Izuku was instantly floored, cracking the hardwood floor with the heavy impact. Instantly, the world came back to Izuku, who, despite the pain of both his disintegrated hand and his face which surely had some cheekbones cracked from Tamura's blow, leapt up in a battle-ready stance, shaken out of his previous stupor. You're going to fight me without your right arm? Tamura asked, still in a laid-back stance. You do realize that you're missing a whole hand, do you? Yes, I am. That doesn't matter to me, you're a villain and. Tamura interrupted him. Finally, it seemed like he was getting annoyed. God, you're such a dumb fuck. I'm trying to help you, not fight you. Hurry up and visualize reconstructing, not healing. The words made Izuku freeze up again. Look, I know I seem like a bad guy, he said, throwing up air quotes around the words bad guy, but I am genuinely trying to help you out. We're the same, after all, you and me. No, we're not. Izuku grit his teeth, staving off the pain. You're a villain, and I'm a hero. Mere semantics, Tamura scoffed. We're all just using our quirks for violence. Nothing more. That phrasing sounded oddly familiar. If a society wants to be built upon these notions of violence, then we might as well follow it to its logical conclusion. The world, Tamura said quietly, ought to be ruled by the strong. Hero and villain, such designations won't matter in the new society I'll create. And I'd like to have you up there with me. What? Izuku panted out, struggling to stay conscious. The blood loss was really getting to him. I'd never join you. If you can't even figure out how to use your quirks, I don't even want you, Tamura spat. Visualize reconstructing, not healing on your right hand, or something, I don't fucking know. This is getting too annoying. Kurogiri, get me out of here. The last part of his words was whispered into his wrist, as if he had a hidden mic. Instantly, a black portal, the exact same one that brought Izuku here, opened up behind Tamura. Well, I'll see you again sometime. Hopefully you're more down to talk next time. He waved at Izuku. Oh, and if you want to save your friends, you might wanna do something about that. He pointed at Izuku's bloody stump. And with those words, Tamura stepped through the portal before Izuku could even react, disappearing and leaving Izuku all alone. The dim sounds of his classmates could be heard in the background all around him. While he was off chatting with Tamura, his classmates were in real danger. Izuku was never in any real danger. He now realized that if Tamura wanted him dead, he'd genuinely be dead. No doubt he could have just been disintegrated without even a chance to fight back. In essence, Tamura had been in control the entire time and had even spared Izuku for whatever twisted reason. Izuku was going to make him regret that. But first, he had to help his classmates get to safety. He tried looking around for something that could stop the blood flow from his arm, but the pain was making him lightheaded. Combined with the splitting headache he still had, it was hard to think straight. It still felt like something was struggling to get out. Like something was bubbling under the surface in Izuku's mind. In his delirium, he actually considered following Tamura's advice. The words still conjured up feelings of terror, but he ran over them in his mind, over and over. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. I can do that. Never had he thought something with such clarity before. It was so clear that it frightened him. Reconstructing, he could do that. It was just as easy as reversing what had been done to him, not healing it. And, as he focused on his hand and thoughts of reconstructing, of reversing what had happened, he did it. His hand, slowly but surely, reassembled back into existence. It wasn't like it was growing out of the stump into his hand, it was more like it was being rebuilt, undisintegrated. It was sick, but fascinating all at once. Izuku let out a sharp cry of pain. And, oh, did it hurt. It hurt so bad. It was like the feeling of his hand being disintegrated in the first place multiplied by 10. But the pain was purely psychological, and Izuku could deal with that. Gritting his teeth, Izuku watched as his hand was reconstructed in the span of 4-5 minutes. A bit dumbfounded, he stared at his newly reformed hand. He flexed his fingers, and they felt just as good as new, if not a bit tingly. He next focused on the spot on his face where Tamura had punched him, reconstructing what was probably a broken cheekbone. After a minute of rather intense pain, the throbbing pain on his cheek was gone. He had so many questions. What was this power? How had he done it? How did he instinctively know what to do? And, perhaps the most pressing one of all, how did Tamura Shigaraki know about it before Izuku did? But those questions could wait for later. His classmates were all in danger while he'd been off getting toyed with by Tamura. His head still hurt like crazy and it seemed like something was threatening to break through, but Izuku just ignored all of that. He'd already failed. In the face of a villain much stronger than he anticipated, he froze up. If it were not for Shigaraki's whims, he'd probably be dead right now. Slapping his cheeks lightly, Izuku decided not to think, period. There were too many questions. There were too many thoughts. All that mattered right now was that his classmates were in danger. He had to save his classmates. He had to save his classmates. Izuku didn't know what was more effective, allowing himself to break his arms by going 100% and then reconstructing them, or just fighting at 50%. He decided to go with 50%, since he wasn't quite sure just exactly how much he could reconstruct, and it took a fair bit longer to reconstruct his arms after destroying them. It was probably more effective for constant fighting to be at 50%. Deciding on his battle plan, he decided to let his instincts take over, allowing his active mind to take a backseat for now. There was time in the future to think, and he couldn't afford to freeze up like he did. He couldn't afford to freeze up, period. He leapt off of the ship, and using Black Whip, he headed off in the direction where he heard the most screaming. A fair amount to the right, it seemed like something was burning. Familiar sounding explosions resounded in the air, and Izuku determined that to be Katsuki's location. From the looks of things, everything being on fire, that is, it seemed like he was in his natural element. Ignoring that, he swung to a densely packed forest of some sort. He saw a few of his classmates, Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, and a couple of others. Mina appeared to be bleeding profusely from a cut on her abdomen, and the other classmates, Kyoka and Tsuyu, were giving her medical treatment while Denki and Eijiro fended off their attackers. Perhaps it was due to frustration at having been bested so easily, perhaps it was due to the situation that he was in, perhaps it was anger at seeing his classmates hurt, or perhaps it was something deeper, but Izuku wasn't about to hold back. Something long suppressed switched on within him. With a furious roar, he locked onto the nearest victim, a hulking villain with a shark head, with Black Whip and delivered a crushing blow to him with 50% of his power. No, it accidentally seeped into 100% territory. He felt his arm straining as he pummeled the villain with a straight right hook that sent him flying off the floor, spinning and crashing with a sickly crunch into a nearby tree. The tree groaned under the sudden force exerted on it, and soon it crashed and fell, taking a couple of other trees with it. His classmates stared at him with wide eyes. A villain with two antennae spoke up. Hey, who is? In an instant, Izuku dashed to the man and launched him into the sky with a superpowered uppercut. He didn't know, at this point, how much of one for all he'd put into the blow. The villain flew up 20 or 30 feet and then landed with a painful sounding thud on his back. The remaining villains began to flee the scene. It was only a natural response. After all, in the face of an insurmountable foe, one's only course of action was to flee or get crushed. A tiny spark of something popped up within him, and if he took the time to observe himself, Izuku would find that he had a savage grin on his face. Izuku wouldn't let them flee. He caught up to them in an instant, brutally and efficiently dispatching the four remaining villains with a series of blisteringly fast punches and kicks. Teeth were broken and knocked out as he targeted their jaws, vicious-sounding cracks and pops resounding in the forest. He managed to keep his blows under control this time, not going any bit beyond 50%, but the slippage to 100% was troubling. Again, another thing not worth thinking about currently. The pain in his arms and legs became numb. These villains, they weren't worth shit, just like how Izuku wasn't worth anything for letting that villain Shigaraki get away. Izuku took a deep breath. Don't think about it. Don't think, period. Get them out of here first. He looked at the group of students, who flinched as his gaze passed over them. Because for them, what they saw was a man, glowing viridescent and flashing arcs of ethereal green electricity around him, with a downright terrifying look on his face. If Mina were to describe it, the usual shy Izuku that she had come to know transformed into an animal. For a brief moment, Mina was terrified that instead of coming to save them, Izuku had come to hunt them. It was a strange feeling to have relief at being saved mixed with fear of the person saving you. Her worries were dismissed as soon as Izuku leapt off further into the forest without a single word. Mina let out a sigh of relief that she didn't know that she was holding in. Tamura Shigaraki was watching the carnage unfold from the basement of the bar that Kurogiri manned. Tens of screens showed Izuku's rampage through the USJ. He was a blur of green, shooting off frayed bits of electricity. He usually incapacitated villains in one or two punches, but that didn't matter to Tamura. They were meant to be fodder, anyways. Most notably, Izuku had his right hand back. Tamura mumbled under his breath, it really worked. Just like the notes said, I guess. Though, that quirk he used when he tried punching me. I don't remember seeing any physical enhancement quirks on his file. Very interesting. Then, the world became muted. All color drained from his vision. No, it couldn't be. Is there something wrong? A shadowy wisp of a body that was vaguely human asked him. It's nothing, Kurogiri. Just a crackpot theory, Tamura dismissed. Unless it isn't. Oh well. He could just ask her to dig a bit deeper into the successful prototype known as Izuku Midoriya. 612 Chapter 6, Unrelenting Force. Izuku Midoriya ate with a girl at a dinner table, in a memory long forgotten. They ate in silence, until. Why'd you do that? The girl asked. Do what? Let me go, like that. Not even fighting me. Even giving me the option of surrendering. And you made the right decision. Surrendering, I mean. Izuku chewed on his meal thoughtfully. Sure, winning is great, but getting someone to surrender to you. That's complete and utter domination. That's what I strive for. Complete and utter domination. The girl parroted. You're crazy. Izuku shrugged. No, I'm not. He followed that up in his mind with, I just enjoy being the one doing the winning completely, not losing. Nothing more, nothing less. The girl stayed silent. Her blonde hair, torn and tattered in some parts and matted down in others, could be said to be in a sorry state. Her hair used to be her pride, but it had been ripped out from the roots in some fights and was now uneven. As she sadly touched her ruined hair, Izuku spoke up. Why don't you do it up? When met with a confused look from the girl, he clarified, your hair. It'd be better for you in the arena, if you had it up. Less things for people to latch onto. Taken aback by his question, the girl mumbled, I'm not sure how to. Izuku said, if you don't mind, I could help. I always played with my mom's hair when I was little, so I'm confident in my abilities to do a simple bun. Without waiting for a positive response, Izuku stood up, gathering the rubber bands that came with this dinner's packaged meals. Snaking around the table so that he was behind her, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There's a large bit of hair ripped out in the middle, Izuku said casually, causing the girl to panic out of embarrassment. He put a reassuring hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Relax. I'll just do this. His hands were surprisingly soft for how merciless he'd been rumored to be in the arena, if one didn't surrender to him. They brushed over her wounds and bald spots with gentleness, working deftly to achieve his goal. When she heard the snap of rubber bands and felt his presence move from behind her, she knew it was over. Izuku walked back to his seat and sat down. I like this look. Looks good on you, Izuku commented offhandedly. He had no idea how impactful his throwaway words were on the mind of the young girl. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but ask, why did you do that for me? Why did you trust me to do that in the first place? He shot right back. I don't know, she lied. It was because she wanted to be able to trust him, to have someone in this godforsaken place to latch on to not be hostile towards. And it seemed like, if she wasn't hostile towards him in the first place, he'd treat her like this, with kindness. That kindness, she wanted to hold onto it no matter what. Even in this situation where they were forced to be so hostile to each other, he still. The words she kept bottled up spilled out. Why are you so kind? Aren't you supposed to be the most savage of our group? You killed Kuzuki and Tama, aren't you supposed to be merciless? Why are you showing me this much kindness? I should be terrified of you, but I'm not. Why is that? Why do you treat me like this? Why do I feel like this when I'm with you? Why do you? I never hold back when fighting someone here, Izuku interrupted. You understand this, don't you? This is, quite literally, a life or death situation when it comes to food. I starved when I first came here because I couldn't use my quirks, but now, well, he gestured towards the feast before their eyes that Izuku had opted to share with her as a reward for surrendering to him. I just don't want to starve again, that's all, or, that's all that it should have been. Izuku thought very carefully on what to say. Somewhere along the way, I guess I just came to enjoy it, He faltered, seeing the complicated expression on the girl's face. Well, anyways. Let's just say that, in a serious fight, I have no intention of holding back. He went back to ravenously munching on his food. No matter how much he ate, his quirk usage always made him hungry. The girl, on the other hand, didn't touch the food that he had shared with her. Instead, she looked at her reflection on the glossy steel table. On top of her head twin buns sat, tightly curled up. She decided that she liked that hairstyle. Unbreakable. Unrelenting force. Ochako Uraraka was not having a good time. The same could be said for the others with her, though. Due to the bright lights and the fact that it was daytime, Fumikage's dark shadow was significantly weakened, and Rikido was running low on sugar packets and losing steam. Meanwhile, Mashirao's tail was all cut up by the weapons the villains were using, bleeding quite profusely in some parts, while Tenya was panting heavily due to overexertion of his quirk. They needed a plan. Ochako knew this. They had been fighting aimlessly, neither side gaining the upper hand. They managed to shake the villains, and while the group hid behind an outcropping of rocks in the beach zone, Ochako endeavored to better their situation. Dimly, in the distance, blasts and explosions could be heard somewhere in the city section. A bright light shined somewhere far to their left. Iida, she said quietly, there's something that I need you to do. Tenya looked back at her, though he didn't stop paying attention to his surroundings. What is it? Use your speed and run around the USJ to tell everyone to fight their way to the blasts in the city section, she said. When she saw Tenya begin to open his mouth to protest, she shushed him by continuing, then, you run to the school, tell them what's happening, and ask for backup. No. I can't leave you all behind. We'll be fine, Mashirao said strongly, despite his battered appearance suggesting otherwise. It seemed like he recognized the viability of Ohako's plan. Fighting as a group will prevent any unnecessary injuries from happening, Fumikage reasoned with Tenya. Only you can get us to that condition. Tenya remained silent. While he didn't like the fact that he had to abandon his friends, he'd begun to realize this was something that only he could do. But, as he was coming up with his decision, they were interrupted by rowdy laughter. Well, what do we have here? A crocodile-like villain barked, coming into their field of view. His sharp claws glinted in the bright lights of the USJ. Behind him, 9 other villains appeared, each armed with either claws or sharp weapons. 5 soon-to-be heroes cowering. Not very upstanding of you, gahahaha. The other villains guffawed along with the crocodile villain. Ochako, along with the 4 other students, got prepared to fight. They were outnumbered 2-1, and they were essentially trapped between the villains and the rocks, all but forcing them to fight. Brief change of plans, Ochako stated. The rest of her classmates nodded. This is my last sugar packet, Rikido warned, gulping it down without any hesitation. He growled after doing so, roaring, come and get me, you villains. Rikido charged forward, fueled by sugar rush. The others immediately rushed after him, earning laughter from the villains. Their clash was fast and brutal. Ochako deftly wove in between the strikes of her 2 attackers, using her quirk to touch them and cause them weightlessness. After doing so, she kicked them high into the sky, dropping them at about 15 feet in the air. However, due to them landing on the sandy beach, the damage sustained was not as great as it would have been if she dropped them on concrete. Still, she bought herself a precious few moments of reprieve. She used this time to quickly observe the fight of her classmates, deciding which one to join. Tenya was running circles around his three opponents with his speed, but he wasn't landing any clean blows either. Fumikage seemed to be doing alright, being protected by his sentient quirk enough to not warrant any special attention. Rikido was engaging in an all-out brawl while under the effects of sugar rush, taking hits but withstanding it. It seemed that Mashirao was having the greatest trouble. With his tail cut up and bleeding, it significantly hampered the usage of his quirk. She instantly rushed over to his side, swiftly avoiding the claws of an avian villain and tapping him with her hand, granting him weightlessness. Then, as he lost balance, she kicked him towards another villain wielding a katana, removing the weightlessness and causing the clawed villain to crash into the other one. As they tumbled to the ground, Ochako looked toward Mashirao and said, "Ojiro, are you alright? Uraraka, watch out." Mashirao instantly shoved Ochako to the side with his tail and instantly cried out in pain. As Ochako looked up, her face paled. A blade was directly piercing Mashirao's tail, a strike that was likely meant for her. It was sunk up to its hilt, and when the villain ripped it out, its serrated edge left a stream of red blood in its wake. Mashirao's tail went limp, the owner collapsing to the ground in a mixture of pain and accumulated fatigue. As the villain went to finish Mashirao off, a blur raced forth and tackled him to the ground. Tenya had pumped his quirk into maximum overdrive to cover the distance that quickly, but now he was entangled with the villain on the ground. As Ochako quickly got to her feet in order to provide some aid, Fumikage beat her to it, dark shadow roaring forth to grab the villain and throw him off of Tenya. Ochako and Rikido both moved to cover Fumikage's defenseless human body, panting heavily. The villains' attacks were relentless, but their attacks weren't lethal. It seemed as if they were content on toying with their food for now. As Ochako dodged one blow, the crocodile villain's attack caught her off guard, his claws scratching her. A nasty gash appeared on her chest, ripping through her outfit. Ochako grunted in pain but endured it. She tapped the crocodile villain's exposed arms and kicked him far away to give herself some breathing space. There was a brief pause in the action, the villains backing off to reassess the situation. The students were definitely worse off. Not only were they outnumbered, they had also sustained more serious injuries. Mashirao was put out of the picture by that direct stab wound and the accumulated blows to his body. Fumikage was safe, but Dark Shadow was petering out. Same with Rikido, while he only had relatively minor scratches, his sugar rush was coming to an end. Tenya had sustained an injury to his arm while he was tussling with the villain that stabbed Mashirao, and Ochako had that cut across her chest. But still, they weren't going to go down without a fight. As the students' minds began to accept the reality of their situation, the crocodile villain, who seemed to be this group's leader, laughed heartily. "Seems like you've come to terms with your situation. Ah, Mo. I love seeing that expression, the expression one makes when they realize they're going to die but is determined to fight to the death." The villains all laughed at his statement. "Please show me how delicious your death cries will be." As he moved in to reinitiate the fight, a strand of darkness latched onto the back of his head. The villain, perplexed, grabbed what had attached itself to his head and brought it before his eyes. "What the fuck is?" He never got the chance to finish the sentence. A streak of green light catapulted itself directly into him, delivering a furious blow straight to his skull. After a nasty sounding crack, the crocodile villain was immediately sent, crushed, into the sand beneath him. As the rest of the villains tried to process what happened, Ochako focused on the source of that green light, Izuku Midoriya. Green arcs of electricity pulsed around him, and as she was about to celebrate his arrival and call out to him, she saw the expression on his face and was immediately silenced. That look on his face, it was one of. She didn't even really see what had happened next. Izuku had moved, in a blur, around three of the still in shock villains, and they were immediately sent flying. One flew right past the students and crashed, headfirst, into the rocks behind them, falling over limply. Another was launched into the air to a ridiculous height before crashing down into the beach, unmoving. The last one was sent flying into the water some 30 feet away. The remaining 6 villains, still in abject shock over the sudden turn of events, finally began to move. They panically attempted to attack Izuku, but their blows could never hope to reach him. Izuku was moving faster than she'd ever seen him move, as if his whole body had been amped up. The first victim of Izuku's final assault, the avian villain from earlier, tried to swipe at Izuku, but the boy easily dodged to the left, using his foe's momentum against him and grabbing his shirt. With a fierce tug, the villain was sent tumbling to the ground, where Izuku took hold of the villain's wings, one in each hand. Then he. Ochako resisted the urge to vomit. He crunched them in half. The break wasn't clean, either, it was a messy sounding affair, sounds of splintering bones ringing out rather than a clean snap. As the villain screamed in agony, Ochako noticed that Izuku's hands seemed to turn purple, and his fingers were bent in weird directions. He delivered a kick to the still screaming villain's head, silencing him with the vicious stomp. One of the 5 remaining villains began to say, "Holy shit, this kid's crazy." He was silenced with a spinning back heel kick to the jaw, dislocating it and causing fragments of teeth to fly out. As he collapsed limply to the ground, the other villains began to run for their very lives. But Izuku was not about to let them go. Immediately, he was before one of them, delivering a solid Spartan kick straight to the victim's sternum. He flew back tens of feet with his whole chest caved in, hacking up blood when he landed before falling silent. Then, he ran with lightning speed and appeared before a pair of 2 villains attempting to flee together. A blisteringly quick roundhouse kick sent one of them flying into the other, colliding and sending them both sprawling to the sandy beach. Without giving them a chance to recover, Izuku was instantly upon them, delivering 2 vicious kicks to each of their heads without a single shred of mercy. Then, he turned towards the last remaining villain. The villain, having decided that escape was no longer an option, gave a scream and charged at Izuku. Izuku was instantly in his face, bringing his hands together to strike, open-palmed, both of the villain's ears. For the brief moment the villain was dazed, just standing still, Midoriya spun, delivering a heel to the man's cranium. The force of the blow sent the man crashing to the ground, not even moving as he landed. Then Izuku turned towards them, his classmates. Judging that they were not opponents to fight, he made to move on and continue to the next area, but as he began to move, his right leg, which he'd been using to perform all the kicks, collapsed under him. Ochako found, on closer inspection, that his entire ankle looked like it was completely shattered, bending in the complete and utterly wrong direction. As he sat in the sand, Ochako decided to approach him. The villains, they didn't look like they were going to get up anytime soon. She called out to him, "Midoriya." He was staring blankly into space. "Midoriya." Ochako cried again. "Midoriya." His eyes, previously unfocused and blank, quickly regained their sharpness for a brief moment before fading away. "You Uraraka." Then he grabbed his head with both hands as if he were in agony. "Why can't I control it?" "No, don't think about it." His strange behavior aside, Ochako approached him. "We need to get your ankle treated. Guys, come help." Tenya, clutching his injured arm, quickly appeared by their side. Mashirao was being supported by Fumikage and Rikido, and they slowly hobbled over to them. They gave uneasy glances at the still villains lying in the sand. Even after some time had elapsed, they did not look like they were about to get up. As she went about preparing a splint for his ankle with the remnants of her torn shirt and some wood, Tenya stopped her in her tracks with an outstretched hand. With sick fascination, he said, "That won't be necessary. Look." She looked at the thing that Tenya was pointing at. Izuku's ankle, it was unsnapping itself. It slowly, with a multitude of crunches and cracks, realigned itself to the proper position. The whole process only took 1-2 minutes max, and with a start, she realized that that's what Izuku must have done to his fingers as well. During the fight, they were bent and twisted and purple, but now, they were back to their normal shade and weren't bent. But, whatever physical injury disappeared, it still seemed like Izuku was under mental duress. He hadn't stopped mumbling "don't think about it," until. It was a terrifying visual, Ochako decided. It was like a switch had been flipped on in Izuku's head, like he had just gone and killed the part of him that was panicking. He took 1-2 deep breaths, but his eyes seemed unfocused, as if he were taking a mental backseat. But, regardless of Izuku's mental state, they didn't have time to wait. "Midoriya, we have a plan." A slow nod was all the indication she got that her statement was heard. "We're having Iida run to the school to get us some backup since, we think at least, they're using a jammer of some sort. Meanwhile, we're gonna find and regroup with the rest of the class." Ochako swallowed, worried that her words weren't really getting through to Izuku. "Did you see anyone on your way here?" A nod. "In the forest area." "Okay." Ochako racked her brain for things to say, orders to give. This had never been her forte, but this wasn't a situation where she could afford to be lax. "Iida, you know what to do. Midoriya, can you loop back and tell the people you saw to head towards the city area? That's where I think Bakugo is, just follow the sounds of explosions. And tell that to anyone else you come across. We'll then fight our way back towards the entrance as a group." Any complaints? Suggestions? No counterpoints were raised. "Okay, then. Stay safe, Iida, Midoriya." Ochako looked at the 2 boys. "We'll see you guys soon." With a stiff nod, Iida took off, heading for the direction of the entrance. After a few moments, Izuku staggered to his feet, and, still with that blank expression on his face, he leapt off in the direction that he came from, propelled by strands of pure darkness. Ochako let loose a breath. Well, let's get a move on. ... Well, I can certainly say that things are chill right now. Momo wanted to smack herself for making that pun, especially considering the situation that they were in. Currently, Momo was in a haphazardly built ice castle, courtesy of Shoto Todoroki, slowly freezing to death with Toru and Bakugo. The four of them had been teleported right into the city section of the USJ and were immediately surrounded by villains. Thanks to Shoto's quick thinking, an ice fortress was immediately built underneath them, much to Katsuki's chagrin. The hot-tempered boy seemed like he was itching to go out and fight, but Momo convinced him to stay. There was good defensive utility in using this fort, where they could theoretically keep the villains at bay with long-range projectiles and blasts. In fact, Momo told Katsuki to make his blasts as loud as possible to potentially attract the attention of the classmates that they had been separated from and led them here. Momo had fashioned marksman rifles for Toru's and her use. Using sleeping darts, the two of them slowly picked off villains from range while Katsuki and Shoto took care of any villains that got within their range. It was overall a pretty effective operation, but the one downside of it was that they had a range limit. Once the villains figured that out, they parked themselves just out of range and sat, staring at them. This is fucking boring, Katsuki snarled, firing a blast up into the air. The sound made her ears ring, but hopefully, it reached the others. Can I just go out and fight them? Not yet, Momo said. There's no reason to. It's a waiting game, and we've just got to stall until The words died in her throat as she saw a green blur launch a beefy villain high in the air towards their direction. The villain landed with a sickly crunch about 20 feet from their ice walls. Until the reinforcements come, she finished lamely. Reinforcements came. I'm heading out, Katsuki declared, pointing his hands behind him and blasting off. Wordlessly, Shoto went to join the fight. Momo looked helplessly at the invisible girl beside her. Or she tried to, at least. Boys will be boys, Toru sighed. Might as well join them. Got any more darts for me? As Momo made darts from her abdomen, she grew distinctly aware of Toru, stripping. She was stripping, here and now. Then Momo remembered that Toru was invisible, and she wanted to hit herself. Ah, don't start blushing, Toru said playfully. Now completely invisible, she took the darts out of Momo's outstretched palm and picked up one of the rifles. See you on the battlefield. The marksman rifle floating off into the distance and eventually over the wall was the only sign of Toru's disappearance. After a brief moment of reining in her emotions, Momo fashioned a staff out of her quirk and slid down the ice fort's walls to join the battle. Well, join the battle was an inaccurate usage of words. It was more like, observe the massacre from a distance. A green and black blur utterly pulverized a villain with a fist straight to the face, sending him flying tens of feet straight into the side of a building, where the force of the impact left a crater in the wall. The blur slowed down to reveal Izuku Midoriya, and relief flooded through her, until she saw his face. His expression. His blank, unfocused eyes. What happened to him? As Momo approached the scene, she saw that many villains met the same fate. Their unmoving bodies laid on the ground, and blood pooled around them. For a brief moment, Momo pondered whether or not they were still breathing. She quickly shook her head to clear her mind of such thoughts. Izuku. 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 As Momo turned toward the person shouting Izuku's name, what happened next was certainly not something Momo had been expecting. Katsuki marched up to Izuku and, without missing a beat, slugged him across the face. Momo reacted first. What are you doing? Beating some sense into this fucker. Snap out of it, Izuku. Katsuki snapped. As he raised back his fist, Momo caught it just as he was about to slam a second blow into Izuku's face. Get off of me. Katsuki roared, shaking Momo off. The second he did so, Katsuki reared back another fist and slammed it into Izuku's chin, sending him stumbling back a bit. Katsuki walked up to Izuku, who seemed like he hadn't even registered what happened, hadn't even attempted to block the blows. Focus. Focus on the now, the moment. Momo held her breath. Silence. Then, Izuku's eyes finally focused. He looked at Katsuki. What was that? Katsuki stuck his ear out toward Izuku. Izuku muttered something only the two of them could hear. A beat passed. Katsuki cracked a savage grin. Then survive, till you can revenge on that fucking bastard. Who gives a damn about whether or not he beat you? What matters is that you're still standing, aren't you? Izuku swallowed. This animalistic style of fighting doesn't suit you, Katsuki stated, grabbing Izuku's arm. He raised it, and much to Momo's horror, it appeared that it was shattered at the wrist, his hand falling down limply. Momo quickly rushed to his side, creating a medical kit out of her body. Sorry, Izuku said slowly, I don't know what came over me. And thanks, Yaoyorozu, but that won't be necessary. What do you mean? Momo asked, not fully believing in his words. I don't know how, but Izuku pointed to his broken wrist with his free hand, and after a few moments, the impossible began to happen. His wrist slowly realigned itself without any need for a splint, and after a few moments, the discoloration faded, turning from black to blue to his normal skin tone. Izuku gripped his head with his mysteriously healed hand, breathing slowly. Just as Momo grew worried that he was about to have a panic attack, he said, You're right, Kachan. Noticing his slip, he quickly amended, I meant Bakugo. Focus on the now. I can't afford to freeze up. Thank you for reminding me of that. To Momo's relief, more students from their class rounded the city streets. Some looked more beat up than others, and she immediately started creating medical supplies to aid in helping treat the injured students. From snippets she heard in their conversations, Momo surmised the story to be this: the class had been split into 4 groups when they were teleported. The first group, the one that she was a part of, consisted of Katsuki, Shoto, Toru, and Momo. The second group, Mina, Kyoka, Tsuyu, Denki, and Eijiro, was teleported into the forest area where they had been cornered by a group of villains. The third group, Ochako, Tenya, Fumikage, Mashirao, and Rikido, appeared in the seaside beach zone. They, just like the second group, were being toyed with by a bunch of villains. Both groups named the same person as being their savior, Izuku Midoriya. Meanwhile, the fourth group, Yuga, Koji, Mezzo, Hanta, and Minoru, were trapped in the landslide zone. They had Yuga fire lasers into the sky periodically to achieve the same effect that Momo was going for by having Katsuki fire off his explosions. They were trying to attract their classmates to them. Apparently, Ochako's group rendezvoused with them, and then, both groups decided to make their way towards Katsuki's explosions. Ochako explained that she had Tenya run to UA's campus to inform the teachers of what was happening, so now, with all of the class gathered sans Tenya, they could formulate a strategy. Sorry about how I acted earlier, Izuku immediately apologized to the group, lowering his head. I wasn't myself. Don't apologize, Midoriya, Mina admonished him. You saved us. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't showed up. Voices of agreement echoed around their circle. Thanks, guys. But, to steal the words from Bakugo, focus on the present. Izuku looked up and met their gazes. His eyes were present, focused. Now that we are all here, I believe that we should all travel together to the entrance as a group. Staying on the move will ensure that the villains can't coordinate a planned attack against us while enabling us to pick them off. He paused, and looked at Ochako. Uraraka, you sent Iida off to get reinforcements, correct? She nodded. Okay. We should shoot for the main entrance, then. That'll be our final destination, that's most likely where the reinforcements will show up. Once we're there, we can look into possibly escaping to the outside, but we can decide that once we're there. Izuku then turned toward Shoto. Todoroki, how confident are you in your ice abilities? Whatever you need, I will manage. Izuku nodded. I'm thinking we create a platform to walk on. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, I'm talking like, 6 feet wide and 6 feet off the ground. As long as we're off the ground, anything works. Got it. Yaoyorozu, did you create this? Izuku pointed at the marksman rifle that was floating in the air. Yes, I gave one to Hagakure. How many more can you create? Momo thought for a moment. Probably one for everyone here. The sleeper darts are easy, the rifle itself takes some time. Can you start making some? Izuku asked. About 10 more should be good enough. We have some injured people who need help walking, so not everyone needs one. We should do this. We keep the injured near Todoroki, who is focusing on making the ice bridge that you will all be walking on. That spot will be the most heavily defended, each person there will have a rifle and shoot anyone who gets too close. Meanwhile, Bakugo and I are on the ground keeping an eye out for any stragglers that you guys might have missed. Together, we make our way towards the main entrance. Any thoughts? The students all voiced their approval of the plan. They didn't have any better alternative. Izuku looked like a completely different person, Momo observed. Ever since Katsuki, beat some sense into him, he was like and acted like the Izuku she knew, not like the living, mindless ball of destruction she had first witnessed when he showed up. From the relieved faces she saw when glancing around, her classmates likely noticed the change as well. But still, what had been bothering him so much? What was on his mind? What nearly broke him? And was it even healthy for him to switch mindsets this quickly? Wait, Izuku said suddenly, do we know of Aizawa-sensei or 13's whereabouts? An uneasy silence. Now that I think about it, they're probably in some deep shit, Katsuki muttered. Ochako said, as we're traveling, we should look out for signs of any battling. Murmurs of agreement rounded the circle. But, it seemed like the vast majority of them were thinking what Momo was thinking. If they hadn't heard or seen any sight of their teachers, couldn't they just be? Don't think about it, Momo chided herself. Don't think about it. ... In a bar somewhere, Kurogiri and Tamura sat and watched a series of monitors. On it, the screens constantly switched to follow a green-haired boy. What do you think they're doing now? Tamura sighed. Some generic shonen, let's work together, bullshit. I will say, though, it's pretty damn effective. The two men watched as an ice bridge was slowly created and the people on it moved forward. Armed with what appeared to be guns firing tranquilizer agents of some sort, they made short work of any villains they came across. Any villain that was unfortunate enough to make it past the darts met a quick end from a pissed-off blonde boy or Izuku. Yes, you could say that. Whose idea do you think it was? Who else could it be? Tamura snapped. Point taken. They watched as the entourage of students slowly made their way towards the main entrance. Well, at least he's heading in the direction I wanted him to go, Tamura sighed. Saves our buddy the effort of having to run off and find Izuku, at least. He's almost done with his playthings. He momentarily glanced at a screen that depicted the Nomu's fight against two teachers that Izuku had come with. The astronaut had proven to be an unsatisfactory opponent, quickly being taken out, but the dark-haired teacher truly was something else. Even after suffering a broken arm, he continued to fight against a vastly superior opponent. Are you sure we want to use one of the finished Nomu to test midoriya? Kurogiri asked. I mean, I could always warp back and retrieve it. Orders from above, Tamura answered, yawning. Watching Izuku decimate cannon fodder was boring to him, the only real thing of interest was that new quirk that he had. If his hunch was correct. Tamura turned, looking at Kurogiri. The man was evidently waiting for him to elaborate. You remember, don't you? Tamura asked. We all should. The arena. I think he wants to emulate the same situation with Izuku, have him fight a fellow monster, and see whether or not that kickstarts any old quirks or memories. But, even more so than that, I think that he just wants to see if Izuku has that same analytical mind for quirks that fascinated him in the past. There's no guarantee that Midoriya will even fight him, though. You're absolutely right. This is somewhat of a gamble, Tamura admitted. But, imagine if Izuku seeks out our dear Nomu and engages in a good ol' 1v1 with him. Then that's proof that the memory wipe wasn't as complete as we thought, or he's getting his memories back, subconsciously or consciously, it doesn't really matter. Kurogiri sighed. So we're essentially sacrificing the Nomu. Yep. We're sacking the Nomu. Don't feel too bad about it, Tamura laughed. It was meant to be a foot soldier anyways. That's why it didn't get named like you or me. The wisp of a man turned to stare at the screen. It seems that he's found the Nomu. And now we wait, Tamura declared. Will you fight it with your friends? Or will something compel you to face it alone? Tamura couldn't help but unleash a crooked smile. ... As he arrived by the main entrance, Izuku spotted a massive, hulking villain fighting Isawa. His teacher was desperately fighting to protect what seemed to be a down 13, but his strikes didn't seem to have any impact on the villain. A throng of villains cheered on the scene, completely oblivious to the student's arrival. They seemed content with watching the far larger villain all but toy with his teacher. His breathing quickened when he further analyzed Aizawa's state. Aside from panting heavily, his arm was clearly broken. Putting 100% into his legs and shooting forth, Izuku barreled through two unsuspecting villains and crashed into the side of Aizawa's opponent. But, very surprisingly, it seemed to have zero effect. The villain looked down to see Izuku by his side, and it smiled. Izuku, a bit shaken by that reaction, quickly hopped backwards to get out of its range. Quickly, his classmates arrived on the scene. As his classmates descended from the ice bridge and raced to cover Aizawa and 13, squaring off against the remaining villains, Izuku stared down the hulking beast before him. Its muscular frame and exposed brain gave off the impression that it was something inhuman, something created, like it was Frankenstein or something. Its dark eyes had been trained on Izuku, completely and utterly focused, the second he came into view. And, just like the first time he laid eyes upon it, it seemed familiar to him. Like he was. Let's get this fucking bastard, Katsuki snarled as Shoto lined up next to them. The two got in a battle-ready stance, but Izuku stayed in a relaxed pose. Izuku could tell, inherently, what the beast wanted. It wants a one-on-one with me. The fuck are you talking about? Katsuki raged. Who gives three shits about that? Let's take it down, together. Izuku interrupted with, your efforts would be wasted. Bakugo. Todoroki. Go help our classmates out. Let me take on this villain alone. Ha! Katsuki screeched. This thing nearly took out both of our teachers on its own. Get it through your thick fucking skull. You two's attacks would just hurt me more than it hurts the villain, Izuku stated. Shoto looked at Izuku pointedly. Are you saying that we would just get in the way? The reply came without any hesitation. Yes. The heterochromatic boy nodded. Understood. I'll trust your judgment. Bakugo, let's go. I'm supposed to be the one protecting you, goddammit. Katsuki roared suddenly, reaching out to grab Izuku. He was stopped by Shoto's quick reflexes, the boy grasping Katsuki's wrists before he could latch onto Izuku. Where is this coming from? Shoto questioned before shaking his head. This isn't a situation where we can afford to air out our personal issues. Right as Katsuki seemed like he was about to erupt in front of both of them, Izuku said, you will be protecting me. Make sure the other villains can't reach me, and I will take it down. I swear it. Bakugo looked like he was having a war within himself. After a brief moment of silence, he relented, fine. But remember, a true hero never lies. So if you end up losing, I swear to God that if it didn't kill you, I'm coming to finish the job, alright? You better not fucking die on me. Nice reference. But okay, I will not lose, Izuku nodded. Plus, I have yet to properly thank you for getting me back to my senses. The two punches he sustained really helped retether him to reality. He watched as Shoto and Katsuki raced off to join their classmates in their fight. They seemed to be doing a good job of protecting their wounded teachers, so with those two joining the fray, their victory was all but guaranteed. It would only be a matter of time before all of the villains were cleaned up. Which meant his one-on-one time was limited. Izuku pondered very briefly why he had, subconsciously, or, if he was being honest, consciously orchestrated events so that they had ended up this way. Because he was pretty sure that Shoto's ice would have been able to distract the villain for a split second, and Katsuki's explosions could have been helpful in blinding it. So, why had he convinced them to back off, to let him fight the villain alone? He didn't know the answer to that. All he knew was that the beast wanted to fight him alone just as much as he did, and it felt correct to face it on this way. This one particular thought just couldn't get itself out of his mind. It couldn't get itself out of his mind since his encounter with Tamura Shigaraki. I want to utterly. The beast pounded the ground with its lanky arms, creating cracks through the force of its blows on the cement. It seemed like it was getting impatient. Izuku walked towards the overly muscular villain, its eyes trained on him the entire time. To it, nothing else in the world seemed to matter, its focus was solely on Izuku. Can you speak? Izuku asked lowly as he approached. The creature shook its head. It opened its mouth, showing Izuku the insides. It took him a moment to understand what he was looking at, but eventually, he understood, the villain lacked a tongue. It seemed to have been cut off, leaving behind only a stump. I see that you can understand, though. A nod. The words that came next were like water from a broken pipe. Izuku could not stop them from flowing out of him. That makes this simple, then. Will you surrender to me? The villain tilted its monstrous head, as if it was confused by what it had just been asked. If Izuku was telling the truth, he wasn't quite sure where his previous question had come from, either. Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. Izuku finally got into his battle-ready stance. The villain reacted in kind, raising its arms. He could tell that this wasn't a villain he could take lightly. It nearly took out both Isawa and 13. He didn't really see how it happened, but the fact still stands. It was nothing like the villains he took on prior to it. In fact, it was possibly comparable to Tamura. No, something was instinctively telling him that it wasn't on his level just yet. Izuku had no backing to his claim, and it could possibly even be just his buttered refusal to think of the one who bested him as weak. But he thought that, while this villain was certainly a monster in its own right, Tamura was leagues above it in terms of power. That was just something his instincts were telling him. Still, it didn't mean that this was going to be an easy fight. On you, Izuku said, giving the indication to start the brawl. The villain rushed forward, trying to not give Izuku any time to react. Izuku deftly weaved underneath its right hook and answered with a counter of his own, catching it in the sternum with a 100% smash. Because he had all of his quirks active, the blow didn't have any impact on Izuku physically. The pain was all mental, but even he was starting to feel numb to it. While the blow would have been enough to send any lesser villains flying off their feet, this villain's feet remained firmly anchored to the ground. In fact, it seemed like it had sustained zero damage. So, it seemed like it did possess a degree of shock resistance. Testing whether it was shock resistance or shock nullification seemed to be a worthy decision to Izuku. He just had to be smart about how he administered his blows. He wove in and out of the creature's punches and smashes. The times where its blows connected with the ground, a small crater was left in its wake, so Izuku had to keep moving to secure solid ground to stand on. He threw in smaller, 50% punches, but those didn't seem to have any effect on the villain at all. Their little dance continued on this way for a solid amount of time, neither gaining the upper hand. Izuku could tell that, while it possessed some type of super strength as evidenced by the craters it left in the ground, it did not possess super speed. Its attacks were quick, but nothing unmanageable. Additionally, it had a very high degree of shock resistance or just outright shock nullification. Smashing the thing down was simply not an option, at least at his current power output. As Izuku continued thinking, all of a sudden, the villain stopped its barrage. It stood still, and as Izuku went in to take advantage of its slip in tempo, the villain opened its mouth and Izuku grunted in pain as a superheated cloud of steam spewed forth and enveloped both of them. It obscured his vision, making the world go white. While Izuku couldn't exactly see, he heard the villain approaching. With rumbling all around him and the steam still obscuring his vision, he couldn't pinpoint the villain's location. As he tried to focus, he suddenly. A painful, stabbing sensation instantly appeared in his head. It was screaming at him. Dodge. Izuku kicked off the ground with 100% and dove to the left just as a meaty hand swung down and shattered the ground he was standing on. His legs creaked and groaned under the strain, but they weren't broken just yet. But he wasn't given a break. Immediately, the same pain occurred in his head and Izuku leapt, listening to his instincts. This maneuver finally led him out of the smoke, but before he could reassess the situation, the villain was on him. Just underneath its black, leathery skin, red, vein-like lines bulged and twisted. It seemed to be a completely different beast now in terms of speed and ferocity. Maybe it had a quirk that allowed it to power up in steam. Izuku wasn't given a chance to pursue that train of thought any further. Its swipes and attacks were lightning fast now, and they were becoming harder and harder to dodge cleanly. An attack clipped him in the shoulder, and it sent him sprawling backward a good 15, 20 feet. Before he could even register the pain, he put his all into his right hand to push off against the ground, sending him tumbling to the right just as the villain leapt and shattered the ground he was just lying on moments prior. Yeah, he could not afford to take a direct hit. The damage he took was negligence on his part. If he'd focused on keeping his body state frozen during the battle, he doubted he would have taken much damage. It seemed his passive state that allowed him to use 50% without breaking anything in his body wasn't going to cut it. The villain immediately jumped on him, forcing Izuku to shove against the ground with 100% on the same hand just to stay alive. As he rolled out of the way, a sharp pain told him that his hand had finally given out on him, shattering under the stress. So, that meant, for now, his right hand was out of commission. And, judging by how his left shoulder, and by extension, his left arm, was flaring up in pain and could barely move, that side of the body was broken as well. But pain meant little to him. Izuku followed the words visualize reconstructing, not healing on those parts of his body, standing up to get on his feet as quickly as possible. While this new quirk had its benefits, Izuku did not know if it had any drawbacks, any consequences of using it, but he wasn't in a position where he could worry about such things. The villain leapt at him again, but it was slower this time. The red lines beneath its skin were fading, which probably was a visual indication of its empowered state slowly petering out. Izuku had time to kick up to his feet and sidestep the strike that was meant for his skull. Okay, Izuku had an idea of what quirks the villain had. Shock resistance or shock nullification. Super strength to some degree. The steam, smoke thing that it emitted from its mouth, and finally, some type of enhanced speed that it gained from being in steam. Possibly even more. But with this, he could formulate a plan of attack. Its only dangerous state was when it was empowered under the effects of steam. If Izuku could nullify that, then he could effectively neutralize most of its power. As the villain went out to bellow more steam, Izuku shot 2 strands of black whip at it, curling around its mouth. Infuriated, the villain clawed at the strands with its meaty hands, gripping it and swinging the strands, with Izuku attached on the other end, around in a large arc. Izuku quickly released the strands, but he still crashed into the ground, letting out a curse as he landed on his previously injured left side which still had not fully healed yet. Evidently, he had to use more strands of black whip. And they had to be strong, too. Izuku remembered that, back when he first utilized black whip, the strands were powerful enough to gouge out the ground. That had been before he managed to control it, so it had quickly knocked him unconscious. But, in the vision he had when he was unconscious, a figure told him that Black Whip's power has been magnified by One for All. Which meant that he was potentially able to supercharge his other quirks with One for All. He didn't know if doing so would knock him out just like it did when he used Black Whip and One for All together. The situation hasn't gotten so desperate where he had to use 100%, break his limbs, and reconstruct them at hyper speeds by applying his Reconstruction quirk magnified by One for All. But the option was there. No, Black Whip was the best bet here. He'd done it once before, though knocking himself out in the process, and his mastery over the quirk had progressed since he first activated it years ago. So it should be the case that he'd be able to at least control a few One for All enhanced Black Whips without too much trouble now. He just needed the strands to be unbreakable. Blood rushing to his skull, he shot forth 4 strands of Black Whip that was enhanced by One for All. These notably thicker strands raced towards the villain, latching onto its arms and around its mouth. This time, Izuku succeeded in restraining the villain's arms, forcing them behind its bulging body after a brief struggle. It seemed that, in a direct power contest, Izuku had the villain beat. This enabled him to lift the villain off the ground and suspend it in the air. As he stared at the villain flailing its legs uselessly in the air, Izuku found himself feeling strangely pleased. Maybe it was him being lightheaded from all the blood rushing to his head and making his thoughts a mess, but for a moment he thought. Everything else faded from his mind. All that existed was this moment. Ever since Katsuki had awoken him from his autopilot mode and now that he was clear-headed enough to be aware of his thoughts, he came to the realization that, even in this life and death situation, he thoroughly enjoyed it. This feeling of triumph from completely and utterly dominating the opponents he faced, the one Tamura had robbed from him, had returned in full force. Izuku couldn't help but let loose a small smile as his eyes met the villain's. The villain tried to bellow out smoke and struggled against its binds, but Izuku's Black Whip stayed strong. As Izuku pondered over what to do, he felt his control over the One for All enhanced Black Whip slip momentarily. The villain nearly broke free, but Izuku quickly regained control, restricting the villain's movement once more. He needed to end it. There was really only one choice to successfully neutralize a threat like this. Knocking it out was out of the question, thanks to the quirks it possessed, but asphyxiating it. He didn't even have to do it by his own hand. If his Black Whip was strong enough, he could. A 5th strand of Black Whip, enhanced by One for All, snaked around the villain's neck. With it stuck in the sky, it could only hopelessly wriggle its legs as Izuku tightened the strand around its beefy neck. Veins bulging from all sides, Izuku kept up his concentration as his head began to feel seriously lightheaded. He felt like he could tip over at any moment, but he had to see this through. Not because this villain was a danger to his classmates, not for a reason as shallow as that. He had to see this through because it just felt right. Okay, Izuku had to admit that his reason was possibly even shallower than the other reason. But he didn't really care about reasons or stuff like that. All he cared about was utterly defeating it. As Izuku's Black Whip tightened around the villain's throat, the villain thrashed wildly, nearly breaking free of his Black Whip. But, as time went on and the seconds became minutes, its thrashing slowly petered out. Very soon, it went limp. But, Izuku didn't stop there. He held it for another 120 seconds before releasing it, allowing it to drop to the ground unceremoniously with a thud. As the One for All enhanced Black Whips retracted into his body, he felt the lightheadedness fade from his mind, and Izuku became more firmly anchored in reality. With a clear mind, he walked up to the unmoving villain. As it laid on the ground before him, Izuku reveled in his victory for a brief moment. The all-empowering feeling of having defeated a strong opponent washed over his mind and his psyche. The victory hadn't been as complete as Izuku would have liked. He did take a few hits, after all, but it will suffice for now. He was. Wait. A whisper of a memory floated up, but as soon as it appeared to him, it wisped away. That was a frustrating thing to experience. But, Izuku was left with a strong feeling, a warning, of sorts. It compelled him to lift up his foot and. ... As Momo swung her staff around, smashing a villain with the tail end of it, she caught Katsuki and Shoto joining their defense of Isawa and 13. But, wait, if they were here, then that meant Izuku was. Shoto caught her arm as she attempted to run off to help Izuku. Don't. You'll only hinder him. Momo felt something akin to despair rise up within her. Her words came flowing out like a waterfall. It defeated Aizawa-sensei and 13. You don't know what it could do. You're right. But Midoriya said that he would take care of it, and I chose to believe him, Shoto said. His tone was cold, and his words were sharp as steel. We can't waste time. We'll clean up the villains here. That was what he trusted us to do, so that he could focus everything on defeating that villain. You're leaving him to fight it alone, though. Momo stressed, trying to shake free of Shoto's vice-like grip. Do you have any idea how dangerous? She was interrupted by a heated, do you think that I like leaving him behind like that? It was the first time Momo heard Shoto use anything but a cool tone of voice. Momo blinked. Katsuki gave a fiery, fuck this and everything, and ran off to join the defense, leaving the two momentarily alone. I don't, Shoto answered for her, tightening his grip on her arm. I hate leaving people behind. I hate it, but for Midoriya, I'll make an exception. Why? Momo cried out, still struggling to get her arm free. Why for him? He's just like the rest of us. No, he's not, Shoto vehemently denied. He's strong. As of right now, we are not even in the same ballpark. I could tell from just a glance. Were you fooled by his sweet exterior? Were you? Stunned, Momo could only remain silent as Shoto continued. I saw the way that he fought, and that was all it took to cement the fact that he's different from us. Newcomers don't fight like that. Hell, you don't fight like that even if you've had formal training. You only fight like that if you've had actual combat experience. I think. Shoto blinked, and he seemed to visibly deflate in front of Momo. His face morphed into its usual passive, ice-like expression. After a quick beat, he released her and said, I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu. I haven't lost my cool like that in forever. It's just a difficult situation, and there's a lot on my mind. But please, believe me. We'll go help him after we defeat these villains, alright? After a brief moment of contemplation, Momo nodded. Fine. But we better make this quick. It will be. With Shoto's reassurance, the two rushed off to join the fight. To be fair, the battle with the villains was all but won even before Momo and Shoto joined the fight. With Shoto's ice, the process of detaining the villains was just sped up. Momo didn't even have to knock more than one more person out, that was how successful her class had been at defeating the villains. She tried to ignore the earth-trembling smashes that she felt, focusing on cleaning up the villains as quickly as possible. As the fighting wrapped up, Momo began issuing out orders. A group to remain and ensure that the villains stayed detained, another group to begin administering first aid on the classmates that needed it the most. She worriedly eyed Mashirao and his cut tail, and their teachers, and a final group to join her in assisting Izuku fight against the monstrous villain. Katsuki immediately jumped at that option, and soon, Momo, Katsuki, Shoto, and Ochako raced off to aid Izuku in his fight. They passed by a few craters in the ground, and after running through a small thicket of trees, Momo finally saw Izuku. And he was. Izuku was viciously stomping on the skull of the downed villain. As her words stopped in her throat, she heard Katsuki yell, Izuku. Izuku. Izuku's foot stopped, hovering in mid-air. He turned his face towards the four Aravis, momentarily making Momo shiver from the sheer, something she felt emanating off of him, but that feeling soon evaporated as Izuku let loose an adorable, shy smile that completely mismatched with the action that he was just performing, with the way he'd been acting today. Well, I did it. Yeah, you crazy bastard, you actually did, Katsuki breathed, walking up to him. Then, he half-heartedly hit Izuku on the shoulder. But don't do that again. Panting slightly, Izuku asked, do what? This. Katsuki gestured around him. I don't understand. Oh, fuck it. ... After what felt like an eternity, Izuku and the other students were finally picked up from the USJ. Tenya had come with a small private army's worth of frenzied reinforcements, spearheaded by All Might, but they calmed down a bit when they realized that all of the remaining villains were either unconscious or detained. As the pro-heroes walked through the USJ, some were struck by the injuries that the villains sustained, but their primary focus was getting the students safely home to UA and Isawa and 13 some medical treatment. Some students along with the two teachers were immediately shipped off in ambulances. The bus ride back was somber, silent. No one really spoke, still coming to terms with what happened. When they were dropped off, the students were told that class was cancelled the next day and to focus on getting some rest. Therapy sessions conducted to talk about what happened, should one desire to do so, were offered, too. A few students took UA's offer and shuffled into the allotted rooms, but Izuku declined. The UA faculty was going to come ask them some questions later today and tomorrow about what happened. Apparently, they were going to question the girls first today since they didn't have much time left in the day and then focus on the boys tomorrow afternoon. That gave Izuku some time to think, thankfully. He had some questions of his own. After taking a shower and switching into a new set of clothes, Izuku found himself suddenly assaulted by a wave of drowsiness. He could barely keep his eyes open, but he was determined to at least write down his thoughts lest he forgot when he woke up. Getting out his notebook and pen, he started writing. Quirks that I may have. One for all. Blackwhip. A quirk that allows me to freeze parts all of my body. Effectiveness is variable. Can be used to allow my body to handle a higher percent of one for all. A quirk that allows me to reconstruct my body after I've broken it. Different from healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. He chewed on his lips thoughtfully. A quirk that has some effect that I don't know of as of right now. Used it once during the softball throw. Visualize opposites. Yeah, that was all. He wanted to ask All Might, Toshinori, about the last 3 quirks. Although his instincts were telling him that they were not one for all related quirks, he just needed more information, and his hope was that Toshinori would be able to provide him with that information. He seemed to have some idea when he last described it to him, so Izuku was placing all his hopes on his mentor. As he went to bed, Izuku tried not to think about how Tamura Shigaraki somehow knew about his quirks. The UA teachers all sat around the round table, grim looks decorating their faces. Nezu, the principal, began the meeting with a solemn, "So." The USJ. The name hung like a dark storm cloud over their heads. Isawa and Toshinori, in particular, looked miserable. This meeting will not talk about the possibility of a mole in the UA staff or student population, but, Nezu said, voice going deadly serious, I assure you, he or she will be found. If the mole doesn't exist. Oh, I assure you, Isawa suddenly spoke up, there is a mole at UA. Those villains, they came with some sort of purpose, on a day no one except the staff or student body knew we'd be there. Right, Nezu said strongly, voice dark. But we're not here to do any finger pointing. We're here to talk about a much more pressing issue. The small creature swallowed before speaking. The students were lucky to escape with their lives intact. Of course, there were injuries, but we preserved the students' lives. That is a cause for celebration. The villains, on the other hand. An uneasy silence crawled its way around the room. They had seen the aftermath of the USJ, after all. Apparently, before they had arrived, led by Toshinori, their student and a hulking beast of a villain fought each other. The creature, which had incapacitated Isawa and 13, had been defeated by Izuku Midoriya. The stories of the female students that they had questioned so far were different in tone but similar in content. Some voiced admiration of the boy, how he, even after visibly shattering his arms, continued to fight. Some displayed a strange mixture of relief and horror, describing their shock at how Izuku obliterated some villains but still remaining thankful that he was there. We counted the bodies. 15 were declared dead on the spot. The causes of death vary, some, blunt trauma to the head. Others, blood loss. A few even had critical organ failure due to external damage. 35 were sent to intensive care, and we don't know how many are going to survive that. Again, 16 were from fire-related injuries, courtesy of Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, but the rest were just like the 15 dead, Nezu summed up. Shattered bones. Severe concussions. Possibly permanent disfigurations. The silence in the room was thick. Nezu looked directly at Toshinori and decided to cut right to the chase. Toshinori-kun, did you teach Midoriya to fight like that? No, he responded lowly, not even close. I'd only taught him non-lethal incapacitation methods. Then, is he unable to control his power? Toshinori took a bit longer to respond. He is, normally. He normally shouldn't be able to unleash more than 3 blows of 100% one for all without breaking his bones. He and I both know that, but I think he still did it. He remained silent for a moment, before paling in realization. No, he did break his arms, he just healed them. Reconstructed them. Isawa finished for him. I've seen the file you sent my way, Toshinori. That's Chrono Force or Regenerator, right? No, Regenerator's more passive, so it was probably Chrono Force. Nimari, Midnight, interrupted, is there something going on here that the rest of us don't know about? Isawa shrugged and looked at Toshinori as if to say, the ball's in your court, buddy. Toshinori sighed. Long story short, Izuku Midoriya had been given a set of quirks that he, no longer remembers anything about. And he's beginning to rediscover them, without the memories. A dumbfounded silence hung in the air. Nobody even seemed readily willing to believe Toshinori's words save for Isawa and Nezu. Actually, Nezu didn't even seem particularly surprised about this. He probably pieced it together in his free time. Did I just, hear you correctly? You just said he'd been given a set of quirks, quirk being plural, correct? Hizashi, present Mike, clarified. Toshinori nodded. Oh, fuck. How is that even possible? A flurry of words poured forth from the gathered teachers, all silenced once Toshinori spoke up. This cannot leave this room, Toshinori stressed. I've worked with you all for years, I'd like to trust in our relationship. If this information got out and somehow reached the person that did this to Izuku in the first place, he would stop at nothing, and I repeat, nothing, to bring Izuku back under his wing. And, trust me, you do not want to see a world where that happens. And you somehow thought it was best to make a kid like him your successor. It wasn't Isawa who said this. Sekijiro-kan, otherwise known as Vlad King, spoke his words with a derisive tone. I saw how that kid fought on the security cams, Sekijiro said. It didn't fit into any style of martial arts I've ever seen. It was sheer instinct, raw brutality. The fight of an animal that has been caged. Where had he learned to fight like that, Toshinori? Toshinori hung his head. Then, he gave them the watered-down explanation that he'd given Isawa. How Izuku had been taken at the age of 8 by a villain named All for One. How he'd been pitted against other children in an experiment to create a super soldier. How he'd been forcibly injected with different quirks. Finally, he told them about how Izuku had been rescued and had his mind wiped. So the body remembers even when the mind forgets, huh, Sekijiro said. Toshinori, I'm going to make this request with all of the respect I have for you and everything that you have done for modern society. Sekijiro lowered his head. Take back one for all from the boy. What? Toshinori said, shocked. What are you thinking? That's what I should be asking you. Sekijiro spat back. What were you thinking, giving your quirk to a boy like that? Who even knows what he's had drilled into his mind? What happens once he regains his memories? Can you? I can assure you, Toshinori said strongly, that even once he regains his memories, he won't stray to the path of evil. Of course we don't want him to regain his memories, but that boy wants to do good from the bottom of his heart. I've seen it in him before I even knew the whole story. I made up my mind then, and I won't change it now. Izuku is to become the next symbol of peace. The symbol of peace, Sekijiro started, the symbol of peace doesn't kill. Wait, Nimori halted the flow of the conversation, does Midoriya even know that he caused the deaths of 15 villains? The look on Toshinori's face said it all. Oh, God, he doesn't. Nimori confirmed. Toshinori nodded. Are we, she faltered. Are we going to tell him? Toshinori had been ready for this moment. I will. Along with various other things. But he needs to understand what he's done and take responsibility for the lives that he's taken. Nimori's heart ached for the boy. Her interactions with him were limited, but from what she'd seen teaching his class, he seemed like a bright, if not shy, happy boy. She hated to think what knowledge of his deeds would do to that expression. Of course, due to the nature of their work, sometimes death was unavoidable. But it was always a rule of thumb for the heroes to try to take back villains alive. It was both a moral high ground issue and a publicity issue. No one liked a hero with a high casualty rate. But even then, Sekijiro began, have you not thought about what it would be like if one of our students was killed by Midoriya, even if by accident, in a class spar? We have the inter-class war later this semester, after all. I have. And he, so far, is of no threat to the safety of the other students. Isawa, who had been quiet up until now, spoke in an attempt to defend his student. It was surprising for Toshinori to hear Isawa of all people backing him up, but he appreciated the help nonetheless. I fear that boy. I fear what he could become. Sekijiro said grimly. I fear for the safety of his classmates, my students. What happens if he isn't able to control his quirk? Haven't you seen the bodies as they were collected? Some had their entire chest area caved in from one punch. We have spars at UA all the time. What if he isn't able to hold back then? I feel that arguing about this isn't going to get us anywhere, Nezu finally spoke up. I will deliver my judgment on this matter to prevent any further debate. Does anyone have an issue with that? No one did. They all knew that, when Nezu passed judgment, it was usually correct. Okay. Nezu took a deep breath. I will begin with saying that Toshinori-kun is correct in informing Izuku about the death that he has directly caused. Be sure to reiterate that, while not technically illegal, it is deeply frowned upon. Being the symbol of peace is more than just being able to kill villains. With your strength, Toshinori-kun, you should understand what I'm trying to say more than anyone else. Toshinori nodded. I don't believe that Toshinori-kun should take back his quirk. I don't even think that it is possible in the first place. I also do not think that we should take action to remove him from the hero course at UA, that would undeniably be a massive waste of potential. So now we come to a crossroads. One path we could theoretically take is to inform Midoriya of his forgotten past. This, of course, comes with risks. We have no idea how Midoriya could transform, if he does at all, after learning about it. Nezu paused, reflecting for a bit. This is what I think we should do. We wait patiently for now. We engrave, on his mind, that UA is a safe place. So, even if he does reawaken his memories, he is torn between whatever has been indoctrinated, if there even existed such a thing in the first place, and his love for this place. In that crucial moment of hesitation, we will capture him. Kill him if necessary. Nezu's heavy words were met with shocked faces, but he continued. It will be an unavoidable action. No matter what, we cannot allow Midoriya to be taken by villains. Under no circumstances are we allowed to have that happen, he repeated. Do I make myself clear? Surely we don't have to kill him, Toshinori interjected. I'm afraid that's not a decision we can afford to make, Nezu rebuked. If the power of One for All fell into the hands of the villains, the consequences would be massive, and I'm not just talking about the fight between good and evil. I'm talking about society as a whole. But I am willing to believe in you, and by extension, believe in the boy's desire to be good. That is the sole reason that I am even taking this risk in the first place. The participants of the meeting remained silent. I'm not hearing any complaints. Good. Now go, Toshinori-kun, Nezu said. You will, likely have a very difficult conversation with Izuku in the near future. It would probably be in your best interest to prepare for that. Toshinori nodded solemnly and got up. He ignored the eyes following him and left the room, shutting the door firmly behind him with a click. Oh, he was not looking forward to the conversation. Izuku was awoken by someone knocking at the door. Startled, he looked at the electronic clock in his room. 3:37. It was really 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He cashed early last night, at around 8, if he remembered correctly. That meant he had been asleep for 19 hours. Coming. Izuku shouted, throwing on some pants and a jacket. Barely dressed, he rushed to open the door, shocked out of his mind when he found Toshinori standing before him. Just woke up, Toshinori observed, eyes glancing at his disheveled state and the general look of the room. May I come in? Yeah, Izuku admitted, trying not to breathe out too hard lest his morning breath reach Toshinori. Wait, you could tell. I can guess, Toshinori said. Happened a lot when I overexerted myself while training with One for All. Oh, Izuku hummed, then instantly brightening up. Before he started talking about the events of the USJ, he just had to get this off of his mind. Hey, before I forget, I think I found some more quirks that I have. As Izuku reached to fish out his notebook, he missed the way that Toshinori's face stiffened. I wrote down some notes regarding them, and I was thinking that you could maybe help me in figuring out what quirks they are, Izuku said hopefully. He handed Toshinori his notebook, prompting his mentor to glance at what was written. After reading it over, Toshinori said, hold on a sec. He whipped out his phone and seemed to access a file or a document of some sort. Izuku couldn't tell from where he was standing. After reading through it a couple of times, Toshinori nodded and put away his phone. Well, you already know about One for All and Blackwhip, Toshinori started. But this third and fourth one you wrote down, the ones about freezing and reconstructing, are the same quirk. Its name is Chrono Force. Chrono Force, Izuku repeated, rolling the words over his tongue. Before he got the chance to ask, Toshinori said, I think it was the first or the second's quirk. Can't be sure on that, though. Izuku bit back his words of that feels incorrect and nodded at Toshinori to continue. The quirk is simple to explain, but its applications are many, Toshinori explained. From what I know of it, it is the ability to rewind, pause, or fast forward anything that is done to or happens within the body. You've been doing that this whole time, correct? That made a lot of sense. Technically, when he was using 50% of One for All throughout his body, he was putting his body and muscles on pause to ensure that they didn't break. Freezing was the same thing as pausing. And when he reconstructed his torn up limbs, he was technically rewinding what had been done to him. And this visualize opposites quirk is called electromagneta. It allows you to control the magnetic fields, charges, and currents of He quickly fished out his phone, took a good, hard look at it, and put it away. It has something to do with moving electrons. How do I say this, it hasn't popped up a lot in many users of One for All, so I don't know much about it. All I can say for sure is that it's about manipulating electrons, so you can create electromagnetic barriers to protect you from projectiles or whatever else you can come up with. Izuku nodded slowly. To what extent can I manipulate the electrons? I'm not sure, the records aren't too clear on that. Well, anyways, enough about quirks. But Izuku was already mumbling. If I can manipulate electrons, aside from defense, can't it be used offensively? I think it would be worth to check out to what distance I can manipulate the electrons, so that I could potentially look into. Izuku. Toshinori said softly. Yet the boy would not stop. He kept on mumbling, coming up with multiple hypotheses on the limits and extents of his quirk electromagneta. It got to the point where even Toshinori could tell, with just a single glance, that the boy was happy. He was having fun, and Toshinori. Could he really rain on his parade by doing what he initially came to do, to tell him that he caused the deaths of 15 people? Sure, they were villains, but was he really about to tell the boy that he had killed? Could he really do that? Wipe the small smile off of his face. Was he, the symbol of peace, strong enough to possibly emotionally ruin a dreaming boy? Toshinori took another long look at the boy. This was a conversation that he had to have. This was a conversation that he had to have. He knew that, yet. He couldn't bring himself to broach the topic. He wanted to, if just even for another day, protect that smile on Izuku's face. With a dreary look in his eyes, Toshinori resolved to tell him on another day.